As the two both handed over their bet, stakes, the red-robed enforcer teleported away instantly. Li nodded toward Zhang Yang, and the two teleported to the edge of the void. Ahead, rows of mighty figures had remained unchanged for eons, like statues floating in that vast emptiness. After you enter the type of bet duel you desire into the token, you will become linked to it. Then you may wait here for others to challenge you or observe the rest, and initiate a challenge yourself. Li conveyed these words telepathically. Zhang Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. He chose combat directly in the token, and in a peculiar perspective most of the mighty figures around him turned dim, while a few emanated a white radiance from head to toe. With a single glance he realized that these eternal true gods were all at the pinnacle level, though none struck him as overwhelmingly powerful. Of course he could not rule out concealment, for he himself was disguised as being very weak. As Zhang Yang observed the others, those silently waiting powerhouses noticed him as well. One human in a blue robe narrowed his eyes, glanced gravely at Li, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. His stare grew heavier. He could not tell that Zhang Yang was disguised at all, as if the young man truly was an eternal true god. When Chang couldn't help asking telepathically, "Ruyu, are you certain Zhang Yang isn't an eternal true god, but a little fellow who advanced to void true god half a reincarnation cycle ago?" Ruyu froze for a moment, then answered, "Uncle Master, of course I am certain. Half a reincarnation cycle ago we dispatched over 100 void true gods to intercept him. If he were a peak eternal true god he could have destroyed us easily. Back then he was only a true god. In such a short span he simply couldn't have leapt directly to eternal true god, could he?" When Chang's expression grew increasingly strange, he then took out his token and silently sent a duel invitation. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had just arrived and yet received a challenge. Judging by the way those present behaved, they shouldn't have been so quick to challenge. Seeing his expression change, Li immediately asked telepathically, "What's wrong?" "Don't think of that fellow I mentioned as ordinary, just a frail-looking old man. When I first came to this bazaar he was already here, and through all these years he never left. He must be quite sinister." Zhang Yang answered with an odd look. "Just now someone challenged me. I only have one chance to refuse, but I don't know who sent the challenge." Li's eyes turned solemn. He scanned the familiar figures from countless reincarnation cycles and said, "The challenger gets to choose an opponent. Since you don't know who challenged you, it shouldn't be a death match. Perhaps some old friends saw you arriving with me and want to test your strength. If you decline once, there will likely be another. Be careful. If you are outmatched, just concede directly. Few people here could even afford to pay your divine power stake." Zhang Yang gave a soft chuckle and sent back, "I'll bear that in mind." Li nodded. He felt fairly assured about Zhang Yang. As long as the latter didn't go to the chaos battlefield with divine power reserves over 1,000 times greater than his own, Zhang Yang would be in no danger of falling. As he poured divine power into the triangular token, Zhang Yang felt a strange spatial summons. He made no attempt to resist. The space around him seemed to come alive, covering him layer by layer. After linking to an unknown realm, his figure vanished from the void. At the same moment, a young man in a blue long robe also vanished. Li abruptly turned his head. Seeing Ryu's blue robe quietly waiting nearby, he suddenly understood. He had assumed it was an old friend from the bazaar, but it turned out to be an old rival from Nanxi Prefecture. When Zhang Yang reappeared, his surroundings had become an expanse of pure white. The space was not round but square, with each side roughly 10 light-years in length. He glanced around curiously, but his gaze quickly turned grave. The spatial stability here was astonishing. Even an eternal true god likely couldn't break it, and a sluggishness permeated the space similar to a palace supreme treasure. Outside it had been fine, but once inside the dual space, he had unknowingly stepped within a tremendously powerful treasure. "Zhang Yang." When Chang said, half questioning, half affirmative, Zhang Yang smiled faintly. When he had arrived, he already sensed Ryu's divine power. This eternal true god had been beside her then. Now that this man made a move against him, he wasn't surprised. He was no longer inside the Yuning auction house. He didn't need to flee nor worry much about the consequences of a fight. His divine power aura was no longer unfamiliar. Whether he made a great disturbance or a small one in the void, little attention would be drawn. As long as he gained enough divine power units here and left, he could undergo his third chaotic evolution. Once those law masters broke through to true gods, and his Holy Land universe became sufficiently stable, he could formally advance to eternal true god, unleashing most of his true strength. "Which one of the Qingyun sect might you be? Wenchang, are you also coveting these hundreds of millions of divine power units of mine?" Zhang Yang asked with raised brows. Wenchang said nothing, just fixed his eyes on Zhang Yang. He believed Ryu wouldn't deceive him, so the young man really had broken through only half a reincarnation cycle ago. How could he now come to Luanguang Bazaar for a bet duel? Could a void true god fight against peak eternal true gods like them? One careless moment and he would instantly fall. That was simply courting death. Even a void true god at his absolute limit could only manage to preserve his life in their hands, not casually throw away hundreds of millions of divine power units. Then the other party truly had the power of an eternal true god, perhaps even at the peak. This stirred a shocking conjecture in his heart. Of course not. It's only that you feel rather unfamiliar and I wish to exchange a few words. Zhang Yang chuckled. Oh, the friends of Qingyun sect are indeed warm. When Chang's eyes sharpened. Was he referring to the ambush last time? At the time they had only thought he was a true god. They had been careless. If they had sent an eternal true god earlier, could they have killed him? Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Blades and swords have no eyes. Friend, be careful. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. At the same time, a glimmering light appeared on his skin. The next instant it swelled and scorching white flames blazed around him. He had already activated the 6th volume of the forbidden art. When Chang's pupils contracted. If before it had been a supreme treasure disguising an eternal true god's aura, now the momentum of Zhang Yang's burning divine power was already close to his own. This young man truly might have the strength of an eternal true god. Crimson flames burned on when Chang's body, while a blue flame ripple spread outward. He too entered a state of burning divine power, and the might he unleashed was even slightly greater than Zhang Yang's. Flame Ice Twin Slash. A thunderous shout roared across the space. When Chang thrust his long sword forward, ice and fire coiled around the blade like two giant dragons, opposing essences clashing and merging at once. A powerful attack at the limit of an eternal true god. Around them in the void a vast lake appeared. Half ice, half fire. The two annihilated each other, generating a colossal vortex that gave rise to a powerful tug. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. Though the other spoke politely, his attack held nothing back. This strike seemed to reach the power level of the 18th rank. If he possessed only void true god strength, he would likely be annihilated by this move. The surrounding environment had also been altered by the domain treasure. Liu, his saber, had silently floated before him. Its deep blue light blazed open for the first time fully in the origin continent. Zhang Yang gripped the hilt with both hands in a reverse hold, pouring divine power wildly into the blade. The mighty space around him began to tremble. He swung Liu in a half-circle, and then slashed down, fiercely shouting with excitement, "Annihilation Samsara." Rooted in the laws of time and space, the secret art's strongest might was at the peak of the 18th rank, barely reaching 19th rank. Now it was unleashed without reservation. Though the space was sealed, the fused mysteries of time and space naturally gave birth to chaotic streams. Threads of gray chaotic chi drifted through a silver river of light. The deep blue light divided the silver radiance into two colossal millstones, while invisible saber light shuttled through the void. Each transformation reflected in Wen Chang's eyes, and his heart trembled to its limit. The sight of those gray streams within the silver river sent a faint warning through him, and he unconsciously poured more power into his attack. Slash, boom, boom. Silver blue flames and a red-white dragon met in midair. The instant they touched, an explosive blast of extreme ferocity erupted. Silver blue, red, and white sparks sprayed in all directions, while the center flickered with threads of purple-gray. Haha, what a thrill. Again. Zhang Yang's face was full of excitement. This was his first time unleashing a secret art to such a degree. Though not his full power, he was no longer restrained as before. The feeling of extreme output refreshed him, as if every part of his body were breathing. Annihilation Samsara. When Chang gritted his teeth, the previous clash had won him no advantage. In fact, the other had been slightly stronger. Now both sides were at the eternal true god level, so tricks like one thought gives birth to a universe were useless. Yes, he now concluded that Zhang Yang was truly an eternal true god. Although slightly inferior in the amount of divine power, his divine power was of the same quality as the cosmic origin. Such divine power could only be wielded casually by an eternal true god. A void true god might condense a trace of it, but could never sustain it nor unleash a might of this level. He raised his sword once more across the void, ice and fire shining in all directions. When Chang shouted, "I wonder which old friend has returned." Boom, boom, boom. The secret arts clashed again, light and flames splashing before them. The scorching heat sent Zhang Yang's blood surging. He didn't bother listening to Wen Chang. He raised Liu and charged, and as the Donghua secret art took effect, the surrounding domain could not restrain him at all. Wen Chang shot him a resentful glare and shouted, "Don't think I won't know just because you keep silent. Reborn or not, the divine power aura never changes. Once I ask around the sect, I'll naturally learn who you are. I won't entangle myself with you further today. We'll meet again in the future." As his words fell, Wen Chang conceded through his triangular token. The silver-white token trembled softly, and one of its three corners suddenly turned illusory. At the same time, the restraining force in the white space increased greatly. Feeling the boundless pressure all around, Zhang Yang paused in surprise, then stopped attacking. The space around slowly returned to normal. He sensed a call from within the void and took out his silver-white token. One corner of the token had turned golden and 2 supreme treasures had been teleported into it. Zhang Yang watched the fading figure in the distance with calm indifference. No matter what Wen Chang concluded it made no difference. He was unafraid of whatever the other man might try. He made no resistance to the spatial pull. His body slowly sank into the void, and when he reappeared he was back in the dim dusky expanse. Back? How did it go? I know Wen Chang as well. Not the strongest but definitely no weakling and something of a name in Qingyun's sect. Li asked with concern. Zhang Yang's lips curved into a grin about to break into laughter, but then his eyes turned odd. He didn't know whether to praise their disguises or Li's remarkable knack for drawing hatred. What's wrong? I've been challenged again. Zhang Yang said. Li's eyes widened a little then answered this time it's probably one of the old monsters of the bazaar. Be careful. Zhang Yang nodded to Li and soon reappeared in that boundless white space. Opposite him appeared an old man with snow-white hair. Hunched over he fixed his murky eyes on Zhang Yang and said, young man brought here by Li. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, when I probed earlier I found your token should be first class, higher levels may challenge lower ones. I only staked a few 100 million divine power units so I didn't expect you to take an interest in so little. The white-haired old man shook his head, a withered wood staff appearing in his hand. I could feel the shift in Li's attitude. I smell the presence of treasure on you. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Quite sensitive nose aren't you? Then do you sense anything else? Truly confident. I have only one move. If you survive it you win. The old man said softly. Gray mist rose in Zhang Yang's eyes as his expression turned cold. How coincidental. I also have one move. If you survive it this match is yours. The white-haired old man nodded. He thrust his staff into the ground before him, and in an instant light and darkness shifted throughout the surrounding space. The world seemed to spin around him and his aged form warped strangely. Black and white spun like a two-colored pinwheel, and at the center appeared a murky single eye. Just like the old man's. At the same moment an invisible soul attack struck. Zhang Yang sneered. The old man actually tried to slay him outright with a soul attack. His wealth was indeed considerable. Even a single primal embryo comparable to a saint was already a top-tier supreme treasure, and to an eternal true god it was an unimaginably vast fortune. He wondered whether the old man, while sniffing out treasure, had also sensed the danger. Shenghong Rhapsody. With a soft whisper Zhang Yang's mist-shrouded eyes stared ahead. The old man's incorporeal divine power was still only halfway through the air, when Zhang Yang's will attack had already entered the old man's body. The next instant the old man's incorporeal divine power dissolved before Zhang Yang in brilliant colors. The world ceased spinning, and the white-haired old man who had been standing opposite slowly collapsed. The world returned to calm, and the old man who had launched the soul attack had completely lost all signs of life. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with indifference. Since he wanted to kill him and plunder his treasures, he had to be capable of taking them. He stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the distant fallen corpse flew toward him. Now that he had returned to a flesh and blood being, the corpse also contained a vast amount of divine power, for when he had constructed his physical body it had been built with an immense amount of divine power. As if sensing that only one aura remained in the space, Zhang Yang's triangular gambling token trembled slightly, and then a silver corner turned blood red, thus the token became three-colored gold, silver, and red. Zhang Yang examined the treasures of this eternal true god, his divine power searching through each spatial artifact. When he inspected the scepter a white light flashed in his eyes. It was the light reflected by milky white source. There were over 100 top-quality sources, tens of thousands of high-quality ones, and countless low-quality sources along with myriad rare treasures, many of which he did not even recognize. Hidden inside the weapon. How safe. This guy is incredibly wealthy, his wealth 3 times mine, enough to replenish my divine body once. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Previously he had thought that if things didn't work out he would go sell some treasures, but now there was no need. The divine power from the third chaos evolution was already sufficient. Indeed, plundering is faster. With the second level of the divine body and confidence in soul attacks, I suppose senior brother Li's wealth is also at this level, right? A spatial summoning sensation. Zhang Yang did not resist. His figure slowly vanished into this white vast space, but this time only he left. The white-haired eternal true god had already fallen asleep here, forever, his corpse even taken away. Reappearing in the void of the Dark Order gambling arena, Li relaxed upon seeing him and said, "Phew, you're finally out. It turned out to be that old fiend Nanshu. I fought him before, and if it weren't for my extremely strong soul defense and formidable will, I would have suffered a loss." As he spoke, Li's expression gradually stiffened. In his perception, countless powerful beings were entering the arena, and the entire void seemed to come alive. The atmosphere was bustling, endless divine power stirred, and after finding suitable opponents they entered pair duels. Yet he could not sense the divine power of the white-haired old man from before. His pupils instantly contracted, and he asked in a trembling voice, "He fell?" Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, "My will attack was decent, I barely succeeded." In truth, that eternal true god's will was also decent, reaching the mid-saint level. However, he was not from a major faction and had not learned the corresponding methods of will attack and defense. Although his will had reached the saint level, his usage was crude. Zhang Yang, using a god king level will attack, barely managed to annihilate his will. Li Zhi's face fell silent. Will attack decent? This is far more than decent. He could even kill an eternal true god at the limit, one who specialized in soul attacks. Before obtaining a will defense treasure, Li Zhi's own will defense was not as strong as that opponent's. Being able to kill another eternal true god at the limit. Could he also make Li Zhi fall? No wonder he could refine treasures related to will. It turned out he himself was adept at will attack and defense. At this moment he was certain that Zhang Yang was a reincarnated powerhouse. Otherwise, how could a void true god possess such a formidable will? Li Zhi asked softly, "What do you plan to do next?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I'll continue browsing the arena to see if I can find opponents. If not, I plan to go to the trading grounds to sell some treasures. After all, no one dislikes having too much source." The divine power from one chaos evolution was sufficient, but after expanding the space within his miniature universe, the cosmic origin needed to stabilize the space would be more. Moreover, his divine body was not even fully replenished. If he were to break through to eternal true god, he would not even have a 10,000th of the divine power reserve. Li Zhi opened his mouth, but what he really wanted to ask was about his future plans. A reincarnated powerhouse had returned now with strength at the eternal true god limit, and the next step was to become a saint. Would he still stay in their Haoshuan sect, or would he go settle past karmic debts? Just as he was about to say something, a token on his body suddenly lit up, emitting a solemn aura of earthy yellow light. His expression changed drastically. This was not a market token, but the sect's identity token. Extending his will into the Haoshuan sect identity token, he said to Zhang Yang in a low voice, "It seems we need to return quickly." Zhang Yang frowned. He had not received any message from the sect leader. Is there something happening in the sect? Li Zhi nodded seriously and said, "The undead have revived ahead of time. We need to return." Zhang Yang's brow furrowed even tighter. He had left the Qingwei desert less than a cycle ago, and the vitality there had not yet recovered. How could it appear again so soon? Challenge me now. Since this is just a gambling duel, the management is lax. The rule of 3 times mainly applies to the chaotic battlefield. Li Zhi said, "Good." Zhang Yang responded and issued a challenge to Li Zhi, inwardly feeling fortunate to have encountered a wealthy challenger, or otherwise, he would have to hurriedly return to the sect, without exchanging for many divine power units. Inside a miniature universe in the void of Haoshuan sect, hundreds of powerful beings gathered in a magnificent hall, half of them human experts, and half exotic beast experts, all of them eternal true gods at the limit. Sect leader, now the undead have revived again, only 2 cycles since the last time. I'm afraid this undead tide will not end so simply. A beast elder resembling a rock with 2 pairs of wings and covered in dark black feathers spoke up. Everyone knows the undead are driven by the Qingyun sect. Over the years their sect has frequently clashed with us. I'm afraid this incident is aimed at us. A young man in blue glazed battle armor with a handsome face said in a deep voice. Yan Hong pondered, and facing the elder's questions he asked back. Li Zhi and Zhang Yang are still on their way back. Has the Qingyun sect made any moves? A dark light flickered and a human expert stepped out from the shadows saying, "The Qingyun sect has not targeted the guest elders Li Zhi and Zhang Yang. They are still continuously challenging our sect's experts. According to our analysis, they might be investigating the source of those treasures, but our information blockade is solid enough. There is no risk of exposure for now." Yan Hong nodded. A 3rd-level divine body, now a void true god, could defeat an eternal true god at the limit. This was the latest news he had received from Li Zhi. He had thought he was just a peerless genius, but now it seemed likely he was a reincarnated powerhouse. However, that was not important. Everyone has secrets. Since he had become a guest elder of their Haoshuan sect, he was one of their own. The stronger and more talented he was, the happier he would be. Closely monitor the movements of the Qingyun sect experts to prevent any other changes. Change the battle plan for this undead tide. The sect's experts will no longer provide large-scale support to various regions. Instead, deploy some war machines and activate the Shijian Kingdom's War Legion. Suppress the chaos with the utmost speed. I don't believe the Qingyun sect would dare to act recklessly. Having said this, Bian Hong gazed darkly in the direction of the Qingyun sect. A certain degree of rampage was tolerable. A Haoshuan sect also needed faster development. The corpses and soul crystals of undead race experts were precious resources. But if the rampage continued for a long time, it would completely alter the terrain, undoubtedly turning Nanxi province into undead territory, which would take an immeasurable time to recover. This was something he could not tolerate, nor could other sects and kingdoms tolerate it. Yes, sect leader. With the order issued, the colossal entity of Haoshuan sect fully mobilized. The command was transmitted to the Shurjian kingdom, and through city lord tokens it was conveyed to all regions. Cities on the edge of the desert issued a massive summons to the surrounding areas. The surrounding elders had no objections. As eternal existence's communication was swift, the more urgent the situation, the shorter the time for exchange. Almost in the instant of eye contact, most of the information had been exchanged. Within the void passage, dense straight streams of light piled up on the walls of the passage. Countless beams combined without any sense of disorder, but rather an immense calm. Yet this calm state was the result of an eternal true God, fully driving the void passage, covering distances each second measured in shui. Zhang Yang followed behind Li Jie with an expressionless face, observing the might of the surrounding void passage, and asked softly, "Is the undead revival here so urgent?" Li Jie hesitated slightly, then said, "Actually, during this period, the sect has been in conflict with the Qingyun sect. For instance, my battle with 3 eternal true gods. This time we won, but there were more matches where we lost. At that time both sides were relatively restrained. No eternal true gods had fallen yet." Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is it because of me?" Li Jie shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Nanxi province ultimately needs a ruler, and the 10 powers will inevitably fight. This undead revival might just be a probe." Zhang Yang nodded. He knew that his appearance might be the trigger for this conflict. Now the continuation of such power conflicts was extremely lengthy. As long as he was given some time, he could advance to the eternal level. As an eternal true god with a 3rd level divine body, he could directly unleash saint level might, especially since his original realm was already the saint level. Sensing the direction of their teleportation, Zhang Yang asked softly, "Are we not heading to Zhucheng this time?" Li Jie nodded gently and said, "This time the sect will not provide support for now. The Shurjian kingdom will conduct legion operations. The direction ahead of us is a combat readiness point. A team of eternal true gods is now escorting large-scale war equipment to various places. We'll return together." Zhang Yang's pupils contracted slightly. It seemed this matter was not as simple as he had thought. The sect had even mobilized the power of the Shurjian kingdom. Normally the kingdom's main duty was to maintain the surrounding regions, and its high-end combat power was definitely inferior to the sect's. Now they were actually having the Shurjian kingdom rely on large war machines for legion operations, which meant the sect's forces were definitely contracting. Clearly they had prepared for an escalation of conflict. "I hope there's still time." Zhang Yang felt a sense of urgency. For now he could only briefly unleash saint-level power, not to mention the divine power consumption, and it was not his peak state. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the Qingwei Desert. That desert was not as tiny as imagined. The desert he had been in before was just one among many, and beyond there were vast territories of deserts connecting one after another. Luofeng and Ancestor Yuan had discovered that after crossing one desert they found another, which was why they had used void teleportation. Luofeng's luck was poorer. He had encountered a not-so-friendly faction and fled after a brief battle. Ancestor Yuan's luck was slightly better, discovered by a kingdom in a distant realm, and at least a saint-level being directly descended. His consciousness probed the void, and the originally calm void stirred with layer upon layer of ripples. Zhang Yang quickly discovered a void passage transmitting from the capital direction to the front, within which were the divine power auras of over 100 eternal true gods. "Let's go out. They'll be here soon. You should be able to sense them." Having said this, Li Jie flew out of the void passage. As soon as Zhang Yang appeared, he saw an extremely massive silver-white tower standing on the mountaintop, its top completely submerged in the clouds. On the surface it seemed empty above, but at the tower's peak there was a small alternate space with a diameter of over 100 million light-years, within which countless true gods and a large number of void true gods were stationed. The two stood quietly on one side of the tower. Suddenly a point of extremely brilliant light appeared in the sky, and the next moment it expanded into a void passage. The void shook violently and the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Buzz! A dull sound came, and in the next instant over 100 eternal true gods stood in the sky, half of them humanoid experts, and the other half exotic beasts with strange appearances. Most of these beings had bodies reaching 1,000,000 kilometers. At the front of the formation, a human over 100 million kilometers tall, wearing golden battle armor, took 2 steps forward in the air. The style of his armor was similar to Li Jie's, but it looked heavier because his skin was very dark and smooth with no discernible facial features. "City Lord Li Jie." The voice was very hoarse, even harsh, but Li Jie smiled and said, "General Quasi, I didn't expect the Kingdom Lord to send you this time." Zhang Yang faintly sensed a gaze fall on him, and then General Quasi spoke again. "Let's first head toward the Qingwei Desert. We can talk on the way." "Good." Li Jie nodded and responded. Then from the group of over 100 eternal true gods, an exotic beast true god stepped forward. It had 7 heads, a pair of wings on its back, and another on its lower abdomen. Its bluish-gray body was somewhat slender. With a flick of its long tail, a void passage directly appeared in the space before it. "Please." Quasi's voice said stiffly. Leisha flew directly into it, followed by the hundreds of eternal true gods. Streams of light flashed rapidly, and their speed in the void passage continuously increased. This gentleman's divine power aura is quite unfamiliar. Could he be a newly joined guest elder of Haoshuan's sect? Leisha nodded and said, "That's right. This is guest elder Zhang Yang. His strength is even a bit stronger than mine." Quasi's face shifted in shadow as if shocked by Zhang Yang's strength. His voice remained dry as he said, "Welcome." Zhang Yang cupped his hands and said, "General Quasi." Leisha, without much introduction, decided to let the outside world regard Zhang Yang as an eternal true god. He then directly asked, "How much war material have you brought this time?" "Troops," Castor said in a low voice, 10 legions. Leisha stared intently. 10 legions meant 100 million void true gods and over 1 trillion true gods. Although their combined attack had limits, the united strike of 100 million void true gods, even if less efficient than the Prometheus world of Jean, was far stronger than Prometheus world, possessing at least the peak power of an eternal true god capable of annihilating vast numbers of void true gods in a single blow. Moreover, when over 10,000 void true gods united, they could suppress even the eternal true gods. One thought universe technique. A pure mastery of spacetime. Zhang Yang had faced such a situation against the 10,000 world beasts, where his myriad things aspect was barely a match for the world light domain. Now with 100 million void true gods. Though the combat power of 10 legions lacked the flexibility of an eternal true god, their combined might was comparable to 10,000 eternal true gods. Now with the assistance of eternal true gods, their sweeping effectiveness was nearly equal to that of 10,000 eternal true gods. Leisha said with a stern face, "That should be enough." Castor said in a deep voice, "This time we are the main force." Leisha's expression turned grave. The soldiers in these legions were all selected from tribes across the endless territories, the elites drawn from hundreds of thousands of rotation cycles, forming over 100 powerful main legions. Now mobilizing 1/10 of them at once. The situation had escalated to such a critical degree. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhang Yang. Although he couldn't gauge the other's true strength, the fact that he was a void true god was undeniable. Even if he was a reincarnated powerhouse, he was not in his prime state. The undead resurgence included saints, extremely troublesome saints at that. Otherwise, how could they have seized so much territory in Nanchi Prefecture? He couldn't help but transmit a message. "Why don't you return to the sect first?" Castor turned slightly, wondering, since they were all allies, why transmit a message? Could this unfamiliar eternal true god have an extraordinary identity? Eternal true gods were no longer weaklings. They had the capital to traverse the endless continents. Yet he had never heard of the Haoshuan sect having a visiting eternal true god. Silently sensing, Castor found nothing unusual. The divine power aura was not particularly strong, perhaps the will was slightly stronger, and the treasures he carried seemed excellent. Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, "The souls of the undead race are the exact opposite of our life race's souls. Although we can tolerate them due to circumstances, we cannot stand by and watch them rampage. We must give the living a chance to survive. Brother Leisha, don't try to persuade me to go back. I have the confidence to ensure my own safety." Leisha nodded silently and stopped urging. Why was he an eternal true god at the peak of the sect stationed here? It was because he was at the second level of divine body with 1,000,000,000 times more divine power than ordinary eternal true gods, and could temporarily unleash the might of a saint. If attacked, he could hold out briefly until the sect's grandmaster arrived, giving him a chance to survive. He knew Zhang Yang was extraordinarily strong, perhaps even stronger than himself. Faced with such a racial conflict, he couldn't just look away. He couldn't stop him, but he silently resolved that if a saint of the undead truly descended, he would make sure Zhang Yang escaped. The eternal true god in charge of void teleportation had a deep understanding of the void. After consuming a vast amount of divine power, they traveled from the core territory of the Shurjian kingdom to the border in less than a month. Above the city of Zumuo, the void passage violently tore open. In an instant, countless residents looked up, immediately sensing the terrifyingly extreme divine power aura. Hundreds of eternal true gods, each with peak divine power. Such a force could easily attack even Zumuo city. Greetings to the eternal true gods. Greetings to the eternal true gods. Countless shouts erupted from the city. Even as they shouted, their hearts were uneasy. Since so many eternal true gods had been mobilized, there must be a major event. The next moment they fell utterly silent. 10 purple spherical warships, each 100 million light years in diameter, appeared in the sky. super battleships the size of miniature universes exuding an enchanting purple aura full of mystery. Layer upon layer of infinite law runes like chains wrapped around the hulls. All the energy within Zumuo City's range was drawn to them, flowing like colorful rivers into the mechanical warships. But these radiances could not compare to the warship's own brilliance. Beams of light scattered in all directions, plunging the entire city into a sea of purple. The light carried boundless might, deeply imprinting itself in the hearts of the residents. This was pure machinery, the most powerful war machine of the origin continent, representing irresistible strength. Even a saint would need to be somewhat serious when facing such machinery, for within it lay trillions of true gods, each having comprehended a part of the origin. Though not as wondrous as the Chaos Law in terms of pure energy level, they were on the same tier. Zhang Yang stared intently at the warship reminiscent of the universe boat. Back then he had tempered his will inside such a super battleship. Though this one might not be as luxurious as the Wu Kingdom's warship, it wouldn't be far off. At that time the Duandong River lineage had already declined. Such warships were constructed on the model of miniature universes. After all, true gods, void true gods, and eternal true gods, strictly speaking, were all true gods. This kind of super battleship also required an eternal true god to control. Seeing his expression, Li Jia felt a slight doubt, and then said softly, "What is this, your first time seeing one? Normally such warships are hidden, you rarely see them unless a great battle is imminent." Zhang Yang nodded lightly. "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen one with my own eyes. It truly appears infinitely powerful. Even I feel a sense of crisis." This kind of super battleship was a relatively standard model with lower construction difficulty and balance power. In the Duandong River inheritance, he had seen many extremely extreme war machines, some shaped like long spears or swords. But the special effect warships had ceased production with the decline of the Duandong River. Li Jia smiled slightly. "Of course you feel a sense of crisis. These warships have massive energy reserves inside, probably comparable to an eternal true god with infinite divine power." As they spoke, space rumbled incessantly. The 10 super battleships opened their compartments, and 90 smaller warships, each over 10,000 light-years in size, flew out. By now the sky looked extremely crowded. Though their size was nothing compared to Zumuo City, the endless divine power they radiated far surpassed the city's vastness. "Li Jia, send the previous defense information. I'll have the soldiers scout first," Castor said in a deep voice. Li Jia nodded slightly, pouring divine power into the token. The token flashed with golden light, transmitting streams of information. After a brief pause, Castor directly issued orders, his voice echoing over Zumuo City. "First Legion garrison, the Qingwei Desert border, command the tribes to form a defense line. Second and Third Legions head to the Desert Sea region. It's a long distance and borders the Jiaotian Kingdom. Avoid conflict with them. The Kingdom Lord has already sent envoys to negotiate. Fourth Legion, clear the northern route. Fifth Legion, clear the southern route. Other legions penetrate deep into the endless desert, reach designated positions, and encircle and eliminate. Legions advance." Boom, boom, boom. The trembling sounds seemed to shatter the world. The void now resembled a gray sea, rippling endlessly under the infinite might of the super battleships, spreading unceasingly toward the distant realms. Suddenly above Zumuo City, a few points of brilliant light appeared like 100 shining stars. The next moment the sky seemed to crack. Gorgeous void passages filled the sky, absorbing endless divine power like colorful whirlpools. 10 of them were over 100 million light-years in diameter, while the remaining 90 were also 100,000 light-years across. The super war machines seemed to fly slowly toward the void passages, sinking in unison into the colorful channels. Though their volume was enormous, making void teleportation painful for a void true god within the Legion, with over 100 million void true gods carrying nearly infinite energy reserves, such consumption was trivial. Castor said in a deep voice, "Ling Bo Si and Yu Jia, you three stay behind with me, Li Jia, and our guest Zhang Yang to provide support. The rest of you move out with the others." "All right." With one beast eternal true god and 2 eternal true god commanders remaining, the other eternal true gods directly opened void passages to the desert. "Well, let's wait at my place. The undead resurgence is just beginning. According to the timeline, it will fully erupt in 1 or 2 cycles." Li Jia said to Castor, who nodded. The 6 of them teleported directly into the banquet hall from before. Looking at the lavish feast before him, Castor's divine power paused slightly. "I've always heard of your wealth, but seeing it now, it's truly extravagant. No wonder the sect couldn't keep you. It would inevitably cause resentment among the other powerhouses." After he said this, the 3 remaining eternal true gods nodded in deep agreement. Even they felt a shock at the sight. Such a luxurious banquet only appeared at state banquets. His wealth was evident. Li Jia curled his lip. "They're targeting me. In truth, I'm not the richest in the sect. Those top guys, how little are their fortunes? They just don't show it." Castor pondered briefly, then nodded in agreement. His strength was similar to Li Zhe's before he obtained the mechanical treasure. The stronger one was the more wealth one naturally possessed. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. A smooth face with no features making it hard to tell which side was the front and which the back. For you to bring out so many good things, this guest must be extraordinary, right? Li Zhe nodded slightly, then transmitted Zhang Yang's information via the token. 2 bright white orbs suddenly appeared on Castor's dark face. Our Highness, my apologies. I am General of the Eastern Defense of the Shurjian Kingdom. At these words, the 3 eternal true gods immediately turned their heads, their eyes unable to conceal shock. A Highness? Not in the Shurjian Kingdom. Why would they call him a Highness? A Highness of the Haoshuan sect. A peerless genius of the 3rd level of divine body. General, you flatter me. I remain here. If there is any order, I will obey. Zhang Yang cupped his hands and smiled. Castor fell silent. If he truly was a peerless genius of the 3rd level of divine body, then he was the hope of the Shurjian Kingdom's rise, far more noble than the current sect master. Aside from the 2 grandmasters of the sect who could command him, a single person was more important than his 10 legions. A peerless genius that even half a kingdom could not replace. The Shurjian Kingdom could not afford to lose him. This truly put him in a difficult position. Castor did not answer directly but said in a deep voice, "This situation is somewhat different." Li Zhe's eyes narrowed. Earlier he had sensed something unusual about this situation. Not only the premature undead resurgence but also the sect's response was different. Before we went to the Chaos Market, the sect master only sent a simple message. What exactly is going on this time? A resurgence in such a short time has never happened in the countless cycles I've been stationed here. Castor said coldly. Wu. The Saint Yuxing of the Wu Kingdom found traces of the undead lair. That's where the undead frenzy first erupted. Li Zhe's eyes sharpened. A former divine king couldn't find the undead lair. How could Saint Yuxing have found it? What about the Wu Kingdom now? Castor replied, all undead in the entire kingdom have fully awakened. Saint Yuxing has been forced to retreat. I don't know when the war will escalate. Moreover, Saint Yuxing brought a shocking message. The number of undead has accumulated to a level even he finds terrifying. He discovered it because of a previous riot inside the lair. Li Zhe's face darkened to the extreme. The number of undead appearing each time has been increasing gradually, even exceeding the number of dead lives. How could it accumulate to such a terrifying degree? That's unknown. We've already sent word to King Gosai. He is hurrying back, but it will still take considerable time. Castor said. Zhang Yang pondered briefly, then said, the undead race can naturally breed undead. Once they construct a special environment, they don't need to convert the dead. Although this region lacks such an environment, after countless cycles, countless lives have fallen and gathered death energy. With some cost, they could still succeed. But at minimum, they would need a saint's miniature universe as material. What? The fallen Saint Shi? Castor and Li Zhe both exclaimed in shock, their faces turning extremely ugly. Although the information about the enemy race was not a secret, the 10 kingdoms of Nanxi Prefecture had no divine kings, so they naturally couldn't obtain more detailed data. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, they instantly recalled past events. Li Zhe said in a deep voice, initially Nanxi Prefecture was occupied by 11 powerful saints who established 11 kingdoms. A long time ago, the Lingyang Kingdom, founded by the Qingyun sect, launched a war. In that war, the Shur Kingdom was destroyed and Saint Shi fell. His miniature universe was seized. They actually used a saint's miniature universe to breed undead. By this point, Li Zhe's voice had become a low growl. This was an insult to all saints. Zhang Yang's face was impassive. The realm of sainthood was the lifelong pursuit of countless beings. Only one in countless eternal true gods could break through to become a saint, mastering the chaos law. Even for an enemy saint, respect was maintained. Powerhouses of this level had the qualification to protect territories. Using their miniature universe to breed undead was indeed ironic. But such was the rule of this world. From the definition of life, the two races had opposite souls, the ultimate conversion of life and death. Zhang Yang and his kind could use soul crystals to cultivate and even enhance their talents. A saint's miniature universe would naturally be transformed into an excellent place of death by the undead. Even the miniature universes and inner universes of divine kings could be reformed. But if it were done by one's own race, it would be too outrageous. To the east of the Qing River, which runs north-south, the endless desert stretches inward from the Qingwei Desert. Now it was no longer the scene of barren yellow earth. As the undead awakened, countless plumes of black smoke rose from the cracks in the ground. At first, the black smoke was not abundant, merely dimming the light further like a desert at dusk. The power of death caused even the few plants in the desert to wither under its erosion, filling this world with a decaying atmosphere. As countless eons passed, the colors in the desert gradually deepened. Light seemed to be devoured upon entering, as if the Qing River divided the world, endless darkness to the east and radiant sunlight to the west. Yinmo City. Within the city lord's mansion 6 people were waiting for a distress signal. Yet so much time had passed and over 100 armies had already reached their designated positions, but they had found no enemies. Only the black smoke that shrouded the endless desert. Li Jia said in a deep voice, "This situation is wrong. With such a dense, deathly aura, how can there be no undead creatures? I have eradicated the undead tides so many times, yet nothing so bizarre has ever occurred. This concentration is only slightly less than a full revival." Quasi said in a muffled voice. The legions indeed found no anomalies, only that the environment has become slightly harsher. Moreover, I received news from the capital that it is not only Shijian Kingdom. The deserts around Zhaoshangqin and Yu kingdoms are the same. Only the environment has changed with no undead creatures appearing. Even the battle situation in Wu Kingdom is no longer as severe as before. The entire front line has fallen completely silent. After the two finished speaking, the room fell into silence again. A moment later, they both turned their gaze to Zhang Yang. Through years of interaction, they had found that Zhang Yang had a deeper understanding of the undead's methods. Zhang Yang pondered slightly. Back then, the third-generation patriarch of Duandong River was a powerhouse at the Divine King level. Such a level of strength was considered a top-tier force on the continent, qualified to participate in battles involving entire races. Naturally, he had joined a faction and recorded many methods of the undead strong. He said uncertainly, "Now the undead are likely gathering strength. When a prolonged battle is imminent, the undead strong will release all the deathly aura from their nest. This will create a battlefield environment that enhances their abilities. Once such a special environment is formed, it will persist for a long time without external interference. This should be only the initial stage." "Long?" Li Jia asked softly. Zhang Yang continued, "This deathly aura is not energy but a kind of breath. It is also generated in our living environment, but normally it is so sparse that it never reaches this concentration. The current environment can self-purify this aura. Without external interference, it will take about 10,000 cycles to fully cleanse." 10,000 cycles? Li Jia's expression turned especially grim. Such a long period was not short even for an eternal true god. To fight for that long, they simply did not have such a vast amount of divine power. "Is there any way to clear it?" Quasi asked in a deep voice. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment. This method was actually very simple to deal with, but for them it was extremely complex. Deathly aura cannot be completely eliminated, only balanced. If one possesses an inner world, they can mobilize the origin core to alter the balance of their inner universe. Under extreme balance, the inner universe will absorb a large amount of deathly aura to achieve equilibrium. A divine king can continuously absorb deathly aura and transfer it elsewhere, even directly into the chaos space, thereby purifying it. Li Jia's eyes widened. It required a divine king to clear it. Their Nanchi prefecture had no divine king. Then he fell silent. In previous undead tides, the deathly aura concentration had always decreased significantly after each eradication, dissipating completely after 1 or 2 eon cycles. He had never taken it seriously. Now he realized how troublesome this deathly aura truly was. "It seems the decisive battle is coming," Quasi said solemnly. "That's impossible. Qingming Saint hasn't broken through. Why would he start a war?" Li Jia directly denied the other's statement. But his eyes were full of worry, clearly indicating that he also believed the decisive battle was imminent. He just couldn't believe it, because once the decisive battle came, Qingming Saint would likely become a divine king, and then their Haoshuan sect would be expelled or even annihilated. Quasi pondered for a long time, and the surroundings fell silent again. Then he spoke. "The enemy must have a motive for starting a war. If not for territorial conquest, then for power enhancement." Li Jia frowned and said, "Since we have survived here for so long, Qing Yun sect clearly lacks the strength to expel us. War incurs losses. Their power would not increase but rather decrease, unless the war allows Qingming Saint to break through." After speaking, Li Jia directly took out his identity token and began to send a message to the sect. If Qingming Saint truly became a divine king, the fate of their Haoshuan sect would be dire. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered slightly. A hazy will silently spread out, stretching through the void across the entire Nanchi prefecture. He wanted to ascertain Qingming Saint's state. He certainly could not withstand a divine king. But for a saint-level existence to break through to divine king, 3 conditions must be met. First, enough divine power must be accumulated within the chaos space to allow it to evolve into a special inner universe. Second, one's divine body must be able to accommodate a small universe requiring at least a 90,000-fold gene-level improvement. But this step is extremely difficult. During the Law Lord period, there is no flesh and blood. Divine power contains essence, energy, and spirit, making it easier to comprehend the material world constructed by energy. One's own strength is weak and the impact on the world is small. With the flesh not yet fixed, it is easier to raise the gene level. But when reaching the saint level one is strong enough to exert a significant influence on the world. This involves a struggle against the world to complete the transformation, which is immensely difficult. Third, and most importantly, for an eternal true god to evolve a chaos space, they must master the chaos law. Breaking through to Divine King requires independently constructing an inner universe with everything done by oneself. This demands that one's own cultivation path be nearly complete, governing all laws within the inner universe. Although it is constructing an inner universe, it is also a process of attaining the Tao. At this level, the saint's Tao essence becomes extremely abundant. Without an object to contain it, the Tao essence manifests around the body, easily observed by other strong cultivators. Zhang Yang had experienced a similar situation when he just broke through. At that time he observed the evolution of a small universe, witnessed the formation of a chaos space, and then had to open up 100,000 spaces to construct a small universe capable of reversing the chaos origin. His Hunyuan Tao had not yet been fully organized, so the Tao essence manifested around him, and Zwashanka easily detected his realm. The hazy will carefully extended through the void, heading toward the deeper chaos space within the inner space. Both existed within the void, but the chaos space had higher authority than the inner space. With sufficiently strong will and deep understanding of the void, he could probe into extremely distant places. Suddenly Zhang Yang's pupils constricted and his gaze trembled, as if he had discovered something. Li Jia quickly asked, "What did you find?" Zhang Yang said in a deep voice, "Now I am going to perform an arcane art. Guard me and do not worry about any anomalies." After speaking, Zhang Yang ignored the other five, sat cross-legged on the throne, placed his hands on his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. Li Jia opened his mouth but said nothing. He exchanged glances with quasi, sensing the other's inquiry, but could only return a blank look indicating he did not know either. For a moment the five eternal true gods sat bewildered on their thrones. When they looked at the cross-legged black figure, they pulled themselves together and cautiously guarded the surroundings. But they couldn't help glancing at Zhang Yang to see what he was about to do. But the next moment Li Jia and the others' eyes widened. An overwhelming unmatched will rose like a dragon, and a tremendous roar echoed in their minds. A long cry in the world of will. Zhang Yang's will at the Divine King level erupted completely. This time he acted more violently, his will rampaging wildly through the chaos space. Instantly the powerful will spread across Nanchi Prefecture, surpassing the definition of speed. In almost an instant it completely enveloped Nanchi Prefecture, and radiated even further. Such an eruption of will was like a divine king self-destructing. The wills of Li Jia and the others in the same palace were terrified. Although in their perception the direction of the will within the chaos space was indeterminate, they witnessed the hazy will enter the chaos space and then explode in an unknown location. Under such an eruption of will even they would likely fall. There was no need for any protection. What kind of arcane art was this? This shouldn't be a genius of the third level of divine body, right? Quasi transmitted. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't be so terrifying. Was it necessary to hide it from them? Li Jia gave a bitter smile and transmitted. It is indeed a super genius of the third level of divine body. Quasi was slightly stunned. He now understood that Li Jia did not know much about Zhang Yang either. He is clearly a reincarnated strong cultivator. With such arcane arts and such a will, I now understand why at the Void True God level his strength surpasses yours. Was it you who brought him into the Haoshuan sect? How did you manage it? At his level he probably doesn't need our sect's help, does he? Li Jia nodded helplessly, then shook his head. Back then he had casually invited him in a moment of excitement, and the other party had readily agreed. The process was so smooth that even he felt it was unreal. He had been overjoyed for a long time. As for why Zhang Yang joined the Haoshuan sect, he had no idea. Maybe he needed energy. When he first arrived, his divine power had not yet fully recovered. He was just entering the Void True God level. The continent's sources are all claimed. Joining our sect might give him more freedom than some Divine King factions. After saying this, he was not very confident because the reason seemed somewhat far-fetched. Their Haoshuan sect was hardly a top-tier faction. Perhaps when the founder Haoshuan was still alive, the sect was stronger, even surpassing the current Qingming saint and qualified to be called a top force. But now, although the sect has two saints, it has declined somewhat. After all, ancestors Gusi and Yuxian only reached the second level of the divine body, exerting peak saint-level power. Quasi could only nod. It was normal for a reincarnated strong cultivator to join a new faction. Even if they later split into two forces, the relationship would be like that between Shijian Kingdom and the Haoshuan sect, nothing to worry about. While the two were conversing, the will that had violently exploded in the chaos space had already spread to an unknown location. An infinitely distant land. Countless strong cultivators opened their eyes and peered into the chaos space, but no matter how they searched they found nothing. Liao Wakendeng. A soft whisper sounded in the palace. Li Jia and the others immediately tensed. In their sight Zhang Yang's divine power aura gradually faded, and his will had completely extinguished. Now only a corpse exuding the aura of an eternal true god sat there with vast divine power surging within. 1,000 times more than that of Li Jie, who was at the second level of divine body. This is... Ka-Site's voice trembled slightly. Was this an arcane art? The will exploded in the chaos space and the person seemed to become a corpse. Could this be a death-feigning art? It was too realistic. He could even feel Zhang Yang's divine power dissipating. Li Jie calmed himself and said, "Now let us guard him well. Since it is an arcane art, I believe his will return soon." Ka-Site nodded, and then the palace fell completely silent. Time passed slowly. Only half a day later a faint flicker of life imprint revived within Zhang Yang's body. The next moment countless shimmering dots appeared around him, and will particles from across infinite space converged. When it reached a certain limit, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. As his will revived, all his will scattered in various places fully returned, sinking into his body and lying dormant. Such a exquisite arcane art. What did you discover? Li Jie exclaimed and then asked quickly. Zhang Yang said in a deep voice. I originally wanted to see if Qingming Saint was about to break through, but I found that he was not in Nanxi Prefecture. He was in the distant Linuosi accompanied by 3 other saints, apparently lying in ambush for someone. Li Jie frowned and muttered. Lying in ambush for someone? Although Qingming Saint is powerful in countless eons, he has only cultivated 1 saint. Where did 3 saints come from? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, I am unfamiliar with the divine power auras of these 3 saints. I cannot identify them. However, according to the sex records, besides Qingming Saint, the number of saints in Nanxi Prefecture has decreased by 3. They should be from the Ziyin and Chan kingdoms. Meanwhile, Qingyun sect still has 1 saint remaining. Li Nuosi. Ka-Site seemed thoughtful, then his eyes widened in horror. King Gusi must pass through the Li Nuosi when returning from the Yulan swamp. Li Jie's will quickly communicated with the small universe. The safest way at this moment was to send a message to Ancestor Gusi through the small universe left in the Haoshuan sect. The sky was a pale blue and the sea a deep blue, both equally vast and boundless, making it impossible to tell whether the sky had dyed the seawater blue or the seawater had reflected its azure hue onto the sky. This was the Lino Sea, whose expanse could no longer be measured in eons. Just like Nanxi continent and Quai continent. These were named after continents, but in essence they were vast landmasses adrift in the Yunnan Sea with distances between them far exceeding their own diameters. The Lino Sea was another sea entirely, and the distance between them was not trivial even for a sage. Yet there were subtle differences between the two. On Nanxi continent there were not only nations bounded by continental borders, but also nations that existed within the ocean. The Lino Sea, however, had few landmasses, with most nations being built by creatures of the sea. Even the scattered islands received little attention, for the creatures here were far more accustomed to the ocean. Compared to the powerful beings born in the boundless sea, an island could hardly harbor any formidable presence, leaving it in a state of desolation. At that moment a small island in the Lino Sea was occupied by 4 powerful beings. To construct the formation, the lives upon it had already perished. As a landmass ignored by sea creatures, no powerful being noticed the anomaly here. Sage Qingming, since I have helped you deal with King Gusi this time, I hope you will keep your promise. A voice emerged from a cloud of red mist within which a vague 3-legged aberrant beast could be seen. The crimson mist carried a scorching heat, and as the being spoke, the surrounding seawater began to boil. Across from the mist, a middle-aged man in a greenish battle armor stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air. His face flickered with a bluish-white light, and a pale white flame emanated from his body. Though the light was intense, an extreme cold radiated from him, causing the nearby plants to wither under the pale white flame. He stared into the chaotic space ahead, his eyes, one white the other blue, fixed on it. Hearing the beast's words, he nodded and replied, Zirin, you know, I always keep my word. Once we eliminate Gusi together, I only need you to hold back the nations of Wu Zhaoshang and Qin. I will deal with the remaining 3 nations myself. The red mist shifted, and the 3-legged beast within slightly nodded. A sage's words were worthy of trust. A humanoid powerhouse with 2 heads stood on the reef of the island. A viscous fluid like ink flowed over his body, and only his eyes glowed red. I want to know what you are really trying to do. Your strength has already reached its limit, but you are still a step away from a breakthrough. Have you found a way to break through? A battle has broken out on the distant southern continent, and a top-tier nation has been destroyed. If you break through, my Yin kingdom is willing to relocate. Sage Qingming did not answer directly, but calmly said, Still a step away. I have no sensation of breaking through yet. Hearing this, the other 3 powerhouses did not believe him at all. But they had no conflict with Qingyun sect, unlike the Haoshuan sect. Back then Sage Haoshuan was only 1 step away from becoming a divine king, but because he arrived late, he forcefully occupied 2 of the continent sources within Qingyun sect's territory. If Sage Qingming broke through to become a divine king, they would simply move elsewhere. Sages rarely worried about a lack of living space, and in some desolate regions many continent sources were unclaimed by any power. "They're here." An ethereal voice came from the sky. A sage hidden in the heavens. The blue and white light in Sage Qingming's eyes blazed brighter. In the past, as a sage at the limit, he had been slightly inferior to Sage Haoshuan, giving up 2 of the 4 continent sources he had originally held. But before he could surpass him, Sage Haoshuan fell, which left him deeply regretful. Over countless ages other sects had produced at most 1 sage, and even the nation of Wu had not seen a new sage. Qingyun's sect was no exception. Only 1 sage had emerged, but Haoshuan's sect had produced 2. Aside from the fallen patriarch Shan, who was a friend of Haoshuan, both Gusi and Yuxian had broken through to become sages later. In this respect our Qingyun sect has lost again. There is no eternal prosperity. Even one as powerful as you has fallen. I may fail in the future, but this time I will not lose. Sage Qingming stared at the chaotic space, but his heart was surging with excitement. After countless years of rivalry he had lost once before. But now he would win. He was already much stronger than Gusi, and now not only himself but 3 other sages were present. If it were Yoshuan he might escape due to his speed, but Gusi, he was confident he could keep him here. Inside the chaotic space it was a world seemingly piled with countless gray particles. The endless chaotic motes hung silently unchanged for millions of kalpas. But now many gray points connected, some condensing into a gray sphere, others into a gray veil. The surrounding chaotic particles flowed toward the vacated areas, and the once quiet chaotic space began to seethe. The cause of this change was a dazzling white light deep within the chaotic space. The intensely brilliant white light radiated a peaceful aura crossing endless distances, growing slightly larger with each flicker. Its speed could no longer be described in terms of light. It was a temporary universe constructed by a sage using his own Tao within this chaotic realm, moving at a speed comparable to the linkage of laws, equivalent to an eternal true god building a void channel and bypassing the time needed for travel. Not good. He has discovered us. He's going to flee. A light shout came from midair and the space flickered. A bizarre creature, its body covered in blue crystal armor, resembling a long serpent, but with 6 legs, flashed past. It had already entered the chaotic space, chasing the shimmering point of light at incredible speed. The smile on Sage Qingming's face gradually froze. His eyes darkened as he glanced at the 3 other sages. They were all within the confusion god array, making it impossible for the enemy to detect them. Yet Gusi was trying to flee. The white dot that had appeared earlier was shrinking rapidly, almost vanishing from their sight. Who was it? He didn't believe the other side could see through his array. The distance was so vast, and the opponent's will was only at the sage level, not even having cultivated to the limit. How could he possibly see through the divine king level array he had obtained? Even if this kind of array was relatively common, its effect was no less potent. Even a divine king might fall into it if careless. A mere sage not even skilled in arrays could never detect them. Thinking this, Sage Qingming immediately gave chase. Now that they were discovered, they had no choice but to pursue. This region was far from Qingyun's sect, and reinforcements could not arrive quickly. He could only try to chase. After all, from the very beginning he had never intended to hide his actions. In Yinmo City, Lija looked relieved but then roared in fury, "Qingyun's sect." Zhang Yang frowned and asked, "They were really ambushing Ancestor Gusi?" Lija nodded, his face dark enough to drip water. "After I sent the message, Ancestor Gusi, to be cautious, formed a decoy to continue forward while his true body hid behind. Unexpectedly, he was indeed attacked in the Lino Sea. The 4 were Sage Qingming, Sage Ziran, Sage Ni, and Sage Kongjue." Speaking of this, Lija breathed a sigh of relief and added, "But fortunately Ancestor Gusi was far enough from them that they couldn't stop him in time. As long as he enters a chaos market, the Ancestor can ensure his safety." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "A chaos market? Isn't that also extremely dangerous?" Lija shook his head slightly. "You have never entered a chaos market. Relying on recorded information alone, you cannot understand the true meaning of chaos. The powerful binding forces inside even involve higher level powers. In the most powerful markets, even a divine king's spiritual sense is suppressed. Even an ordinary market can suppress a sage's perception. Once inside, one's divine power aura changes. Without detailed communication, even comrades who entered together might mistakenly harm each other. To kill a sage inside, one would have to kill everyone present. Ancestor Gusi is very familiar with such environments." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Lija's disguise skills were learned from Gusi. This ancestor was quite adept at survival in such environments. Both of their expressions relaxed, but Kester's face was grim. Lija couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Kester said in a low voice, "The nation's ruler cannot return, and we cannot track the positions of the sages. If they launch an attack on us before returning without the ruler to control the spiritual origin array, it won't hold long. Over there are also many small universes belonging to powerhouses. If they fall. Li Zhi's eyes went still. If the capital fell, the small universes would be destroyed. Those were the foundations of countless powerhouses. The Haoshuan sect would lose at least a third of its accumulated resources over countless culpas, and the true gods, void true gods, and eternal true gods, who lost their small universes, would also see their power severely diminished. Even more important were the continent sources, the foundation of a faction. The higher the level of battle, the more it depended on divine power. The expenditure of endless energy naturally possessed unimaginable might. If they lost one continent source, Qingyun sect, which had 3, could easily break through the Haoshuan sect's protective array. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Since Qingyun sect dared to launch a surprise attack, they must have planned to deal with other factions, and were not afraid of alliances. Although Ancestor Gusi had escaped, the situation was still grim. He couldn't help asking, if Qingyun sect attacks the spiritual origin array of the capital, how long can we hold out? Kester turned his head, 2 white circles appearing on his originally dark skin. The spiritual origin array has 4 layers. If many eternal true gods join forces to activate it, they can at most unleash the power of 2 layers equivalent to a high-level sage. But Sage Qingming has reached the limit. The gap between them is at least 100-fold. A sage's endless divine power is stored in the chaotic space within. If they attack with full force, it will probably not exceed 10,000 eras before our source reserves are depleted. After all, most of the sources have been converted into divine power and stored in Ancestor Gusi's chaotic space. In such a short time, the ancestor cannot return. Zhang Yang's pupils contracted. 10,000 eras. Even in a single dimension that was extremely brief, let alone in this origin continent where the realm had advanced far beyond. Even some tribes with only true gods calculated time in kalpas. But thinking carefully, 10,000 eras was not a short time. After all, when a sage attacked with full force, the number of strikes per second was unimaginable. When the power was too terrifying, it would even create an annihilation effect. For example, when an immortal attacked the endless nether sea of the 9 Nether Lord, even with divine power measured in light years, it only took a few tens of thousands of years. Just as Zhang Yang was about to say something, he suddenly felt a tremor in the chaotic space. He turned his head sharply toward the direction of Haoshuan sect. At that moment, a red-blue ring was spinning rapidly within the chaotic space. An endless vortex of ice and fire, its energy as vast as a world, covering a distance of hundreds of eons in a single flash. What did you find? Li Zhi asked. After a brief perception, Zhang Yang smiled slightly. He was somewhat familiar with that divine power aura. It belonged to Ancestor Yuxian of Haoshuan sect. Although the two had never met, his Lake Heart Island had once been a projection of a continent source, and Ancestor Yuxian had been in seclusion there. The source projected carried his aura. He has discovered me. A clear voice carried a hint of laziness. The space around them trembled, and Ancestor Yuxian stepped out of the chaotic space. He stood slightly askance, seemingly at ease, with a head of silvery white hair flowing softly behind him unadorned. He wore a white robe similar to a primordial spirit robe, without any patterns and only a silver belt. The overall appearance was extremely plain, yet possessed an indescribable grace. Had one not witnessed his power, he might be mistaken for a handsome young man, not a sage. Greetings, Ancestor Yuxian. Zhang Yang also bowed. A sage was far stronger than him, and as an ancestor of Haoshuan sect, he naturally showed respect. Ancestor Yuxian waved his hand casually and said to Zhang Yang with a warm smile, I was in seclusion earlier and didn't come out to meet you. That was somewhat remiss. But it's not too late to meet now. I was already awake when I sensed that vast will earlier. I just wonder where you come from. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, Ancestor, you jest. Everything has started anew. Now I am just a guest elder of Haoshuan sect. If I must name a source, I am Duanding Zhang Yang. At the end of the introduction, Zhang Yang was very solemn. As the heir of a former divine king's power, he had long taken on the responsibility of rebuilding Duanding and continuing a lineage. Ancestor Yuxian was slightly taken aback. Duanding Zhang Yang. He knew of Duanding, a top-tier power under the divine king of Wu, which had been destroyed countless ages ago. Even across endless distances, its fame had spread far. He was just a bit curious. How could such a genius lack a title? Was it because he had started anew after reincarnation, or had he appeared only when the power was at its weakest? Patriarch Yuxian was somewhat silent. When he came, he had already pondered that such a genius could not be unknown. After all, he was a prodigy of the 3rd stage of the divine body. But a disciple from a fallen sect spanning generations. This he truly had not imagined. Without any title, through countless cycles of brilliance, at the end of a sect's era, could such a genius still emerge? It was hard to say whether this was good or bad. However, for the Haoshuan sect, this was certainly a good thing. Patriarch Yuxian hesitated slightly and asked, What is your current cultivation level? Zhang Yang was slightly startled, tilting his head in thought before saying, I should now be equivalent to the law comprehension of a high-stage sage, but... Patriarch Yuxian nodded, saying, Law comprehension is the most important. The realm itself. After a brief pause he continued. You should understand the current situation. Gusi is still in the market city. The chaotic market city cannot be judged internally or externally, and we cannot determine if there are ambushes. It may take a short time for her to return. I just wonder if you can still preside over the Guardian Grand Formation. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. For a top-tier sex Grand Formation, if only considering law comprehension, his current 20th level law comprehension was certainly sufficient to comprehend the secret patterns at the sage limit. However, such a formation was not so simple to activate. The difference in power foundation between a sage and a void true god was a billionfold. In terms of divine power quality, he could transform it into source which was at the level of an eternal true god and a sage. But the energy level he could control was far too different. This was the gap between realms. In the past, the Divine Power Combustion Art could bridge this gap, but after reaching the 6th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art, which corresponds to the Eternal True God Realm, one manifests their own Tao and the Tao of the universe. This already begins to touch the essence of the world, that is the rules of the world. It inherently requires vast amounts of energy to execute, making this foundation difficult to overcome. Sages needed the Divine Power Combustion Art to elevate their techniques to the level of their law comprehension. Sages were at least at the first stage of the body, and they also had the boundless energy within the chaotic space. He was merely a void true god lacking a billionfold or more in divine power and physical foundation. Such immense energy he could not control for long. Zhang Yang frowned deeply, saying, "My law comprehension is sufficient. I can comprehend the secret patterns at the sage limit in a short time. But my body simply cannot activate such a grand formation. The combined force of many eternal true gods can at most activate the 19th level secret patterns, which should be at the entry level of a sage. But through the fusion of law comprehension and boundless energy they can reach the high stage of a sage. Essentially, it is not about activating the formation's own secret patterns, but rather combining countless low-level secret patterns. If I were to activate the formation, others could not cooperate with me. After all, those who can control the chaotic law and comprehend a Tao have already reached the sage level." Sigh, Patriarch Yuxian sighed, saying, "So it's still impossible after all." After speaking, his eyes flickered. At this point, he had to consider trade-offs. If the enemy launched a full-scale assault, he could only defend one place, either the imperial city of the Shurjian Kingdom or the Haoshuan sect. He could only choose between the two. Once abandoned, all minor universes would have to be relocated as quickly as possible. Even the Haoshuan sect might not survive for long because one source of the continent would be lost. Although the energy within the continent's source was vast, a sage would need countless years to absorb it. The flow of divine power was negligible to a sage. The 9th layer of the divine power combustion art. Although the Haoshuan sect only possessed up to the 8th and a half layer of the divine power combustion art, if this art were used, the divine power accumulated by a sage over countless cycles would be consumed rapidly, and the energy left within the sect was even less. At the sage level, formations were no longer that powerful unless they were bizarre formations containing supreme rules. Otherwise, their maximum power was at the limit of the creator's own law comprehension. The Haoshuan sect's formation's limit was the sage limit. If the attacking side also possessed this strength, it was purely a contest of energy. The 9th layer of the divine power combustion art was a technique that only a god king could activate. The god king Jin's divine body had once reached 100 million light years. Even if Zhang Yang's divine body were fully restored, it would not grow to 1 light year. 1 light year was over 9 trillion kilometers, and the divine power exceeded 1 billion cubed. In such a contest of energy levels, the sect's accumulated boundless divine power would be exhausted in no time. Actually, there is a way. Zhang Yang's expression turned hesitant. What method? Patriarch Yoshuan's eyes immediately brightened. The Haoshuan sect had taken root in Nanchi Prefecture for countless cycles. How could they abandon it so easily? He said excitedly. Founder Haoshuan once said that future generations should rebuild in Nanchi Prefecture if possible. Perhaps Founder Haoshuan himself obtained his inheritance here and rose to prominence. Zhang Yang nodded silently, sighing. If conditions permit, refining a treasure vessel could amplify my power limit. Then I could naturally unleash the full might of the defensive formation. If the energy contest is unfavorable or the annihilation of divine power is slow, I believe the Qingyun sect would not dare to launch a large-scale attack. Patriarch Yoshuan's expression froze, then turned grim. You mean the soulless puppet? Zhang Yang paused, then nodded. A soulless puppet literally was a puppet without a soul. However, this puppet was not forged from treasures and rare objects but from a physical body. A sage-level physical body. Those above the Law Master level would condense a body. Divine power could be burned and amplified. Under sufficient law comprehension, it could be controlled. But as for the physical body, like the previous divine power amplitude and force exertion, the more advanced the divine power combustion art, the closer it approached the limit. Under the limit set by the rules, one's own foundation was crucial. This was the essence of the divine power combustion art and an important reason for the strength of the divine body level. Even if Zhang Yang could briefly control boundless energy and unleash immense power, the body's endurance had a limit. He could not manipulate vast amounts of energy for long. If he had a soulless puppet, Zhang Yang could use it to control boundless divine power, elevating his own basic power to the sage level. Combined with the formation's secret patterns, he could certainly unleash the sage limit's might. With such a level of confrontation, he would not be at a disadvantage. If the Azure Nether Sage came to attack, he could hold out until Patriarch Gusi descended, and the crisis would naturally be resolved. Patriarch Yoshuan's expression turned cold. The Haoshuan sect had a total of 4 sages. This time Patriarch Gusi could escape even after being ambushed by 4 sages combined. Such a powerhouse was difficult to kill. At the very least, among the 4 sages of the Haoshuan sect, even the strongest founder Haoshuan had no record of killing a sage. But the Haoshuan sect happened to have a sage's physical body. However, that was the body of the founder, as descendants to desecrate the founder's body. The mere thought of this sent a shiver through Patriarch Yoshuan's mind. That was their former glory, the one who bestowed upon them the secret techniques and heritage for survival. Now they wanted to use his body to refine a puppet. Is there no other way? Yoshuan's voice was hoarse. At this level such a tone was rare, but the act of desecrating the founder made him unable to remain calm. Zhang Yang's eyes trembled slightly. Seeing Patriarch Yoshuan's attitude, he understood that the Haoshuan sect did possess a sage's physical body. He just didn't know which founder's body it was. It was likely the body of Founder Haoshuan, since Founder Haoshuan had been attacked outside and lost his primordial soul robe, yet the Haoshuan sect could still replicate the primordial soul robe, and since the Haoshuan sect had no ability to refine treasures, it was probable that Founder Haoshuan had returned. Zhang Yang shook his head silently, saying, "I can't think of any other way." It was already remarkable that Zhang Yang knew one method. This lineage of transmission ranked relatively high in the Duandong River inheritance. Gaining power was never simple. At the sage level some treasures were merely auxiliary. At the God King level even supreme treasures only made it easier to unleash one's own techniques. Raising 2 or 3 levels directly as in the past was impossible. Patriarch Yuxian fell silent. At this moment his divine power avatar had already emerged from the minor universe and arrived at the top of the Haoshuan pillar where the portraits of 2 other ancestors stood. He needed to offer prayers. At the same time, another divine power avatar of his headed to a different minor universe, one with a diameter exceeding 100 billion light-years. As soon as he entered the minor universe, Patriarch Yuxian stood still in the void, his expression turning somber. "What's wrong? I just left the market city to investigate. The Azure Nether Sage and those 3 fools haven't left yet. The sect shouldn't be in any danger, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic currents surged in front of Patriarch Yoshuan, and soon a burly man in golden battle armor appeared opposite him. The armor gleamed dazzlingly, and with his stern square face he looked very imposing. "You should be more careful. If you are caught you might not escape," Patriarch Yuxian said in a deep voice. Even so, he knew that Gusi would definitely continue to observe the Azure Nether Sage waiting outside. In such a critical situation, once the enemy made a move, the flames of war would spread across the entire Nanshi prefecture, and no other force would come to their rescue. With the sect in crisis, how could Patriarch Gusi stand by and watch? Patriarch Gusi's stern expression suddenly broke into a grin, and his eyes turned cunning. "I disguised myself and tricked a few sages hiding inside into coming out. They also thought the pursuing enemy had arrived and each cautiously investigated. If a battle breaks out, I might be able to return early. Don't look down on my escape speed. But when it comes to survival, you are definitely not as good as me." Patriarch Yoshuan's mouth twitched. He had actually lured out sages who had been hiding in the market city for who knows how many cycles. This was quite the troublemaker. He spoke lightly, but who knew if he had been chased like a dog inside the market city? This was no longer about survival ability. It was gambling with his life. The sages who had lurked in the market city for countless cycles were not to be trifled with. This had nothing to do with escape. It was purely about whose life was tougher. "I want to use the founder's remains," Patriarch Yuxian said solemnly. Patriarch Gusi's playful expression instantly froze, then his face flushed red as he roared, "No! Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to create a human puppet?" Then his face darkened. "Things haven't reached that point yet. I can still escape. If I hadn't known, they might have ambushed me. But now that I know, I won't fall for it. As long as I investigate more frequently, I won't return much later than them." Patriarch Yuxian remained expressionless, saying calmly, "The 2 founders once left a message: stay in Nanshi Prefecture if possible. This is our route. Otherwise the founder would not have said so. We must use every means to stay here. Restrain yourself. We need your strength. When you return safely, We can unite with other kingdoms to resist the Qingyun sect. Patriarch Gu Si's face showed some resentment. The Azure Nether Sage must have allied with external forces. Otherwise, after eons of balance, how could they launch a large-scale attack? Patriarch Yuxian shook his head. You know that the Wu Kingdom discovered a nest of undead. That is the power they have accumulated. It is not an invasion from external forces. Now that the Azure Nether Sage has acted, they must be confident they can drive us away, or even annihilate us. Patriarch Gu Si's expression shifted. War could occur between any regions and aggression between any kingdoms. Even kingdoms with god kings could not avoid it. However, aggression was allowed but occupation was not. The territory each top kingdom could occupy had limits. This was a decree set by the supreme existence. War, besides tempering oneself, was about plunder. But what was plundered was not just the sources and treasures within the boundless territories, but the inspiration of a fully developed kingdom, such as secret patterns, techniques, cultivation methods, schools of thought, combat styles, and so on. These were what the top powerhouses needed. Resources were merely auxiliary. Truly rare treasures might exist, but they were few. The most important thing was the method to break through bottlenecks. Every region was like a breeding ground. Countless forces rose and countless forces declined. Take Nanxi Prefecture, for example. It was essentially such a breeding ground. Before a kingdom had fully formed, basically no external forces would invade. Thinking of this Patriarch Gu Si, I couldn't help but growl. Even without external forces, the Qingyun sect would only dare to act if they were certain of victory. Refining a human puppet only barely reaches sage-level power. What use is it in such a great battle? It contains only a trace of Tao essence. Its utilization of divine power is too inefficient. It would consume vast amounts of divine power to create a barely sage-level strength. Even if you and I fought 1 against 2, we wouldn't consume that much divine power. Patriarch Yuxian forced a smile. If an ordinary eternal true god were to activate it, it would only have barely sage-level power. But what if his law comprehension has already reached the high stage? Patriarch Gu Si's pupils contracted sharply. An eternal true god with law comprehension at the high stage of a sage. The Haoshuan sect had no founder returning. Back then, founder Qintao fell after being besieged. Founder Haoshuan was slightly better off, but his soul suffered a fatal injury. He couldn't even condense a trace of life imprint. He barely managed to return to the sect with his strong will, but he fell shortly after, unable to reincarnate. Patriarch Gu Si frowned slightly, his eyes shifting. You mean that Zhang Yang who just joined the Haoshuan sect? Patriarch Yuxian nodded calmly. From their previous meeting, he had faintly sensed the Tao essence on the other's body. This was the best proof of a sage. Zhang Yang's actual realm was merely void true god. How could a void true god possess Tao essence? Without controlling chaos, one cannot nurture one's own cultivation path. Gu Si Patriarch fell silent. A void true god whose comprehension of the laws had reached the level of sagehood was clearly a reincarnation. Although such powerful beings were rare, he had encountered many over the course of countless cycles of reincarnation. Gu Si Patriarch's expression showed a hint of hesitation. Such a powerful being could be considered as having already fallen, and carrying the hatred of a certain force would bring both advantages and disadvantages to their Haoshuan sect. What worried him even more was what kind of powerful being had reincarnated and why he had joined the Haoshuan sect. Such a being could rise rapidly. With sage-level comprehension of the laws, there was no need to remain at the void true god stage. It would be perfectly normal to directly ascend to the sage realm. The origin continent was vast and boundless, naturally containing endless mysteries. The universe was born and perished, taking and giving. Although the supreme laws were paramount, there were always items, treasures, secret techniques, and so on that could counteract them. Was this unknown powerhouse truly sincere in joining the Haoshuan sect? He did not know. But now that a great storm was about to rise in Nanxi Prefecture, he did indeed need the others' help. Even he himself had only escaped disaster thanks to Zhang Yang. But to use the ancestors' remains, Gu Si Patriarch's heart trembled at the thought. Then he said in a low voice, the ancestors' remains are not complete. Yuxian Patriarch fell silent. Back then, when they had barely escaped back to the sect had no sage yet. To protect the sect, Haoshuan Patriarch had condensed his essence into his heart. With a sage-level heart infused with his will, it could, for a certain period, allow an eternal true god to activate a sage-level grand formation. Countless years had passed. Although the protective grand formation had never been activated, that heart had long lost its wondrous properties. It had been corrupted into an artifact no longer perfectly compatible with the remains. In the market, there is the source of myriad transformations. Its transformative power can enhance one's genetic level. It should be sufficient to revive a heart. Its power to reverse yin and yang can also cleanse the traces of source energy corrosion. However, Yuxian Patriarch paused, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. The source of myriad transformations was itself a strange energy nurtured by the origin continent. Strictly speaking, it was similar to a perfect quality source, but due to its peculiar properties and scarcity, the value between the two was vastly different. This heavenly treasure could assist sage-level beings in enhancing their genetic level, so naturally it could revive Haoshuan Patriarch's heart. But compared to the remains, that heart was actually the most important. The body might not be able to endure forever due to the erosion of source energy, but the will within that heart would not be completely annihilated. This was actually a form of alternative survival. After an immeasurably long time, there was even a chance of resurrection through sheer will. Gusty Patriarch's expression turned cold. After a moment of silence, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The Qingyun sect has a deep enmity with us. I have already been ambushed this time. If we lose, they will certainly not let us go. Other forces may still have hope of escape, but for our Haoshuan sect in the end, only you and I might remain. Yuxian Patriarch's body trembled. I understand. I will prepare as soon as possible. Gusty Patriarch nodded slightly, then showed a troubled expression. The source of myriad transformations is extremely rare. I'm afraid you'll have to discuss this with him. Yuxian Patriarch said softly. If he is truly a reincarnated powerhouse, this matter shouldn't be too difficult. We just need to speed up the timeline. Gusty Patriarch turned his head and glanced in the direction of his true body. I will hold them off during this time. Be careful. Yuxian Patriarch admonished. That's my specialty. Gusty Patriarch merely smiled faintly. His golden armor dimmed and his appearance became much more ordinary. Then his divine power clone flew toward the core of the small universe. Next he needed to gather his will and mind for battle. Although he appeared to be smiling, he dared not relax in the slightest. Facing four sages alone, each one no weaker than himself, each with their own methods. If he was careless and got entangled, it would be the end. In the vast chaos, a powerful will silently connected two extremely distant points. As the consciousness solidified, laws quietly emerged in the disordered chaotic space, quickly forming into chains. Suddenly the will within the chaotic space rapidly solidified. Boundless divine power connected the two ends of the law chains, causing them to expand and contract, violently pulling two figures from a distant location over in an instant. In the hazy chaos, a black and a white figure suddenly appeared. They paused only briefly before continuing onward toward a more distant direction. Are we heading to the Luanguang market now? Grandmaster, what exactly do you need me to do? Looking at the rapidly forming law chains ahead, Zhang Yang asked softly. Previously the two had been in Yinmo City, but now in the blink of an eye they were almost at Luanguang market. It had taken him and Leisure a whole month to return earlier. A sage-level existence used the Tao they cultivated, much like how an eternal true God established a void in the chaotic space, setting up a universe projection within the chaos. This turned the disordered chaos into order, crossing an immeasurably vast distance in an instant. Yuxian Patriarch replied, That's right, we're going to Luanguang market now. As for what we're doing, do you know what is the most precious thing in a market? Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Entering a market naturally meant exchanging for treasures, secret techniques, and so on. But the targets of exchange were not like their previous ones. What real treasures could some eternal true gods and a few sages possess? The chaotic market was a colossal entity with even many god kings present. How could it be just for some small fry to trade? Battle merits. Zhang Yang said softly. Yuxian Patriarch nodded. Yes, battle merits. Killing an opponent grants a small amount of battle merits. Accumulating a huge amount within a certain period allows exchanges within the market. After the time limit, battle merits are reset to 0. However, you can upgrade the market token level and exchange for more powerful treasures. Battle merits cannot be traded or gifted. Only through personal combat and completing kills can one obtain battle merits. Each battle is equivalent to many powerhouses competing for a precious treasure, and it's a treasure that can be chosen. This is why countless powerhouses flock to it. Even sages and god kings cannot resist. Light and dark sequences are just for casual entertainment. It is called a market, and is built upon the small universe of at least a sage-level existence, so it is naturally a ruin. And this ruin refers to every eternal true god who enters. Anyone can die, even the market administrators. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Grandmaster, what are you here to exchange this time? Yuxian Patriarch looked deeply at him and said, This time it's not me who needs to exchange something but you. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, then his expression cleared. A sage-level existence had an extremely long lifespan. It was normal not to visit a market for a long time. Battle merits were only obtained from kills of the same level. Sages and above rarely had battle merits, but once a sage was killed, the battle merits gained were very high. If one wanted to obtain a treasure, they might need to kill tens of thousands, even 100,000 eternal true gods to accumulate enough battle merits, while a sage-level existence only needed one kill. Sages were hard to kill. It was normal for Yuxian Patriarch to have no battle merits. What do we need to exchange? Yuxian Patriarch said, the source of myriad transformations. Zhang Yang's eyes froze. This treasure was recorded in the Donghe River records. Not only the source of myriad transformations but also the source of desolation, source of dark fiend, source of condensed water, and so on. Such treasures were formed when a perfect quality source mutated due to the environment, each with unique effects. Thinking of the effect of the source of myriad transformations, Zhang Yang couldn't help asking, has the ancestors' remains been eroded? Yuxian Patriarch's expression tightened, and a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. In the core area of the sect's protective formation to protect the sect for a certain time, ancestor Chuntao refined his own heart. Zhang Yang felt silent respect for ancestor Chuntao rising in his heart. How many battle merits are needed to exchange for a source of myriad transformations? If the amount is huge, perhaps we should go to the disorderly market. Yuxian Patriarch shook his head. Going to the disorderly market might yield battle merits faster. After all, in a chaotic battlefield you just need to draw your sword when you see someone. But for a void true god it was still too dangerous. If Zhang Yang had the realm of an eternal true god, and could withstand a sage's attacks for a long time, he might reluctantly agree. As for now, the foundation of a void true god was millions of times weaker. Sages were already at the top level, and the gap between each stage was enormous. Just like the sacred Qingming, initially there were sages who opposed his raising of undead creatures, but his strength was such that even many sages combined could barely match him. Now many formerly opposing kingdoms had leaned toward the Qingyun sect. This was just the gap between a top sage and a sage limit. Zhang Yang was only a void true god, now unable to even exert sage-level power. No need to go to the disorderly market. The reincarnation battle can be opened anywhere, and it's the fastest way to gain battle merits. With your sage-level law comprehension, there's no danger either. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. The reincarnation battle involved thousands of markets competing. 10 billion eternal true gods would enter at once, fighting rapidly within a limited time. At most it would take 10,000 epochs, which was enough for the Qingyun sect sage to return. In the gray chaotic space, Zhang Yang followed Yuxian Patriarch, swiftly shuttling through it. In just a few minutes they had come from Zhuma City to Luanguang Market again. It was still the same abyss-like appearance. A huge wolf's mouth seemed to devour everything, but at this moment that giant maw had not yet shown its fangs nor revealed absolute malice. As a three-sequence market it had certain rules. Although it offered no protection for the weak, it was relatively safe inside the market. Boom! As soon as Zhang Yang and the other entered the market, the void before them exploded like a bomb. The boundless energy around them burst like a mushroom cloud. At the same time, a strange beast covered in purple-green feathers appeared before them. It had 8 legs, a slightly elongated body, and sharp-looking purple-green feathers. The most bizarre part was its head. There was a white bone occupying half of it, gleaming white and exposed, able to reflect light. Yoshuan, why are you here? I've sensed the divine power aura of the one beside you before. Yuxian Patriarch smiled slightly and said, this is Sage Nifinri, the administrator of the chaotic market. We had quite a bit of interaction in the past. He has been guarding the market for countless years, even before Ancestor Haoshuan was alive. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected to meet the market administrator here. He wasn't sure of the other's strength, but judging by the casual tone and Yoshuan's cautious demeanor, the other's strength was probably not weaker than Ancestor Haoshuan. Greetings, Lord Market Guardian. Sage Nifinri's facial feathers slowly relaxed, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. He stared into Zhang Yang's eyes and said, you seem quite familiar with the market. Judging by your appearance, you're planning to exchange for something. Market Guardian. Yuxian Patriarch was slightly surprised. Everyone usually called the administrators here enforcers, and generally referred to Nifinri as an enforcer. Market Guardian must be an official title within the market, right? Pushing aside these slightly chaotic thoughts, he smiled and said, yes, we do want to exchange something this time. Is there a source of myriad transformations in the exchange repository? Rare. Sage Nifinri's divine power fluctuated slightly. After a brief flicker of his black pupils, he had already retrieved most of the information. Nanchi Prefecture should indeed be getting livelier. There is a source of myriad transformations here. Even if they're innocent, I can arrange for one. But are you planning to let him participate in the reincarnation battle? Yuxian Patriarch felt a bit relieved. Clashing with the administrator within a market was not a good thing. Now that Gussie Patriarch was blocked outside a disorderly market, the other could check the course of events and make a simple inference. Yes, we do intend to participate in the challenge. Can the reincarnation battle be initiated now? Sage Nifinri's black eyes flashed with light. The energy of the entire small universe was mobilized, and then his pupils contracted slightly. There's no problem with starting the challenge now. I can speed up the process, but this young friend's divine power aura is a bit strange. An ordinary sage might not see through it, but the artifact of my Luanguang market was personally refined by a supreme existence with a certain ability to see through things. Your divine power aura is indeed peculiar. I'm even hesitant about letting you participate. Sage, eternal, void true God. After saying this, Nifinri stared deeply at Zhang Yang. The Luanguang market was built upon the small universe of a sage-level existence, and was further refined by a supreme being. When Zhang Yang first came, he had felt something strange, and now seeing him face to face, that feeling was even stronger. With the help of the market, this enormous artifact, he could detect the vast divine power within Zhang Yang's body, and even the divine power aura seemed somewhat ethereal. Sage Nifinri's black eyes flashed with light. The energy of the entire small universe was mobilized, and then his pupils contracted slightly. There's no problem with starting the challenge now. I can speed up the process, but this young friend's divine power aura is a bit strange. An ordinary sage might not see through it, but the artifact of my Luanguang market was personally refined by a supreme existence with a certain ability to see through things. Your divine power aura is indeed peculiar. I'm even hesitant about letting you participate. Zhang Yang remained outwardly calm but inwardly trembled slightly. The opponent had actually sensed the peculiarity of his divine power aura. The 100,000-fold genetic level granted him the ability to be formless and traceless. As long as he altered his divine power aura, even an ordinary god king could not see through his disguise. But this was the void market. It was a true behemoth on the origin continent, its influence spanning the entire continent and completely occupying the chaotic space of this world. Such a powerful force existed in only 3 places across the entire origin continent. In the records of Duandonghe, only the Void Post House matched such a force in reputation. As for the other one, even the 3rd-generation ancestor of that time had only heard of it but knew nothing of its specific organization. Zhang Yang couldn't help but look up at the dilapidated void market. All because of this broken universe. Previously, he had only regarded it as an ordinary tool. Now it actually had such a function. He had still underestimated the might of this top-tier force. I have learned a secret technique that can disguise my divine power aura. My true realm is Void True God, but the void market doesn't seem to have a rule forbidding Void True Gods from participating in battle, right? Nifinri's feathers rippled slightly, his dark eyes shifting from time to time. After a moment he smiled. Indeed, there is no such rule. The void market never prohibits the entry of powerful beings. Then I look forward to your performance. With that, Nifinri's body gradually became ethereal, while the white bone on his forehead grew ever brighter. As his purple-green feathers trembled, he vanished completely before the two of them. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed sharply. He could not detect how the other had disappeared at all. As if he had never been there. There was no fluctuation in the laws, no manifestation of the Tao aura around him. Could this be rules? An artifact forged by a top-tier powerhouse carrying some kind of rule within it? Nifinri is very strong within the void market. It is said that in ancient times Nifinri's strength was not as great as now, merely at the peak level. But he once killed a transcendent saint in the void market. Yuxian ancestor said with wariness. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. If one could fight so silently and even roam freely through the void market, even with slightly inferior strength, one could grind a transcendent saint to death. You must be lacking divine power, Yuxian ancestor asked with concern. Zhang Yang's heart stirred slightly. If he were truly a reincarnated powerhouse, the strength he could display would naturally be far greater than that of some eternal true gods, but to unleash such power, he would need an even vaster amount of divine power. Yuxian ancestor asked this out of concern that Zhang Yang might not only use the Divine Power Combustion Art Volume 6. If he used Volume 7, it would burn an appalling amount of divine power in an instant, likely causing an eternal true god at the 2nd stage of divine body to be completely consumed in a single strike. Because this was a combustion art of the transcendent saint level, it could not only compensate for Zhang Yang's current weakness in divine power, but also provide some enhancement. Once he reached the strength of a transcendent saint, he would be invincible among eternal true gods. With the assistance of will attack, I should not need to go all out, Zhang Yang said softly. Yuxian ancestor pondered for a moment, then, with a flash of space, 5 spheres, emitting a soft white radiance, appeared in his hand. The white light was very gentle, and within the countless rays one could see a sphere. Strictly speaking, a regular 100,000-faced polyhedron. Although the outer light was milky white, there were faint colored halos on the surface of the sphere. Just in case, take these 5 perfect quality sources. They contain divine power equivalent to the reserves of 50 eternal true gods at the 3rd stage of divine body. I don't have many sources of this level. Originally I planned to give them to you when you became an eternal true god, but under these circumstances I feel at ease with you holding them. Zhang Yang's eyebrows lifted slightly. This was the highest grade energy crystal on the origin continent. A single continent source would take countless cycles to give birth to one. The difference in divine power between a top eternal true god and a top transcendent saint was about 10,000 times, but the gap between the second level and third level of divine power was hundreds of millions of times. The amount of divine power contained within was probably even greater than what Yuxian Ancestor currently held in his body. It was only because Yuxian Ancestor possessed a chaotic space within him that could store divine power infinitely, or otherwise, as a reserve of divine power, the value of such a source would be incalculably high. Zhang Yang slowly reached out and took the perfect quality source. The soft white light fell on his face, feeling exceptionally warm. He had only seen a source of this quality on Luo Feng's Shi Wu wings. However, that source had been nearly depleted of divine power, and being in the dimensional cosmic sea, its divine light had been subdued, far less dazzling than this one. Previously he had been worried about the third chaotic evolution, but now he no longer needed to consider that problem. This single perfect quality source had energy storage hundreds of millions of times that of a top quality source. Even constructing small universes, it could build millions of them. The small universe of a void true god was 10 billion to 100 billion light-years in size, with volume 1,000 to 1,000,000 times that of a true god's small universe. The energy required for chaotic evolution was also at that multiple. He could even evolve a small universe of a void true god. "Thank you, Ancestor, but one is enough," Zhang Yang said with a smile, then took one of the 5. Now he was even more confident in breaking through to Eternal True God. Once he reached Eternal True God, his divine power would directly transform into the source level. Transcendent saints also use source as their divine power. Moreover, he was at the third level of divine body. At the Eternal True God realm, he would have even more divine power than a transcendent saint at the second level of divine body. At that time he might not be able to use the Divine Power Combustion Art Volume 9, but he could still use Volume 8. Yuxian Ancestor shook his head slightly but did not insist on Zhang Yang taking all of them. He said, "It's not too precious to us, just limited in quantity and relatively rare. Let's go. Now we need to earn battle merits as quickly as possible, and then exchange for the myriad transformation source." With that, Yuxian Ancestor's figure flashed forward. Zhang Yang nodded and followed. Resolving the current crisis was the most important thing. Only when the situation was less urgent could he calmly choose to break through. The Chaos City Lord, the Giant Axe, the Divine Eye Lord, and those law masters of the sacred universe. After all, they did not have exceptionally strong talent. Breakthroughs require time, and they also require foundation. Not everyone is like Zhang Yang, who doesn't even need to observe chaotic evolution. He can forcibly master the chaotic laws through law fusion in just half a cycle. A void true god's small universe is equivalent to thousands of true gods' small universes. Zhang Yang needed to let the powerhouse within his small universe accumulate fully before breaking through, so that after expanding his sacred universe he could break through again. Carrying their identity tokens, Zhang Yang and Yuxian Ancestor stopped before a dark red giant gate that was hundreds of light years tall. Endless black smoke coiled around the gate's frame, spinning continuously, while the 2 doors were carved with strange, ferocious-looking beasts. Roar, roar, harsh howls and roars echoed in Zhang Yang's ears, as if endless specters were suppressed behind the giant gate. After the 2 stopped, wisps of black smoke coiled over like serpentine tendrils. The faint moisture and stench made Zhang Yang frown. "What is this?" Zhang Yang asked, softly, puzzled. It wasn't the mere smell that caused his expression. He sensed the aura of a different race within the black mist. Yuxian Ancestor was slightly startled. Previously Zhang Yang had acted very familiar, so he assumed the other knew. Why this expression now? He didn't think too much and directly explained. "This gate is the reincarnation gate. Entering it allows participation in the reincarnation battle. This is not held by just one void market. Across the endless continent, anyone within a void market can join. A single battle will involve a total of 100,000 eternal true gods, but except for the applicant, the remaining 99,999 will belong to the same faction. The environment inside is similar to the chaotic battlefield. After entering, the divine power aura will change slightly, and the environment heavily suppresses perception. Even a transcendent saint would be suppressed upon entering. Although the applicant appears to be alone, there are no restrictions once inside. Even members of the same race may attack each other, so you don't need to worry about being ganged up on by everyone. In this reincarnation battle, each kill of an eternal true god earns 1 battle merit. Merits never decrease. Upon death, all merits are transferred. The final 10 survivors will have a total of 100,000 merits. There is no strict time limit, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. What do I need to pay attention to? Zhang Yang asked with a slight nod. In fact, he wanted to ask about something else. Perhaps because of his proficiency in will attacks, he sensed lingering wills of a few powerful beings from other races here, but Yuxian Ancestor clearly hadn't noticed this issue. What you need to pay attention to is that, as the applicant, your battle merits must be the highest. Otherwise you must engage in life and death battles with those whose merits are higher than yours and kill all those with higher merits. Only then will this reincarnation battle end. Yuxian Ancestor said solemnly. He was deeply worried. If it were just about being in the top 10 it would be relatively simple, but Zhang Yang was only a void true god after all. The origin continent never lacked geniuses, and it was very likely that an eternal true god at the third stage of divine body would enter. A void true god and an eternal true god had a 10,000-fold difference in divine power foundation. Even if Zhang Yang's law comprehension was stronger, the geniuses cultivated by those god kingdoms were equally powerful. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, not very concerned. Unless those were also reincarnated powerhouses who had reached transcendent saint-level law comprehension at the eternal true god realm. Such opponents would be troublesome even for him. If they were also skilled in will attack techniques, he might have to work hard to secure first place and avoid conflict with them. But such opponents were too rare. The probability of him encountering a reincarnated powerhouse was infinitely close to zero. Because an eternal true god with such law comprehension would have already begun breaking through to transcendent saint. There was no need to fight here unless they wanted to exchange for a certain treasure. Only then might they meet. Yuxian ancestor opened his mouth but said nothing. If he were truly a reincarnated powerhouse he would naturally understand the gap. He also felt the probability of encountering another reincarnated powerhouse was zero. If one could break through, who would stay at the eternal true god realm? Rest assured, ancestor. I won't be careless. There may be geniuses stronger than me, but when it comes to a single contest, victory isn't determined by strength alone. Zhang Yang said confidently. Even if he encountered another reincarnated powerhouse, he only needed to kill faster than others. There was no need to fight head-on. If everyone had to battle to the bitter end across the endless continent, he might lose. But if it came to kill speed, he would definitely win. Even if he fell behind at first, he would ultimately prevail. With his extraordinary talent he could learn and apply on the spot. He could even use the opponent's own methods to win. Besides, he might not necessarily encounter reincarnated powerhouses. He might rather face those super geniuses at the third level of divine body. Transcendent saints. Across the entire origin continent their numbers were quite large, but that didn't mean the difficulty had decreased. Among ordinary eternal true gods, a kingdom's vast territory rarely had more than 20 transcendent saints. Even for super geniuses, breaking through to this realm required some fortune. The difficulty of reversing two opposite attributes back to chaos would not decrease due to talent. Even Zhang Yang, when comprehending the chaotic laws, had considered the fusion of 10 laws from the early stage. The difficulty was already beyond expression in concrete numbers. The difficulty of breaking through by reversing two opposing origins was imaginable. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Zhang Yang directly deduced the 1 from all things or from the 3. For an eternal true god to break through to transcendent saint, it would be 2 giving birth to 1. Those super geniuses at the eternal true god realm needed training to break through, and they were very likely to participate in such reincarnation battles. But Zhang Yang was not afraid at all. The law comprehension of a transcendent saint was a huge hurdle, not something one could easily cross. Even Luo Feng, who had void level might at the true god stage, would at most have barely transcendent saint level might at the eternal true god stage, leaving aside will attacks. This was not the limit of an individual. It was the limit of the world. The chaotic golden wings, also known as the Sure Wu wings, were a top-tier mechanical treasure for eternal true gods, renowned across various cosmic nations. They only possessed partial transcendent saint-level might. Across endless kingdoms they were considered top-tier, and naturally there were no treasures that far surpassed this equipment. The limit of an eternal true god was barely transcendent saint. Even if there were differences in strength, they would not exceed the 19th rank. Because from the perspective of essence, energy, and spirit, the body of an eternal true god was definitely weaker. Even the bodies of some special creatures would not be stronger than a transcendent saint. In terms of energy, i.e., divine power, both used the same quality of source, but a transcendent saint had far more divine power. It was simply not on the same scale. As for the divine, it was nothing more than soul attacks and will attacks. These two aspects could be strong, but generally there wouldn't be much difference. At least no one could suppress Zhang Yang in this regard. The limits of these three aspects, with current cultivation methods, all were considered top tier. That was why among countless schools, only establishing a small universe was the true path. Under such restrictions, unless a true transcendent saint made a move against him, he could definitely ensure his safety. If it really came to it, he could also study the opponent's attack techniques and create counter techniques, at least to evade the damage. He could even directly break through to eternal true god and turn the tables. At worst, expanding his small universe later would be more difficult. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space around them trembled violently. A pitch-black enormous gate fully opened and vast torrents of black smoke poured outward. Zhang Yang could sense the faint intermittent smell of blood within. If this were a normal battle, at least 99,990 top-tier eternal true gods would perish this time. Grandmaster, I'm going in, Zhang Yang said softly, gazing at the hazy black mist within the giant gate where he sensed a call. Wait! Yu Xin Grandmaster called out softly, then continued, "This reincarnation battle can be applied for in all marketplaces. You will face the most elite talents of the origin continent. Some seek tempering, some desire rare treasures to enhance their strength, and some are trapped in marketplaces longing for freedom. Regardless of the type, you must be cautious. Actually, the safest approach is to join a reincarnation battle initiated by others, but our time is running out." "I am confident." Zhang Yang smiled and interrupted him. Yu Xin Grandmaster was slightly stunned, then silently nodded. If he were to be reincarnated and cultivate to eternal true god, he would also be confident in participating in such a reincarnation battle. However, currently Zhang Yang was only a void true god and had not yet cultivated to the limit. The conversion of divine power at the void true god level to the source level required a certain amount of time. Reincarnated powerhouses could only be dealt with by other reincarnated powerhouses. Without absolute certainty of victory, no one dared to push their opponent too hard. Even a saint had one or two ultimate techniques, and the power unleashed by burning one's own Tao essence was even more terrifying. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that anyone would push Zhang Yang too hard. This was the only thing that made Yu Xin Grandmaster feel a bit relieved, and also the main reason he dared to let Zhang Yang apply for the reincarnation battle. The Haoshuan sect could not afford to lose a top-tier genius, or rather a saint. Zhang Yang also nodded. With a burst of divine power, he flew straight toward the giant gate. Endless black mist filled his entire field of vision, patches of black smoke churning continuously, as if breeding unknown terror within. When he fully entered the giant gate, the doors on both sides slowly closed. In just a few breaths, the portal spanning hundreds of light years was completely shut. The strange beasts on the two doors crawled and wandered as if they had come to life, and the indistinct beast roars became clearer. Inside the gate of reincarnation, as soon as Zhang Yang entered, he lost all perception, and even his will was locked within this space. He could only explore the boundless darkness within this small space, faintly sensing the temperature dropping continuously. Luin Guangnafanli Saint respectfully requests the Supreme Venerable. The summoner has entered the gate of reincarnation. The reincarnation battle is about to commence, calling upon 100,000 eternal true gods to participate in this battle. The voice came from nowhere, as if without any medium, without any divine power fluctuation. The space also showed no reaction, ethereal, illusory, hazy. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with this voice. It was Nilfane, the controller of the Luin Guang market. But this power was somewhat terrifying to him, as if it were an invisible rule. He didn't even know to whom it was speaking. Silence. After the voice sounded, the boundless black mist seemed to freeze. Within this space, only Zhang Yang's will remained active. All around, time, space, and even laws fell into absolute silence. Approved. A rule in the chaotic space trembled slightly. In an instant, one after another, the sources of the continents lit up. From beyond the endless distant territories came a voice. The voice reached the Luin Guang market and also spread across the boundless territories. All the market leaders received the information simultaneously. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Just now he felt his body turn slightly cold, but on careful examination there was no sensation. This feeling came not from the body but from the soul. A talent that had reached the pinnacle of the world, a soul that had evolved countless times, naturally possessed miraculous power. Even though his own realm was far lower than the others, he still barely sensed some changes. He knew that a powerful being's will had descended. All secrets except for the system were laid bare before that being's sight. Even the formlessness granted by the 100,000-fold gene level might not be able to hide from the other. On the origin continent, above the 9 heavens, the endless sky was even more vast and boundless than the continent itself. The entire continent was surrounded by a sky so immense that it was beyond measure. A million constant turn distances above the ground, it was not a mere expanse of azure. The laws filled the space above the ground with light. In this sky, which ordinary true gods could hardly perceive, there was endless light. The light layers were infinitely thick, and the energy density increased with height. Within this light layer, giant light clusters of 100,000 kilometers flew rapidly across the sky. Red, purple, dazzling, gold, blue, pink. Thousands upon thousands of light clusters converged. The energy concentration at this convergence point was slightly higher, and beams of light, formed by chains of laws, constructed a strange nest. This was a peculiar tribe, a tribe formed by energy lifeforms. This sky was only the first layer of the 9 heavens, the layer with the thinnest energy. Above it there were lands of fierce winds, lands of purple thunder and lightning's birth and destruction, lands of mist and surging waves. At the very top of the sky, time and space, where chaotic laws constantly shattered the void, could no longer stabilize. Endless energy surged from the chaotic space, overturning the void, impacting the inner space, destroying everything, yet also nurturing strange creatures. The energy within the chaotic space surged outward rapidly. Here it was not as peaceful as the ground counterpart of the chaotic space. chaotic and disorderly. This place was much more violent. In an instant, as the power of the indistinct rule spread, in the center of a torn void spanning millions of constant turns, two enormous purple pupils with a diameter of over 100 million light-years suddenly appeared in the gray chaotic airflow. The pupils were not regular circles, but resembled a purple plum blossom, with 10 petals, each petal having a very sharp end. Reincarnation battle. The voice came grandly, and the chaotic airflow of millions of constant turns immediately froze. Endless divine power surged in the chaotic space, and a purple world faintly took shape. This was an unknown powerful existence. Ming Ting return. As the voice fell, a hazy and powerful will spread outward. Instantly a void passage of infinite power appeared in the chaotic space. The connection speed of the passage was extremely fast, and in the next moment it had reached beyond 100 million constant turns. The spatial passage led to the kingdom of another god king. At the end of the void passage, two giant light clusters were constantly colliding. One of them was a light cluster resembling a sea urchin. A golden ball in the center with over 90,000 sharp long spikes on the outer layer. With every move it unleashed endless divine power, its divine power surpassing that of a saint at the second level of divine body. Its opponent was a long snake phantom emitting a dark blue light. By now the dark blue phantom had become very illusory, and it shook with each impact as if it would collapse in the next second. With the appearance of the void passage, the battle between the two completely ceased. At the same time, a voice came from the void passage. Ming Ting return. Lord King. The eternal true god, looking like a golden sea urchin, shouted loudly. Then, ignoring the long snake beast, he directly stepped into the void passage. Inside, endless flowing lights flickered, accompanied by patches of purple plum blossoms. In just a few breaths, Ming Ting appeared before the pair of plum blossom pupils. Greetings, Lord of the illusory god kingdom. A pair of purple pupils approached, and then a majestic voice came. The reincarnation battle within the market has commenced. It is a good tempering opportunity for you. Are you willing to go? Ming Ting's golden light continuously converged, and the over 90,000 long spikes on his body kept rotating. His heart was somewhat unsettled, and he hurriedly asked, Lord King, who applied for this reincarnation battle? Quasi, sure you, or mo? The giant pupils rapidly shrank, and soon a towering giant over 100 million kilometers tall appeared. He reached out his hand, and in his palm suddenly appeared a 10-pointed star blood-colored token. The market has issued a summons. This reincarnation battle involves the 4 major races of the entire origin continent. The challenge is initiated by humans among the living races, not by energy beings of our soulless race. For major races, Ming Ting's golden light suddenly burst. The sharp long spikes could no longer be seen due to the speed of rotation, as if a blurry halo appeared around him. Yes, this is the first time the market has issued such a challenge since the endless cycle of reincarnation. The Lord of the illusory god kingdom nodded. Ming Ting calmed his shock, and then said, involving the 4 major races, isn't this equivalent to the ranking battle of the Hunyuan heavenly steps? Ha! 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 With a sneer, the Lord of the illusory god kingdom said, the market has never protected anyone. What it wants is only death. If you enter the pantheon list within the Hunyuan heavenly steps, you get protection. If you leave your name in the market, it will do everything to make you fall. Ming Ting's body trembled. His originally regular round shape rapidly contracted and expanded. He had never known that the market's purpose was to kill. Wasn't he in great danger now? In a previous reincarnation battle within the race he had even achieved second place. The Lord of the illusory god kingdom slightly shook his head and said, Ming Ting. With a gentle call, Ming Ting's heart immediately calmed down. He hurriedly replied, Lord King. The Lord of the illusory god kingdom nodded slightly and said, although you are not bad, you are only at the 3rd level of divine power. Strictly speaking, you are still a bit lacking. Ming Ting felt some reluctance in his heart, but he knew he had not reached perfection, so he listened silently. The Lord of the illusory god kingdom spoke again. This is a good training opportunity. Although it won't attract all the geniuses of the 4 major races, there will certainly be many geniuses at your level. Your current law comprehension has reached the limit, and you are only 1 step away from mastering the chaotic law. I hope you will participate in this reincarnation battle, and through this tempering quickly advance to the saint level. You are now an eternal true god. Your foundation is stable and unchangeable, but becoming a saint is just a new starting point. This is what determines your limit. If you can reach my level, you will naturally evolve to the 100,000-fold gene level. Ming Ting's body shook violently. The 100,000-fold gene level. Although this was just a legend, it was not without basis. In the illusory god kingdom, it was not a legend. Because the great Lord of the illusory god kingdom was himself at the 100,000-fold gene level. Any saint or peerless genius who obtained the core inheritance would know this. The origin continent had existed for an unknown length of time with countless god kings. In a given territory, god kings would fall and then be reborn following this cycle of reincarnation. But very few god kings could advance further. Each time a powerhouse advanced from god king, it would take an unknown number of cycles of reincarnation for one to appear. And the 100,000-fold gene level was the foundation for god kings to advance further. Even god kings used this as a breakthrough condition. Those little ones who were merely law lords without sufficient fortune, enlightenment and mystery would be unable to break through the last layer even if they cultivated their gene level to 99999 times. Law lords could not break through, and at the god king level how many years would pass before one appeared? Over time it naturally became a legend. It was precisely because Mingting knew this that he became even more conflicted. The origin continent was vast and boundless. No one could guarantee that they were the strongest. His own gene level had not reached the peak, so how could he dare to call himself the strongest? Moreover, having heard the secret of the market, to leave one's name would actually be killed by the market. Being targeted by such a behemoth, who could survive? Lord King, if I participate, will the undying secret art work? Mingting asked resolutely. In such a grand event there would inevitably be countless geniuses. What a regret it would be to not participate. If I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening. What a strong person fears most is loneliness, and what a genius fears most is also loneliness. He did not want to leave regrets for himself, but in the competition of endless geniuses, even the top 10, though not as good as the top 10 of the Hunyuan heavenly steps, were not far off. And he himself was only ranked 96th on the Pantheon list, with over 90 ahead of him, who were all stronger. Although this ranking battle had not yet begun, the credibility of the Hunyuan heavenly steps was very strong. The ranking error would not exceed 10 places. The ranking battle was established for the top 10 geniuses with very small errors. The Lord of the illusory god kingdom pondered for a moment and then said, "Falling in the market can be resurrected. It usually only makes a powerhouse fall once, and there are not a few who have been resurrected again." Hearing this, Mingting's heart immediately rejoiced. As long as he wouldn't be completely annihilated, he still dared to fight those endless geniuses. After all, knowing that the opponent was stronger, no one would deliberately seek death. But the next words of the Lord of the illusory god kingdom made Mingting's heart clench again. The reincarnation battle of the market is not like the Hunyuan heavenly steps, which is only a ranking within the same realm. Anyone can participate regardless of their previous realm. Among them, besides the most top geniuses, there may very well be reincarnated powerhouses. Do you know why the undying secret art cannot resurrect? Mingting's heart turned cold, and he directly replied, "It is said in the Lord's inheritance that after the 90,000-fold gene level, the most important step for breakthrough is the true self-uniqueness. Reaching this level grants special power, allowing one to prevent the main will from escaping into the void, and even kill other will entities. Even powerhouses at the God King level, if they have not comprehended this, cannot resist. Even with the undying secret art, they will be killed. However, every gain has its loss. As one's realm increases, overly powerful strength can become a shackle. Comprehending this is countless times more difficult than during the Law Lord period." The Lord of the illusory God Kingdom sighed softly and said no more. Even a powerhouse at his level faced the risk of being killed, let alone an eternal true God. Mingting understood the Lord's meaning. If a powerhouse at the Lord's level were to reincarnate, he could naturally kill him easily. Or if a genius reached the 100,000-fold gene level at the Law Lord realm, and had already comprehended true self-uniqueness, being stronger than him, he could naturally make him fall completely. Even a simple will attack, if one cannot withstand it, has a high probability of preventing resurrection. All hope lies in that elusive will. The chaotic space fell into complete silence. The divine illusion monarch did not influence Mingting's decision. The battle of geniuses was a grand event. For countless geniuses, combat among peers was also an opportunity. Fighting against a sage-level existence allowed one to witness perfection, while battling the pinnacle of eternal true gods allowed one to observe imperfection. Endless divine power and secret arts clashed. The annihilation of divine power, the burning of life, the trembling of the soul. Once a reincarnation battle concluded, those who survived had a great chance of breaking through to sagehood, taking the most difficult step. Even if one fell in battle, as long as it was not complete annihilation, it was still worthwhile. "Monarch, I have decided to participate in this reincarnation battle," Mingting said firmly, his heart equally unyielding. Having become an eternal true god and a third-stage divine body eternal true god, at that he had faced countless life-or-death crises, of course, he would not miss this opportunity. He couldn't help thinking to himself, the top few on the divine list are at the 100,000-fold gene level. As long as I am careful and avoid those most outstanding existences, I will have no danger of falling. How could the battle of endless geniuses and powerhouses be without me? If I didn't know, that would be one thing, but knowing and retreating would likely become an obstacle to my cultivation. The divine illusion monarch nodded slightly, turned to look at the distant chaos, and a void channel directly appeared. At the end of that spatial channel was a pure black sphere. That was the infinite point. Monarch, I will definitely return. Mingting finished speaking, turned around and flew directly into the void channel. The next instant he appeared beside the infinite point, and as the gray smoke from the marketplace token before him enveloped him, he entered the local marketplace. The divine illusion monarch watched him leave quietly with a trace of worry in his eyes, then said softly, "This time the marketplace suddenly opened the highest specification reincarnation battle. The initiator must have an extremely powerful talent, or otherwise the marketplace would not use such a method to try to make him fall. Mingting, as the most outstanding genius of my divine illusion kingdom, I believe you can return alive. At the very least leave a chance for resurrection. The heavens are high, the earth is deep. The ground of the origin continent was home to only a small portion of creatures. In the endless deep underground compared to the turbulent sky, the laws here became heavier. The deeper one went, the more stable the space became, even comparable to the walls of the source world. A large number of creatures also lived here. As the fluctuation of the rules spread, an unknown powerhouse sleeping deep underground awakened, breaking free from the constraints of the laws, pushing aside the heavy sand and soil. Two beams of light appeared in the dark underground, and a dull voice sounded, "Return." The void channel appeared again. The sea region occupied nearly half of the origin continent, flowing downward to the place where the laws were stable. The seawater of the misty region fell in one direction, or defying the definition of flowing water, the seawater flowed upward with inverted waterfalls connecting to the 9 heavens above. In the unseen, the fluctuation of rules caused endless tsunamis across the vast sea. An unknown powerhouse issued a summons. On the other side of the origin continent, this was a world without light. Two completely different environments eroded each other at the boundary, yet it was like the dark space within the primal universe. A two-sided existence. Under the two special circumstances of living beings dying, and the dead reviving, rapid traversal could occur. This dark world belonged to the undead race. Strictly speaking, the undead here were also a kind of creature, but their soul essence was opposite to that of living beings. The two were destined enemies. This was a struggle for living space. The origin continent was infinitely vast. Perhaps under certain special circumstances the two types of creatures could transform into each other, but that could not alleviate the relationship between the two major races. The fluctuation of rules spread throughout the entire world, and the dark world could not avoid it either. A greenish light appeared in the dark world, symbolizing the awakening of a certain powerful existence. Inside the reincarnation gate, Zhang Yang was immersed in a pitch-black space. At that moment the surrounding environment changed slightly. Some light dots appeared in the chaotic darkness. Black, white, beige, and purple. There were over 80,000 light dots of 4 colors. The divine power aura emanated from each light. Every one was the divine power aura of an eternal true God. 80,000 light dots represented 80,000 eternal true gods. At this moment it was merely the transmission of auras across endless distances, as if a separate dimension had been opened for them to communicate. However, this communication was not pleasant. At least Zhang Yang frowned deeply. He realized that things were not so simple. The reincarnation battle was a battle across endless territories, but these territories referred to the same race or even a conflict within a certain range. The undead race. Zhang Yang squinted at the black light dots. He sensed the will aura unique to the undead, a fluctuation exactly opposite to his own. Just sensing it gave him a feeling of disgust. This was a special reaction occurring when soul origins were opposite. Zhang Yang turned slightly to look at the beige light dots. The will aura within these dots was relatively weak, and the life aura was not very obvious. After a slight hesitation he said, "The will aura is somewhat ethereal and the life aura is chaotic. These should belong to the residual spirit race or the soulless race. They have no complete soul but are not mortal enemies." He was familiar with this type of will aura. There were many such creatures in the primal universe. Even one of his disciples, Yubo, was a life born from an iron mountain. A rock-type creature, also a steel creature, which could be considered quite excellent. Just looking at the Lord of Foolish Mountain, one could know that after falling he would turn into a life mark and have a chance to be resurrected once. Besides rock-type life, there were also energy-type life such as Luo Feng's former Demon Kill Clan clone, and the Lord of Thunder Control that Zhang Yang killed back then. These energy-type life also had no complete soul and were not even afraid of soul attacks, so they were called the residual spirit race or the soulless race. Of course, the ones Zhang Yang encountered most were not these two. The primal universe originally bred the most of the Mechanical Clan and the Crystal Clan. As two of the former 6 peak races, their numbers were the largest. The white light dots represented the powerhouses of the living race. Zhang Yang only glanced at them and then shifted his gaze. Finally Zhang Yang set his gaze on the purple light dots. If the white light dots emitted a soft glow, the black light dots were like compressed black smoke, the beige light dots represented viscous fluid, then the purple light dots were like a cluster of lightning. Each purple light dot was like a bolt of lightning constantly aggregating, and the next moment like tree roots it radiated irregularly outward. Zhang Yang stroked his chin. This will fluctuation. Chaotic, violent, disorderly. The will of the insect race is not split to this extent, and the will of the Thousand Eyes is much smoother and silkier than this. It must be the spirit-gathering race. He casually glanced ahead. Among the 90,000 light dots there were fewer than 10 purple ones. However, Zhang Yang did not dare to relax at all. The powerhouses of the spirit-gathering race had the most difficult breakthrough, but they were also the most powerful. They were born with much stronger talent than other races, and their strength after breakthrough would be much greater. For the spirit-gathering race, each will must comprehend one type of origin law before they could break through to the eternal level. Perhaps the breakthrough was extremely difficult at the start, even becoming a luxury to reach the eternal level. After all, over 1,000 wills, each comprehending one origin law, each will was an individual entity and their talents were different. Some were truly stupid beyond description. It was entirely a matter of probability. Without powerful opportunities, the probability was 1 in the combinatorial sequence of 1,000, more than multiplying from 1 to 1,000. However, once they reached the eternal level, this endless accumulation would turn into the most massive foundation. Because the wills could communicate with each other, with the foundation of thousands of origin laws, breaking through to sagehood was not difficult. Even at the eternal true god level, after a combined attack, they could easily unleash part of the sage level power. Zhang Yang looked at them one by one and murmured, "All 4 major races are gathered." Now, even without any reminder, he knew that this reincarnation battle was definitely problematic. Among the countless races within the 4 major categories, there were mortal enemies like the living and the undead, and also conflicts over living space. The division of camps was very chaotic, and most were hostile. The problem was that this was not a conflict between races, nor was it the ranking of the 4 lists of the origin continent's Hunyuan heavenly steps. It was merely a reincarnation battle of the marketplace. Such battles were not as rare as imagined. Many eternal true gods who could not break through for countless reincarnation eras chose to apply for a challenge, at most tens of thousands or 100,000. A single battle between marketplaces. This time the scale was completely different, involving the 4 major races, including all creatures bred within the origin continent. Zhang Yang felt that it was not just a selection of one region. Rather, it seemed like all chaos marketplaces were fully activated, similar to the Hunyuan heavenly steps summoning the entire continent. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking of the will that had descended earlier. Zhang Yang's expression turned somewhat grim. He had to suspect that the strangeness of this reincarnation battle was a variation aimed at him with the purpose of making him fall. The marketplace is no benevolent place. Zhang Yang recalled the sentence left by the 3rd-generation ancestor in the Donghe River inheritance. Li Jia had also told him that the Luanguang marketplace had never attacked its entrance, meaning that many marketplaces had attacked entrance before. But this time the Luanguang marketplace acted. When that ultimate powerhouse appeared, his will descended and saw through everything about him, directly causing endless eternal true gods from the continent to participate in this war. Zhang Yang's face gradually turned cold. He thought to himself, within the reincarnation battle, it is not complete death. Many eternal true gods with undying secret arts have been resurrected. Although this time is a bit strange, resurrection should still be possible. The prerequisite was that that powerhouse would not intervene. If it was just falling once, he could fully bear the cost. At worst, he would be resurrected in the cosmic sea. If the primal universe acted against him, he could reincarnate. His sacred universe did not have only one core. After reincarnation, his sacred universe would not decay. Overall, it was not a big problem. Chaos marketplace. He roared in his heart, but Zhang Yang again felt a sense of powerlessness. A powerful force occupying the entire chaotic space. Its ruling ultimate powerhouse must be a world-level Hunyuan being. Such an existence was only one step away from reaching the realm of a powerhouse like Yuan, the peak powerhouse of this world. The malice from a powerhouse of this level, even without direct action, could make him feel immense pressure just by making some changes within the rules. If it were just a reincarnation battle within one region, there would certainly not be many reincarnated powerhouses joining. Only a very few of the top geniuses would participate, and he could easily obtain the top battle merit. But now countless geniuses joined. The most outstanding were undoubtedly those reincarnated powerhouses. Even if they were sage-level reincarnates with 2nd stage divine body eternal true god, even if their divine power was slightly weaker than his, they could barely execute the 7th volume of the divine power burning secret art, momentarily unleashing barely sage-level might. And those 3rd stage divine body genius eternal true gods could also unleash the power of a newly ascended sage. Facing these 2 types of opponents, their wills were definitely at the sage level or even high-level sage. He would find it very troublesome to deal with even one. In the end, he might have to fight head-on against those reincarnated powerhouses. Win to live, lose to die. Ha! He let out a deep breath. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. Such immense pressure gave him a familiar feeling, the feeling he had when exploring secret realms back in the day. Even in the cosmic sea, because he had avatars, he had no crisis of falling, and this feeling had weakened. But now that feeling had returned. Even when facing world beasts before, Millions of world beasts slaughtering each other, tens of thousands of fourth-tier world beasts continuously blocking him, once forcing him to consider breaking through to true god. It was not as urgent as now. As a void true god rebelling against eternal true gods, both sides had the same high-level sage law comprehension, both sides had insufficient divine power, and both sides possessed more advanced secret arts. However, his divine power foundation was 10,000 times weaker. Zhang Yang felt immense pressure, yet also felt exhilarated. Behind the reincarnation gate, Ancestor Yuxian is still waiting for me. The endless small universes in the Shijian state capital are still waiting for me. I must win this battle. Zhang Yang swore firmly in his heart, then turned to the reincarnation gate and said softly, I want to know what I can gain after winning this battle. This scale of reincarnation battle was completely comparable to the long-renowned Hunyuan Heavenly Steps of the Origin Continent. And the top of the 4 lists of the Hunyuan Heavenly Steps could obtain a Yuan art with the character Yuan in its name. Although this secret art might not be as formidable as the Lai Yuan art as a secret art created by an ultimate powerhouse, it was certainly a secret art that countless god kings coveted. The reincarnation battle of the marketplace could not be without rewards. But after Zhang Yang spoke, there was no sound around, as if no one could hear his voice. Zhang Yang did not give up. He waited patiently. He believed that such an ultimate powerhouse would not be so stingy. Even if there was malice towards him, the marketplace had battle merits to exchange for treasures. This kind of reincarnation battle was a great crisis and equally should bring great opportunities. Since this powerhouse had not directly attacked him, he would certainly not obstruct him on such a small matter. Hey, good willpower. You actually discovered it. Worthy of an eternal true god who could kill a sage-level will. My chaos marketplace rarely opens the endless reincarnation battle. The number of times it opens is far fewer than the Supreme Hall opening the Hunyuan Heavenly Steps. If you can come out alive this time, besides being able to exchange battle merits for treasures, you can also obtain a great realm-breaking token. Nefenli's voice came from behind the reincarnation gate. Supreme Hall. Zhang Yang's heart stirred slightly. Since the Chaos Market could occupy the Chaos Space and initiate such a large-scale samsara war, its status was indisputable. The Void Station's status corresponded to that of the Chaos Market, making them the 2 supreme powers of the Origin Continent. And now the mention of the Supreme Hall, which was also the organizer of the Primordial Source Heavenly Steps, could it be the most mysterious third power of the Origin Continent? The Void Station controlled the inner space and the chaotic void, while the Chaos Market controlled the Chaos Space, thus dividing the Origin Continent into 2 parts. So what did the Supreme Hall control? Just a ranking list. Putting aside his doubts, Zhang Yang did not ask the other party about the Supreme Hall. Such information, since even the 3rd Patriarch from centuries ago did not know about it. The fact that the other party was telling him now likely carried a certain malice, perhaps even believing that he would not survive. However, obtaining a great realm-breaking token was still an excellent outcome. After all, this peculiar treasure was not man-made but could temporarily break the endless rules of the Origin Continent and traverse the boundless chaos as if opening a certain authority, hence why it was called a token. This special treasure was not recorded in the Duan Donghe inheritance, but the realm-breaking token had been present in Duan Donghe's time. Its appearance was not a token, but a special gas resembling a source, a circular light orb. If the realm-breaking token was like this, the great realm-breaking token should be similar. In the endless dark world, as Zhang Yang made no sound and Nefenli said nothing more, only faint light dots appeared in the boundless darkness. These dots were now approaching 100,000. When the number reached 100,000, the samsara war would fully commence. A war of life and death, where the weakest participants were eternal true gods of the 2nd divine body level. Zhang Yang stopped thinking about other matters. He was now regulating his emotions, for calmness was the key to victory in battle. Easy to say, but when facing life-threatening situations, few could keep their hearts from trembling. In battles at the eternal true god limit, the outcome could be decided in an instant. His previous arduous training in the cosmic sea was precisely to prepare for such a predicament. A purple light orb suddenly burst forth with countless radiances. The light dispelled the dark world, but the limited space was not fully visible. Zhang Yang could vaguely sense the space behind the samsara gate, but now it seemed as if the barriers had completely vanished. Without any obstruction around him, he felt an inexplicable sensation of rapid movement drawing closer to the purple light. The sound was very faint, barely reaching Zhang Yang's ears. Without careful attention, he might have thought it an illusion, but he knew it was not. He felt an inexplicable change in his direction of movement, just as another beige light emitted its glow. Sizzle. Another chaotic sound. The dim light dots all burst forth with countless radiances. Zhang Yang could no longer perceive the direction of his movement. The only thing he could sense was that the divine power aura of these nearly 100,000 light dots became increasingly clear. He had already gained some understanding of his opponents this time. However, what Zhang Yang sensed most clearly was the immense power of the top-tier expert. The ability to rapidly teleport 100,000 eternal true gods, scattered across the continent possibly, by utilizing the boundless points was still an unimaginable feat. He vaguely felt that when these 100,000 boundless points were activated the entire continent was under the control of this powerful being. Whoosh! The fluctuations of the rules ceased. The 100,000 boundless points calmed down, and the 100,000 eternal true gods were teleported to an unknown location. This was a slightly dim tunnel. The upper space was somewhat clearer, while below lay a layer of faint white mist. Wisps of mist intertwined flowing forward like thick smoke from a chimney. The tunnel was an irregular oval narrower in height, and width slightly elongated horizontally. There were no living creatures, only protruding gravel on the tunnel walls, and some crack-like gullies resembling the intestines of a strange creature. The entire tunnel had a diameter of less than 1,000 light-years, not particularly wide, and its length was impossible to measure because the tunnel meandered and twisted. The further away the dimmer the light, and at the end of the line of sight the walls gradually sloped. Suddenly a mass of gray smoke appeared above the tunnel space. The cloud kept changing, initially trembling then morphing into various bizarre shapes. With the appearance of a blue light, the gray smoke began to dissipate, revealing a humanoid figure in the center of the cloud. The dark figure stood out against the gray smoke. It stood upright in the air, gazing at the surrounding environment as if inspecting its own territory. A dark blue battle blade hovered beside it, trembling incessantly, with streaks of blue blade light darting around restlessly, ready to launch the most ferocious attack at any sign of disturbance. My perception is severely suppressed. Only my 5 senses are relatively unaffected. Divine power perception is the weakest, and even willpower perception is very vague. Zhang Yang murmured, then extended a hand. The divine power within him surged, forming a gray seal token in the dim tunnel. The token was about 10,000 kilometers in size. Ha! With a light shout, the chaos seal struck the nearby stone wall. Only a gray shadow remained in the space, and the next moment it was already before the wall. Bang! A muffled loud noise followed by cracking sounds around, as if something had broken. Zhang Yang looked toward the tunnel ahead. His eyes narrowed sharply. Only the spot where his secret art had struck showed a few cracks. The rest of the area remained unchanged. Where is this? He murmured, puzzled. The power of my secret art is unaffected, but this environment is too tough. A mere stone can annihilate a secret art at the saint level. The walls here contain some special rules. Even such an attack causes little disturbance. If a battle occurs, those far away likely wouldn't notice. Having roughly understood the environment, Zhang Yang activated his divine power and flew into the distance. Teleportation was possible here, but the walls were so hard that teleporting recklessly might end up trapped inside them, making escape extremely difficult. As the initiator of this samsara war, the pressure on him was immense. If he wanted to avoid facing the top-tier experts in the end, he had to take the lead from the start. He needed to keep killing to earn battle merits. Later he would specifically seek out the more powerful eternal true gods to kill so as to secure the highest score. Branch, branch, still branch. Zhang Yang flew for an entire year, encountering countless forks. The surroundings remained unchanged. Elliptical tunnels winding and twisting with countless branches. Only the uneven stones on the walls served as reference points, allowing him to barely familiarize himself with a small area, though he repeated many paths. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yang gradually explored outward. After passing another nearly 90-degree bend, he heard muffled striking sounds ahead. The divine power fluctuations were not very obvious, but the willpower perception was clearer. In this environment full of obstacles, willpower perception was slightly better than the 5 senses. He approached cautiously, slightly suppressing his divine power fluctuations. The 2 eternal true gods in battle did not notice him at all. Powerful divine power raged through the space, but it quickly dissipated without traveling far. In the battlefield, a purple figure and a red figure were constantly colliding. The purple figure was a strange fish-shaped beast over 100 million kilometers long. Its purple divine power aura enveloped cyan scales. It tried to flee with a tail flip, but the red figure intercepted it again. The red figure radiated blazing heat, its stronger divine power aura, suppressing the beast's eternal true god. It was also over 100 million kilometers tall, humanoid in shape, but not human. Its body was entirely composed of rock with reddish-yellow cracked stones, within the red divine power aura. As a powerful race, the Rock Clan had long overcome racial drawbacks at the eternal true god level. The seemingly heavy body was incredibly agile. With a burst of speed, the massive figure intercepted the beast eternal true god. Wrong. We are both wrong. This is not an ordinary samsara war. We have been fighting for so long without a decisive outcome. Let me go and you can find another target, roared the fish-shaped beast eternal true god. Wrong. Indeed we are wrong. You want to leave? Do you think there is any weaker opponent than you? Either kill me or be killed by me. That is the only chance to survive. the Rock Clan Eternal True God said in a low voice. It knew it could not finish this opponent quickly, but its luck might be good. It had encountered several battlefields in a short time. After observing, its heart turned cold. Among the Eternal True Gods in those battles, none were noticeably weaker than itself. The current opponent, though troublesome, was actually the weakest among the strong ones it had encountered. Ah! We were all deceived by the Chaos Market. Die! With a furious roar, the fish-shaped beast Eternal True God struggled one last time, instantly activating the 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion's secret art. The purple Divine Power aura that had been enveloping the fish-shaped beast Eternal True God gradually deepened from purple to dark purple. It was about to fight for its life. The 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art would burn most of its divine power in an instant. Only because it was at the 2nd divine body level could it barely perform it, and the effect was formidable. It could briefly erupt with power approaching the saint level. Humming, the armor on the fish-shaped beast Eternal True God shone brightly. A faint purple light radiated in all directions, distorting the surrounding space. The environment here contained special rules, making it incredibly stable. Only power at the saint level could slightly affect the space. No need to struggle. Since you can briefly use the 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art, the Rock Clan also has a similar secret art. With a low growl, the Rock Clan Eternal True God also unleashed its full combat power. The red light gradually solidified, forming a crimson armor around its body. Its size rapidly expanded, becoming 10 times larger in a short time, and it did not stop. Boom! 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 Both erupted with power approaching the saint level, but the cost was immense. The Divine Power Combustion's secret art, which could only be performed by saint-level cultivators, those who had a chaos space within their bodies and stored immense divine power, was far beyond the capacity of Eternal True Gods. For Eternal True Gods, divine power was still a precious resource. The divine power stored in their small universes had limits, and they could not carry too much source. They could not, like saint-level experts, occupy a continent's source and absorb divine power continuously like drinking tap water. A single clash consumed boundless divine power. After a few collisions, it would be exhausted. Sizzle. A sharp sound. The Rock Clan Eternal True God struck directly at the armor of the fish-shaped beast Eternal True God. In the collision of rock and armor, the former still had abundant divine power, while the aura of the beast Eternal True God gradually faded, leaving only a thin layer. You win! The fish-shaped beast Eternal True God said softly, regret in its eyes. It had heard rumors of the market's ill reputation, even that it would attack entrants, but it considered itself decently powerful. Moreover, the market it entered had a decent reputation, so it wanted to undergo the Samsara War for training. In an ordinary Samsara War involving thousands of markets, among the participants there would be Eternal True Gods who had achieved True God status through the path of laws alone, and more at the 1st divine body level. As a 2nd divine body level Eternal True God, at the limit its strength should be top tier among Eternal True Gods. Even if there were gaps, they would not be too great, giving it a good chance to survive. This time it seemed to burn its divine power first, but the Rock Clan Eternal True God could also burn its divine power. It could not escape, so it had to burn its divine power and gamble. Perhaps the opponent's divine power reserve was not as abundant as its own. Unfortunately, it lost. A mass of crimson fire struck. The eyes of the fish-shaped beast Eternal True God dimmed. Its True God heart had shattered, and its soul had completely dissipated. Sensing no life fluctuations, the Rock Clan Eternal True God stopped its attack. It stood still, the crimson flame on its body expanding and contracting before gradually fading. This battle had cost it heavily. You are actually not weak. It's just that, in this Demon Emperor Stone Cavern, dodging is severely restricted. Outside you wouldn't have to fight me to the death. But still, it's good to have won. From the fierce battle, even the 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art was activated. The source on him should not have been imprinted with will yet. I need to absorb the divine power quickly to replenish my small universe. Thus saying, the Rock Clan Eternal True God flew toward the opponent's corpse. But as it approached, its body involuntarily fell, and the life fluctuations disappeared. At the other end of the tunnel, a pair of gray eyes were especially clear even in the dim environment, and they were gradually approaching. Demon Emperor Stone Cavern, not recorded in the Duan Dongha inheritance. With a soft murmur, a human in black battle armor emerged from the darkness. The mere presence of his sharp aura filled the space. The gray misty eyes gradually became clear, with distinct black and white irises turning slightly. Reaching out, the 2 corpses flew over instantly. 11 top-quality sources flew out, 8 of which were still in perfect condition, while the remaining 3 had been partially consumed. Within the dimly lit stone cavern, light was scarce. This labyrinthine lair's tunnels twisted and coiled, the passages intricate and sprawling across an immeasurable distance. White mist still flowed silently at the bottom of the tunnel, unchanged through countless cycles of reincarnation. But when 100,000 eternal true gods descended, this peculiar region began to stir with noise. Spying, hiding, disguising, fighting, ambushing, sneaking. Looking around in this dim environment, all were enemies. Swish! From a crevice at the edge of the tunnel, a winged figure shot forth like a golden streak of light, vanishing in an instant. His speed was extraordinary, far surpassing most of the eternal true gods here. Bang! 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 From afar came a rumbling sound. The noise of space collapsing under unbearable strain. In this unique environment, being able to shatter space meant that both combatants had unleashed the power of a saint. Vast divine power rampaged through space, and powerful secret arts pulled at the endless laws hidden in the void. Such commotion was far greater than typical battles among eternal true gods. Facing such opponents, one had to be even more cautious. The watcher in the crevice slowed his pace. Now the streak of light was no longer so blurred, revealing the flying figure within and 6 pairs of enormous silver wings. His armor and wings were seamlessly integrated like a complete set of equipment. ZZZT. The distant battle raged on a deep blue blade arc, slicing through space, as if cutting a massive rift. The spatial crack extended all the way to a crevice in the tunnel. Opposite the blade-wielding strongman, a crimson light orb flickered, continuously enveloped in a faint red barrier. Occasionally it spewed massive fireballs, but each was quickly cleaved apart. The deep blue blade strikes crashed against the crimson fire mass, causing it to flicker. I can't get any closer. If I do, I'll be discovered. The silver-armored figure in the crevice murmured to himself. His head was fully encased in armor, only a pair of black eyes visible staring ahead. But the distance was still too great, his gaze could not yet reach. He could only rely on his will, perception, and the secret arts and divine power above the battle to gauge strength. Within the Demon Emperor's stone cavern, the aura of divine power is completely altered. Even distinguishing one's own race is difficult. But the eternal true god, currently at a disadvantage, should be an energy life form. His attack methods are somewhat peculiar. What race is the other eternal true god? The silver-armored eternal true god observed carefully, sensing for a moment before silently speaking. The secret art's power is at the initial level of a saint. Both have used the 7th volume of the divine power burning secret art. The other eternal true god is slightly stronger, but... He turned to look at the dim tunnel around him. Though he couldn't detect divine power fluctuations, his powerful will could sense some subtle anomalies. He was not the only one hidden here. There were at least 2 other eternal true gods lurking. He silently estimated the other 2 eternal true gods must have arrived earlier than me. Since they haven't struck yet, their strength is probably slightly weaker than the stronger one in battle, but not by much. In such a tense environment, no one can guarantee their war contributions are in the top 10. They want to wait until both sides have consumed some divine power before making a move. His heart felt a bit urgent. The reincarnation war had already been ongoing for hundreds of epochs. The 2 before him were not among the top powerhouses he had encountered. He had hunted many such opponents to ensure his war contributions remained in the top 10. The closer to the end, the more terrifying the powerhouses became. Although killing a strong enemy yielded more war contributions, it was certainly not as easy as escaping. He was not the initiator of the reincarnation war. He didn't need to surpass everyone in war contributions only to have more than the remaining 8 in the top 10. Thinking thus, gazing at the occasional flash of deep blue blade light ahead, the silver-armored eternal true god prepared to act. But just as he was about to strike, a thought occurred to him. If he could sense others with his will, then others could certainly sense him. Any will at the saint limit could detect the hidden figures. Had the 2 eternal true gods in battle noticed? Had the one with the advantage discovered the hidden powerhouses around? Was this level truly their full strength? Prudent, the silver-armored eternal true god's gaze grew heavy. He had encountered peak existences in the Demon Emperor's stone cavern before. Burning divine power secret art 7th volume. A powerful will at the God King level, comprehension of laws beyond the saint limit, are able to unleash the might of a high-level saint at full burst. If not for his many tricks and considerable strength, he would have barely escaped. Now 3 of them were hidden, watching the central battlefield. Could that strong man within the battlefield be luring them as well? His eyes showed slight struggle. The silver-armored eternal true god thought, let's try. If it works, then among the other 4 eternal true gods here I can kill at least 2. If this time it's also a powerhouse of that level, at most I'll waste some divine power. Divine power and will are restricted. The reborn saint's strength limit is high-level saint. There are several such powerhouses in the Demon Emperor's stone cavern, and I will have to fight them eventually. His gaze turned fierce and resolute. The silver armor on his head became ethereal, and the surrounding debris grew hazy. The entire world seemed to be pulled into a strange realm where everything lost its reality. Only an enormous eye suspended above him, with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, black and white, distinctly separated, became the core of the universe. Yuan art. A soft sound came from an unknown place. The other 4 powerhouses present only faintly sensed a ripple of will but couldn't lock onto its location. Will attacks cannot be resisted by others. Only the target themselves can withstand them. The moment the enormous eye took shape, the will attack had already struck, targeting the powerhouse who was fighting. If the attack missed, he would flee 1,000 miles. Luo Feng's eyes trembled slightly, and he immediately turned and retreated. Blocked. No effect at all. This weighed heavily on his heart. Even against reborn powerhouses with wills at the God King level, his Laiyuan art could suppress them, reducing their explosive power slightly. Though not by a full level, it was enough for him to escape. Because of this powerful will attack secret art, even when facing true saints, as long as they weren't at the peak level, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. He had always relied on this formidable secret art. The word Yuan in Laiyuan art implied no ordinary power. Even at the God King level, this art could be a significant advantage. Now he had finally met his match. Luo Feng was not surprised. The origin continent was vast and boundless. Since that powerhouse widely spread this secret art, there must be many weaker counterparts. Secret arts of the same type could resist the Laiyuan art. If the opponent's will was stronger than his, it would be useless. Luo Feng cast a deep glance behind him. After so many years in the Demon Emperor's stone cavern, he had become familiar with the fluctuations of divine power, here able to identify a powerhouse from subtle changes. The one fighting now was indeed fishing. He needed to be more cautious in the future. In this stone cavern, this was the only powerhouse that could counter him. An invisible ripple spread. Luo Feng's pupils contracted, his expression turning serious. He thought, here it comes. A hazy will attack descended. Luo Feng was not surprised. When the other party blocked the Laiyuan art, he knew they must also possess a will attack secret art. It wasn't used during the battle, likely to use the fluctuations to lure other eternal true gods closer. Clang. In his mind, it felt like a bell had been struck. For an instant, his mind was slightly affected and his combat power was briefly weakened. He was the master of the Laiyuan art, yet even defending was this difficult. But Luo Feng's face showed joy. Divine power fluctuations could be hidden, and will fluctuations could be suppressed, but the secret art's power and characteristics remained unchanged. He was very familiar with this kind of will attack, but he hadn't expected to encounter it here. Still, this was not the time for reminiscing. Luo Feng charged directly toward one of the hidden eternal true gods, aiming to claim the war contributions from the field. In the battlefield, Zhang Yang, who had been expressionless, cracked a smile. He had been fishing, nicely calculating that there were 4 eternal true gods present, and was considering whether to start reeling in. Then a will attack hit him right in the face. After taking that hit, Zhang Yang knew Luo Feng had arrived. After all, his own will attack secret art was created based on the Laiyuan art, and he had endured it countless times. He was still studying the Naying secret art, so he was very familiar with such arts and naturally unaffected. He was pleasantly surprised. He had never expected Luo Feng to join the battle. Finding a comrade in arms in the Demon Emperor's stone cavern was a dream. With 100,000 eternal true gods, only 10 could survive. These eternal true gods came from different regions. Not killing each other on sight could be considered friendship. Gripping his liu tighter, Zhang Yang smiled slightly at the eternal true god before him. Now there's no use keeping you. Shang Hongfu. Threads of gray chaotic mist rose in his black and white eyes, like the evolution of chaos itself, full of disorder and violence. Yet this wild power was fully contained within his eyes. As the hazy and powerful will rose, the environment within the stone cavern subtly changed. In this world exclusive to Zhang Yang's will, surrounding debris and mist vanished, leaving only endless chaotic mist churning. The will attack arrived instantly. Across from Zhang Yang, the dodging fiery energy lifeform suddenly became sluggish. Although energy lifeforms had no complete soul, their souls hiding within divine power, they could not resist will attacks. Will needed no medium, and no medium could hide it. As the deep blue blade light flashed, the saint-level power fully struck the opponent's divine body. The crimson fire mass exploded, leaving behind a sticky red gas sphere, several hundred kilometers in diameter, and a few scattered treasures. Zhang Yang reached out, and the life core of the opponent flew over, along with 4 top-quality sources. Only 2 sources remained intact, the other 2 were completely dim. In the Demon Emperor's stone cavern, divine power was the most precious resource. Accumulating endless energy ensured one's combat was unrestrained. Don't you think it's a bit late to run now? Zhang Yang smiled disdainfully. Luo Feng was fighting one hidden eternal true god, and another hidden eternal true god tried to flee upon seeing his battle end. A hazy will rose again. The Donghua secret art was directly executed. Zhang Yang transformed into a black streak of light, chasing that eternal true god, and once within range, he unleashed another will attack. Soon Zhang Yang and Luo Feng both ended their battles, meeting in mid-air. I never thought we would meet here, less than a cycle of reincarnation apart. Zhang Yang said with a light smile. Luo Feng smiled back. By chance I was training in a chaotic battlefield, and saw the reincarnation war open, so I joined in. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Earlier I sensed your battle. You must have dealt with your enemy. Now it seems the small fry brought in the big one, and you're trapped in the market. A cold light flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Indeed an old one came. But it's not that I can't escape. I'm just training in the market. When I come out things won't end so simply. Zhang Yang looked him up and down agreeing. The chaotic battlefield suits you. You've already comprehended the two opposing origins to the limit, only one step away from reversing yin and yang to control the chaos law. Luo Feng nodded. I owe that to Melosa. The destruction of the Beast King is very pure, which greatly accelerated my comprehension. This reincarnation war seems a bit different. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed it's different. I applied for this reincarnation war. If you applied it would probably be the same scale. Luo Feng's expression froze, his pupils slightly contracting. Is the opening of the market reincarnation war based on talent? He knew the reputation of the market well. He had been training in the chaotic market, implying that the greater the talent the more targeted one became. More or less. Did Melosa come in? Zhang Yang asked. Luo Feng nodded. He came, but when we entered the Demon Emperor's stone cavern we were separated. I can only roughly sense his location, but with such intricate tunnels heading in that direction might not lead to a meeting. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. A fully developed Beast King given enough resources would be terrifying if unleashed in this battlefield, capable of fighting 10,000 alone. Melosa's life level was equivalent to an eternal true god of the third divine body level. Each warrior he spawned was nearly as strong as himself. Though time was short and resources might be scarce, there was no need to worry about his safety. His rate of earning war contributions might even surpass theirs. Originally I felt some pressure when this reincarnation war began, since I have to be first in war contributions to end it. After entering the Demon Emperor's stone cavern I briefly fought reborn saints. Honestly their strength is slightly better than mine. Now that I've met you I'm much more at ease. Together we have a chance to kill even reborn powerhouses. Luo Feng smiled. 2 attacks should suppress a lot of their power. With enough strength there's a chance to kill. I won't refuse. Good. Zhang Yang nodded. Then let's first hunt for prey, accumulate some divine power, and finally deal with those peak existences. Roar. A terrifying beastly roar saturated with brutality, madness, and the essence of annihilation. Beneath the dim stone cavern the mist that resembled flowing white water suddenly dispersed. Within the pale haze a black head resembling a wolf's cranium emerged. Its surface, spanning millions of kilometers in diameter, was devoid of any fur, covered only by a pitch-black leathery hide. It possessed only a single mouth with no nose or ears on its face. A vertical eye sat atop its head, rendering its visage utterly grotesque. Roar! Opening its gaping maw it let out a thunderous roar. Sharp white fangs glinted with chilling coldness. The sound that had echoed earlier originated from this bizarre beast. Then another head rose from the white mist, similarly covered in black leathery skin without hair. Soon its entire body and limbs emerged from the haze, transforming into a streak of black light that pursued the distant bend. Whoosh! Another black beast appeared, darting forward without any pause. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 of them. 10. A dense mass of dark streaks shot forward from the white mist in pursuit. At the very end a white radiance appeared. Its body was as pure as jade, resembling a human in form. On its head a single antenna-like protrusion stood. It wore no armor, simply materializing above the white mist, exuding an aura of perfection. Even the insectoid empress would feel inferior before it. It seems we won't catch this prey. Its strength is mediocre, but its speed is not slow. A melodious voice echoed, its gaze fixed on the golden light sphere that the ugly beasts were chasing. Under this pursuit the target's speed had increased further, and the warriors it had spawned could not keep up. Never mind. I'd better reunite with my master as soon as possible. We should be fairly close now, but the environment here is too complex. To meet, I'll have to keep trying the nearby passages. Only by finding the marks my master left behind can there be a chance of encounter. A melodious sound rang out. All the bizarre beasts that had been chasing began to return. Yet the golden light sphere continued its frantic flight forward, without any sign of stopping. Whoosh! Returning to a familiar area, the golden light sphere vanished, instantly teleporting to a location it had visited before. Teleportation was possible in already explored areas. This was the best escape tactic. In a slightly different stone chamber, space rippled and a golden sphere materialized. At its center was a luminous orb surrounded by over 90,000 long golden spikes. Damn it! A voice emanated from the light sphere. Ming Ting spoke with fury. I actually ran into the 10th ranked world Beast King. Damn! It's too restrictive for me. I've lost half my divine power. Only the ruins market would accept such a destructive creature. How could a world beast king appear in this reincarnation battle? I'm so unlucky. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of golden spikes shot toward the side stone wall, leaving millions of pinhole-sized cavities. It seemed to be venting its frustration. Among the 100,000 eternal true gods, only 10 could survive. The weakest among them were at the second level of divine body, while nearly 100 had reached the third level. There were even reincarnated eternal true gods. The pressure of death made its heart restless. After venting, Ming-Ting calmed down. No, I can't panic. I still have hope. My kill rate was high earlier. Even if I'm not in the top 10 in battle merits, I should be in the top 20. The more it spoke, the more its mood sank. Initially the weak were many and battle merits increased quickly. After all, speed was the key. As an energy life form, it excelled in divine power suppression. A single wave would obliterate those who couldn't withstand it, while those who survived could be assessed and either killed or fled from. But now only a few hundred of the 100,000 eternal true gods remained. Those who survived were all formidable, let alone those ranked above it. Such strong opponents likely dispatched weaker ones with overwhelming power. The odds of Ming-Ting defeating them were slim. But only 10 will survive in the end. I'll have to fight for my life against those stronger than me. If only I had a companion like the mysterious origin twin stars, I'd have a chance to survive. They seem to be from the human race of the living beings category. Both are adept at will attacks. Even the 7 reincarnated saint-level powerhouses among the top 10 have to give way to them. One of them is only slightly stronger than me, yet he's ranked second. After speaking, Ming-Ting felt both envy and jealousy. To have a reliable companion in such a reincarnation battlefield was truly a stroke of luck. Buzz, buzz. Strange ripples spread through the space. Ming-Ting's expression stiffened and he murmured, "It's happening again. The suppression within the Demon Emperor's cavern weakens each time. Soon it will vanish entirely, and then the final battle will begin." And, at this point, Ming-Ting's eyes turned extremely wary. The reason the Demon Emperor's cavern possessed such powerful suppression was the presence of 100,000 soul servants. The Demon Emperor, a top-tier powerhouse of the continent in ancient times, had soul servants who were at least saint level, with many even at the divine king level. All of them had been buried here when the Demon Emperor perished. Normally such powerful beings would have vanished upon death, but no one expected that this powerhouse hadn't completely fallen. After countless years, the Demon Emperor returned and turned his former burial ground into a tomb. To ensure peace for his loyal subordinates, whose wills lingered, he refined them into soul servants using special treasures, allowing them to exist in an incomplete, unnatural state. The Demon Emperor's cavern naturally possessed certain restrictions. With the Demon Emperor's modifications and the wills of over 100,000 saint-level beings suppressing it, the area usually had immense oppressive power. When these soul servants were about to awaken, that suppression would gradually fade. Ming-Ting glanced around warily, his expression conflicted. As the suppression weakened, it would inevitably encounter the other reincarnation battle powerhouses, putting it in grave danger. Revival after death came at a cost. This was the Demon Emperor's cavern, where the environment itself constrained wills. If trapped here alongside the 100,000 soul servants, it would become a soul servant of the Demon Emperor for eternity. The worst possible outcome. The location of its resurrection secret art was far too distant, and it had no idea how long it would take to revive. There could even be other accidents such as will deficiency or reduced talent. I must not fall. I'm fast enough. Even if I can't make the top 10 in strength, as long as I survive until only 10 remain, I'll be fine. Holding on to this faint hope, Ming-Ting transformed into a golden streak and flew toward an unfamiliar tunnel. Shortly after it left, the surrounding space trembled slightly, and 2 figures, one black and one silver, appeared where Ming-Ting had stood. Zhang Yang laughed. "It's fast, but this one has a decent will. Probably barely at the divine king level. Its divine power fluctuations are also strong. We can't let it escape. Can it teleport from its current position?" Luo Feng focused his gaze ahead and replied, "No problem. The direction it's heading is one I've already explored. I'll cross the spatial blockade and intercept it from the front. You chase from behind." An eternal true god at the 3rd level of divine body must have accumulated quite a bit of battle merit. Zhang Yang nodded. "All right. The detection range has expanded again. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's clear out the weaker ones quickly. Once the reincarnation battle ends, we can leave." Luo Feng nodded slightly, his figure gradually blurring. With a flash of space, he teleported ahead to intercept Ming-Ting. Zhang Yang glanced toward the bottom of the tunnel. The white mist there had become very thin. He could faintly sense strange will fluctuations from time to time. After a brief probe, he transformed into a black streak and pursued forward. Space quivered. Ming-Ting's heart trembled as well. The worst had happened. Earlier it had used familiar terrain to teleport and evade the World Beast King's pursuit. Now others could do the same to intercept it. Space vibrated gently. A silver light flickered and a human clad in silver armor appeared ahead. Black hair, black eyes, silver wings and armor. Ming Ting growled, his body trembling. You are Silver Wing of the mysterious origin twin stars. Where is Blue Blade? Aren't you two always together? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Dealing with you doesn't require both of us. I alone am enough. He and Zhang Yang were renowned for their will attacks. With 2 simultaneous will strikes they could suppress even a divine king level will. They had already slain 2 reincarnated powerhouses. But those reincarnated eternal true gods had once reached higher realms, so not all could be taken down. Their success rate was only half. 2 reincarnated powerhouses had fallen, 1 had escaped, and 1 had proven untouchable even when they fought together. Their reputation spread because their will attacks reached the level of Yuan technique, earning them the name Mysterious Origin, and as rising stars without reincarnation they were also called twin stars. After speaking, Luo Feng simply watched it in no hurry to act. He had fought alongside Zhang Yang nearly 1,000 times and knew him well. His task now was to hold this soulless race powerhouse in place. Ming Ting stared at the silver armor, silver wings, and silver tower. His heart relaxed slightly. According to rumor, Silver Wing was weaker than Blue Blade. The opponent might be stronger than it, but killing it instantly was impossible. It didn't know whether to consider itself lucky or unlucky. Lucky. Only one of the mysterious origin twin stars had appeared weaker than the reincarnated powerhouses, so no immediate danger of death. Unlucky. When one appeared, the other wouldn't be far behind. Back when it was at the Law Master stage, it had lingered for countless cycles to achieve the 3rd level of Divine Body with 90000 times the gene level. Then, at the Eternal True God stage, it had lingered again for countless cycles to break through to Saint level. Its will had already reached the Saint level, barely touching the Divine King realm. But that level was insufficient to withstand the combined will attacks of the 2. Golden light flickered incessantly, betraying its inner turmoil. It knew Zhang Yang would arrive soon. Glancing at the pair of silver wings. Though silver in color, their shape clearly matched the chaos golden wings of the Wu Kingdom. The opponent was also extremely fast, making escape all but hopeless. I think we don't have to fight. You don't lack battle merits. Luo Feng stared at it calmly and nodded casually. Whatever it said, it would soon fall regardless. Ming Ting's heart chilled. It said unwillingly. Because of your existence, others have started forming teams. You have many battle merits, but the remaining few hundred also have plenty. I am also adept at will attacks. If you let me join you, we can surely secure a top 10 spot. Luo Feng remained expressionless. His gaze shifted to the tunnel behind it. He could already sense the rapidly approaching divine power fluctuations. Zhang Yang would be here soon. Ming Ting's eyes darted, then he said, I am a disciple of the God Illusion Kingdom Lord. My master holds one of the 3,000 supreme positions. I can exchange the secrets of the Demon Emperor's cavern with you. If you accept me, I can swear by the supreme laws never to betray you. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. The latter part didn't interest him, but the former did. He knew of the God Illusion Kingdom. Like the Divine Wood Kingdom, it was a powerful realm. However, the Divine Wood Kingdom relied on world beasts, while the God Illusion Kingdom relied on powerful illusion techniques. The personal strength of the God Illusion Kingdom Lord. Your master is from the Supreme Hall. A clear voice came from behind. Zhang Yang had silently appeared behind Ming Ting. He was also interested in this matter. Ming Ting's heart shuddered. As expected, Blue Blade had arrived shortly after Silver Wing. If it had chosen to fight earlier, the incoming attack would have been a devastating will strike. After a moment of hesitation, it said, You must at least guarantee that you won't attack me. Just by looking at their appearances, it abandoned any hope of being fully accepted by them. Among the human race, there were many ethnic groups with significant differences. But these two were clearly of the same race, and their bond was far deeper than that. As long as they didn't attack it, it could at least escape from the reincarnated powerhouses and might even survive until the end. Zhang Yang exchanged a glance with Luo Feng, then said, If the information you provide is valuable enough, we will spare you. Ming Ting looked at them both. Now that the knives were at its throat, it could only trust that they would keep their word as proud powerhouses. The Supreme Hall is the most elite force in the Origin Continent, far more powerful than the Chaos Ruins Market and the Void Station. True powerhouses all choose to join the Supreme Hall, not the other two. Zhang Yang's pupils dilated slightly. This information had not been recorded by the 3rd-generation ancestor. It seemed that only those like the Divine Wood Kingdom Lord who could enslave a world beast and rival many kingdoms could join. The reason is that the Invincible Yuan left countless ultimate techniques in the Supreme Hall. It is said that the name, Supreme Hall, originates from this powerhouse, once giving teachings in a palace in an unknown region. In fact, the Supreme Hall has another name. Zhang Yang asked, What is it? The Hunyuan Divine Palace. Ming Jing spoke in a low voice. Any powerhouse who joins this faction will surely achieve true Hunyuan. His eyes were filled with reverence for his master. The illusory divine realm lord had attained such a realm. Postnatal beings could cultivate their bodies to perfection, making their physical forms comparable to innate Hunyuan beings, thus witnessing a broader world. Luo Feng frowned and asked in a deep voice, Hunyuan. He had only received the inheritance from Duandonghe and the memory stone left by the Jin God King. Although he was now fairly familiar with the origin continent, when it came to the most obscure information of this world, the realms of Mount Lord and the Third Patriarch were somewhat insufficient. The God King realm was indeed formidable. A relatively large kingdom could occupy a distance of billions of Hunyuan. If a true god wished to traverse such vast distances using teleportation, it would take a billion cycles of reincarnation. A territory so vast they could never cross in a single lifetime. The Void True God realm might be slightly better, but even then it would require hundreds of trillions or quadrillions of void teleportations, consuming immense energy and a considerable amount of time. To occupy such a vast territory was indeed a sign of a top-tier power. Those ancient kingdoms even had many god kings with saints numbering in the hundreds and eternal true gods beyond count. Even a dimension beast king, which represented the destruction of an entire dimension, could be resisted by such a kingdom. However, this world was simply too immense. With boundless territories, there would naturally be even stronger beings, not relying on numbers but on realms. Like the Hunyuan Divine Palace, it only absorbed top-tier powerhouses. Those below that level were not even informed of its existence. Such powerful kingdoms had existed far longer than ordinary ones, and some had even become legends hidden among the many nations. Those below that level could never know the secrets within. It was like the Divine Wood Kingdom described by Mount Lord. They possess a dimension beast that no longer goes berserk and can breed an endless army of dimension beast warriors. It's already a blessing that they don't attack other kingdoms. Who would dare provoke them without benefit? Seeing Luo Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Yang said softly, "The Supreme Hall, also known as the Hunyuan Divine Palace, is the third hidden faction on the origin continent, besides the Void Relay Station and the Chaos Bazaar. Could it be that the Hunyuan Heavenly Steps were created by this faction? The genius ranking of Law Masters, the Pantheon of Gods for True Gods, Void True Gods, and Eternal True Gods, the Peerless ranking for Saint-level beings, and even the Supreme ranking that ranks God Kings." Ming Jing quickly added to prove his value, "Yes. Once an ordinary realm lord takes a step further, they become Hunyuan, ascending to the Supreme Hall, and no longer participating in the chaotic battles of the various factions. The purpose of the Hunyuan Heavenly Steps is to cultivate true Hunyuan powerhouses. Therefore, the geniuses on the rankings receive a certain degree of protection. As long as they don't get involved in the conflicts between factions, they face no danger of falling." Luo Feng nodded without saying anything, but his eyes remained fixed on Zhang Yang. He always felt that this mysterious senior might know even more. Zhang Yang met his gaze, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The closer they became, the more they could vaguely sense each other's secrets. At lower levels it was easy to bluff, but at this stage hiding things was no longer so simple. He asked in a low voice, "You want to know?" Luo Feng chuckled lightly and nodded. It seemed his guess was correct. There was indeed something Zhang Yang hadn't told him. Zhang Yang paused for a moment. Now Luo Feng had reached the limit of eternal true God, and his next step was to become a saint. He had once comprehended the birth and death of the original universe, and by his side was Mo Luosa, a dimension beast king embodying ultimate destruction. Reaching the God King realm was only a matter of time. Moreover, because of his 1000000-fold gene level, he had the foundation for further advancement. The two had only met by chance, and before that Luo Feng had been fleeing for who knows how long. The distance between them was immense. At such a realm, since the opportunity had arisen, Zhang Yang didn't want to hide things. Glancing at Ming Jing, he transmitted to Luo Feng, "Starting from the path of cultivation, True God has 4 stages: Void True God 4 stages, Eternal True God 4 stages, Saint-level beings 4 stages, and God Kings also have strengths and weaknesses. The Third Patriarch and the Jin God King are not invincible among these kingdoms." Luo Feng nodded lightly. Mount Lord's kingdom had been destroyed by the 3 realm lords of the Devouring Kingdom, forcing him to flee to the Cosmic Sea to enslave a dimension beast. The Third Patriarch had likely taken a risk back then, preparing his inheritance early. Even at such realms they faced the danger of falling. Among these kingdoms they were truly not that strong. Ming Jing was bewildered. These two were definitely communicating something, but what needed to be hidden from him? Earlier they didn't even know about the Hunyuan Divine Palace. Could there be secrets he didn't know about? He was a direct disciple from a great kingdom considered top tier among eternal true gods at the 3rd stage of divine body. He ranked 96th on the Pantheon of Gods and was the most talented being in his race. It was only because he had met these two that he felt inferior. Actually, his willpower was quite strong. Otherwise, the illusory divine realm lord wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Feeling underestimated by the two, Ming Jing's golden light flickered briefly to assert his presence, but he dared not be too stubborn in such a disadvantageous position. Zhang Yang ignored him and continued transmitting to Luofeng. Based on my deductions, God Kings also have 4 stages of power. The Wu Kingdom and Jin Kingdom are not particularly strong. At their peak they had only a dozen or so saints. For a God King Kingdom, this should be considered an early stage, and the strength of those 2 God Kings should be at the first stage, just entering. Luofeng's pupils constricted slightly, and he transmitted back. A God King 100 million light-years tall is only at the first stage. Then what kind of existence is the Hunyuan that goes beyond? And if there are 2 more stages above, what realm is the Yuan? Who created the Lai Yuan technique? Hunyuan, you should have sensed it already. Zhang Yang said meaningfully. Luofeng's eyes flickered as he pondered the past. He tentatively asked, "You once asked me to send the Dimension Beast's blood to Master, and Master wanted to enslave a Dimension Beast. The powerful Divine Wood Kingdom enslaved a Dimension Beast and became a legend. Could the secret to becoming Hunyuan lie in the Dimension Beast?" Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively and transmitted. "We entered this vaster origin continent from a single dimension, but even the origin continent has its limits. It is merely one source world within the infinite Hunyuan. In the cosmic sea of a dimension, the original universe is the most revered, nurturing all life. In the infinite Hunyuan source worlds are similarly noble, nurturing endless life. A dimension is equivalent to a part of this source world. The Dimension Beast represents destruction, while the original universe represents vitality. By cultivating in imitation of the grand rules made manifest, if one merges life and destruction, they can naturally become the most supreme being in this source world. Actually, Mount Lord got one thing wrong. The Divine Wood Realm Lord became a legendary figure that many kingdoms dared not attack, not because of his Dimension Beast army. You and I are familiar with Dimension Beasts. If one cannot transform their own power into Dimension Beast power, enslavement is impossible. This is a rule. Even the most powerful enslavement technique from Duandongha would be useless. The Divine Wood Realm Lord must have been helpless at the time. No kingdom would tolerate another that controls such immense power. Free Dimension Beasts are no weaker than enslaved ones, and they could destroy the Divine Wood Kingdom. Only when the Divine Wood Realm Lord studied the Dimension Beast's blood and perfected himself, achieving a Hunyuan body, could he enslave the Dimension Beast. His realm was one level higher than most kingdoms, and joining the mysterious Supreme Hall provided sufficient deterrence. Luofeng nodded slightly. Following the ripples in his soul, he turned to look at the dark stone wall in the direction of Mo Luosa. He hadn't expected that the crisis of the Dimension Beast would actually smooth his future cultivation. But suddenly Luofeng's expression tensed. Every gain came with a loss, a life and destruction were opposites. He transmitted, in the infinite Hunyuan, could there be beings like the Dimension Beast? Though it was a question, his heart was certain. Zhang Yang's eyes widened slightly, and he nodded, transmitting, innate Hunyuan lifeforms are as noble as a source world. Though they don't represent destruction like the flame star beasts among the star beasts, they devour the endless essence of source worlds. When the essence dissipates, the source world decays, eventually eroded by the infinite Hunyuan force into pure energy, waiting for the next chance conception. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yang added, the great being Yuan who created the Lai Yuan technique is a powerhouse capable of guarding a source world. But powerhouses have different personalities, and their styles vary slightly. Luofeng understood. Just like his teacher True Yen King, who was rough yet meticulous, the Axe Creator bold and uninhibited, the Chaos City Lord impartial, and this senior in front of him who might seem gloomy at times but actually enjoyed joking. Yuan. Luofeng formed a preliminary impression of this powerhouse. Having his inheritance spread across a dimension and guarding a source world, he must be a great, compassionate and benevolent being. But when he thought of the environment here and the rumors from the bazaar, Luofeng's expression turned grim. He transmitted, the Hunyuan heavenly steps are established by the Supreme Hall. What about the bazaar? And the Void Relay Station? Were they all built by that same powerhouse? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and shook his head. He paused for a moment, unsure whether to continue. A being as powerful as Yuan surely wouldn't care about their discussion. But he couldn't say the same for the powerhouses here. He had some guesses about the Chaos Bazaar and the Void Relay Station, but he didn't know if speaking them out would anger them. Suddenly gray threads rose in Zhang Yang's eyes, quickly forming a chaotic mist, while his powerful will converged in his gaze. Luofeng's eyes sharpened and he became alert. So cautious. He was going to use the Lai Yuan technique to communicate. As a top-tier Yuan technique, its essence was a will technique of the Lord level. Even a Hunyuan level powerhouse would need considerable time to comprehend it. Now both Zhang Yang and Luofeng had God King level wills, not much weaker than the other. But because of the strangeness of this location, which had even spawned peculiar rules, the powerful being here had an incredible realm and high control over the area. That was why Zhang Yang chose this seemingly invincible method of communication. A hazy will attacked Luo Feng, and Zhang Yang conveyed his thoughts. The Hunyuan must be vast beyond imagination, and the number of source worlds within it is certainly not small. A powerhouse at Yuan's level certainly wouldn't bother with the conflicts of a single source world. These three factions might be related to him, but they weren't necessarily built by him. Luo Feng nodded. Back when they were supreme in the original universe, the human race was divided into the Virtual Universe Company, the Axe Arena, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, and the Earth Lineage. Even within the race there were many conflicts. Even the Earth Lineage wasn't built by the two of them. It was due to interests and resource struggles that their disciples along with Hong and others established it using their names. They merely nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang continued to transmit information through his will, the Supreme Hall, the Chaos Bazaar, and the Void Relay Station. As the top forces of the Origin Continent, they must be led and governed by supreme powerhouses. I mentioned before that God Kings are also divided into 4 stages. The third Patriarch and Mount Lord should be at the first stage, which can be called semi-Hunyuan lifeforms. The Divine Wood Realm Lord comprehended the Dimension Beast's blood, and achieved a Hunyuan body, but that is only the second stage. Not the strongest. He should be considered a low-level Hunyuan lifeform. At this level one can roam the infinite Hunyuan, though it should be very dangerous. There are 2 more stages. The third stage is high-level Hunyuan lifeforms, and the fourth stage limit is world-level Hunyuan lifeforms. I speculate that the 3 top factions were established by 3 world-level Hunyuan lifeforms. Luo Feng asked, did they do this for order? Even as he said it, he found it hard to believe. The Void Relay Station seemed to provide services, and the Supreme Hall focused on cultivation, but the Void Relay Station also wanted geniuses to fall. If it was meant as training, it was too brutal and crude. Moreover, there were many cases of directly attacking entrants. Those weren't necessarily geniuses but pure malice. He didn't believe that 3 top powerhouses built these factions just for order. At such a realm, ordinary wealth was useless. Low-level Hunyuan might still be in danger when traversing Hunyuan space, but world-level Hunyuan bearing the title world should not care about such external things or the rise and fall of a single source world. Zhang Yang shook his head, smiling inwardly, and said with a sigh, they are here to break through. Luo Feng's eyes tightened. Break through. To reach Yuan's level. He had inherited Yuan's technique and could understand how formidable that realm was. Combined with the countless legends of Yuan on the Origin Continent, it naturally inspired awe. Now someone was trying to break through to that realm. It was shocking. But could building such factions really lead to a breakthrough? In the Cosmic Sea and the original universe, even when building factions, top powerhouses always contributed. What help could the weak possibly provide to the strong? Zhang Yang swept his gaze across the surroundings, as if trying to imprint the entire world into his view. He conveyed with his will, those who have reached the saint level have comprehended all laws and mastered the chaos law themselves. Thereafter they begin to cultivate their own Tao, using it as the backbone to independently evolve an internal universe within their bodies. The universe and the self become one. I am the universe and the universe is me. As such an exalted entity, one's perception has already transformed, allowing a clearer understanding of the world. Upon becoming a God King, one's own Tao has reached perfection. Through this extraordinary realm, one integrates their Tao into the world, comprehending the supreme rules, employing them, mastering them, altering them, and even creating them. Luo Feng nodded slightly in agreement. The inheritance of the third patriarch had once described the marvels of this realm. Even though the mountain guest had fallen, he could still reincarnate within the primal universe, and even prevented the will of the primal universe from acting against him again. He must have had a certain level of understanding of the supreme rules. Zhang Yang spoke with a distant gaze. The divine power of an eternal true God is already equivalent to the essence of the universe. A saint-level being can store boundless divine power, and the body of a God King spans over 100 million light-years. How immense is the divine power it can contain? From the 6th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art to the 9th, each combustion consumes an order of magnitude more divine power. To execute the secret arts created by the Chaos Law requires burning endless divine power to sustain them. Those secret arts that involve the formation of rules can shake the entire Origin Continent, demanding an almost infinite amount of divine power. Such boundless divine power can only be provided by the Origin Continent itself. The primal universe has its own consciousness, and the source world also possesses its own consciousness. The reason those great beings established these factions is to gain the recognition of the Origin Continent's consciousness. But this is extremely difficult, requiring the acknowledgement of countless living beings. If they can control and refine the source of the source world, and comprehend the ultimate secret of the chaotic origin realm, they can achieve the supreme existence. Luo Feng frowned and said, the Void Station is renowned far and wide, thus well known by countless beings. But the chaotic origin palace remains hidden and unrevealed. Without the narration of a true chaotic origin lifeform, outsiders cannot know of it. How can it gain the recognition of living beings? As for the Chaos Market, it is extremely dangerous located within this chaotic origin space. Only those at the pinnacle eternal true God level can enter, and even then most die. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, I am only making rough inferences. The three top powerhouses are engaged in a game, each trying to control the entire origin continent in their own way. There must be many secrets involved, and one cannot determine their intentions without reaching that realm. However similar to the Supreme Hall, every God King vaguely knows of such a vast faction and aspires to join it. Meanwhile, the subjects of the origin continent are extremely loyal to their own kingdoms, much like the races of your and my holy universes. They might be trying to use the prestige of Yuan to gain recognition from countless beings from a high vantage point. Even the three forbidden lands we saw in the Cosmic Sea might be the means of some supreme being. As for the Chaos Market, he controls the infinite points of the chaotic space. Although brutal, his fame is undeniable. Many strong beings have fallen there, and who knows if he might tamper with them after they fall. Of course, he might also be thinking of forcibly controlling it. Luo Feng's eyes flickered, but he suddenly laughed. I thought this origin continent was like the primal universe, a survival battle among countless races, but it turns out the entire continent is just a game among a few supreme beings. Breaking through to God King. As he spoke, Luo Feng's heart surged with passion. From an ordinary earth human to a being close to the saint level, could he reach the supreme realm of Yuan? He too aspired to achieve it. Zhang Yang said coldly, strength determines status and height. Belonging to a race protected by its top experts, one must naturally fight for the race. A powerhouse rises within a dimension, accumulating grudges along the way. At a certain realm, they must also take a side. The 3,000 dimensions are the true invaders of the origin continent. To survive, even if we become true chaotic origin beings, we must suppress the natives of the origin continent. Even reaching the realm of Yuan, there is still the distinction between innate and acquired chaotic origin. Protecting one source world inevitably involves conflict. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, then teased, so senior, do you think I can reach the realm of An? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and said vaguely, perhaps. Luo Feng smiled slightly and said, what should we do with this energy life form? Zhang Yang said indifferently, our points should be leading by now, having killed 2 reincarnated experts. He probably doesn't have many points. Keeping him as a helper is fine. Luo Feng nodded lightly. Then let's keep him. He's harmless anyway, and he seems quite sensible. After their exchange, Luo Feng asked Ming Ting, I sense an aura of destruction on you. Did you encounter a world beast king here? Ming Ting transformed into a golden giant, grinning. Yes, a world beast king at the pinnacle of eternal true God. Its own destructive techniques were terrifying, and it had spawned over 100 world beasts at the same level. I exhausted a lot of divine power to escape. Luo Feng said calmly, where did you encounter it? Take us there. Ming Ting's expression changed. I'd rather not go. From their birth, world beasts have a strong will, naturally resistant to will attacks. Unlike reincarnated experts who expend great mental energy to activate powerful secret arts, your will attacks might not affect it. Then you'd have to engage in a war of attrition over divine power. A world beast king is so formidable that even the reincarnated experts dare not fight it head-on. Luo Feng remained unmoved, repeating, take us there. Ming Ting's whole body flickered, then he could only nod helplessly. He had escaped alone before, and now with 3 of them escape would be easier. Still, he didn't believe they could kill a world beast king. With a shift of his will, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and a spatial passage appeared before the 3. Ming Ting said nothing and flew straight in. Zhang Yang nodded at Luo Feng, fearless, and flew in as well. When they reappeared, the 3 found themselves in a strange stone tunnel. Not long after Maluosa, who had been summoned, arrived, now transformed into an earth-human appearance. Master! Maluosa said respectfully, then glanced past the cautious Ming Ting, and locked his gaze on Zhang Yang, his eyes trembling slightly. Soul Ghost, true God, long time no see. Zhang Yang smiled lightly, greeting with familiarity. Indeed, it's been a long time. Since entering the origin continent, 7 trillion epochs had passed, and the 2 had known each other in the Cosmic Sea for that long. Seeing how familiar the 3 were, Ming Ting's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that the seemingly slightly stronger Luo Feng could enslave a world beast. He recalled that the Divine Illusion Realm Lord had once told him that world beasts could help in achieving chaotic origin. At the same time, he vaguely understood why the 2 had teamed up in such a place. World beasts only exist in the Cosmic Sea of a dimension. They were likely both from the same dimension and had survived the world beast crisis together in the Cosmic Sea. In one cycle, only a few dozen Cosmic Sea experts from the 3,000 dimensions enter the origin continent. Yet these 2 were from the same Cosmic Sea. What shocked Ming Ting even more was that world beasts could only be conquered by true gods with the 3rd level of divine body. These 2 were clearly at that level. It was already extremely difficult to reach the 3rd level of divine body in the boundless origin continent. For a barren dimension to produce two such experts. And within just 3 epochs. This wasn't reincarnation of experts at true gods could reincarnate but world beasts could not. This world beast was only at eternal true god level, so it must not have been in the origin continent long. 10 cycles, or 5 cycles, Silver Wing and Blue Blade had reached the pinnacle of eternal true god in such a short time. Even if their cultivation speed was understandable, how could their will have improved so quickly? In an instant Ming Ting was completely confounded. Luo Feng ignored his thoughts and said directly, "Now that we're all here, Maluo-sa, split your divine body and quickly search for the target." "Yes, master," Maluo-sa replied respectfully. Then the world beast power within him trembled and countless avatars split from his body. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Tens of millions of avatars surged out like a torrent sweeping through the surroundings. Such a number made the search extremely efficient. Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "It seems I should study avatar techniques too. Even if they can't all maintain full combat power, as long as I supply divine power they won't be too weak." Luo Feng warned, "Dividing the will is still dangerous. I encountered a cunning eternal true god from the Devourer school in the market. He caught me off guard at first, but then I had Maluo-sa disguised as me and that guy fell for it." Zhang Yang nodded. Dividing the will was indeed risky, as flesh and blood beings splitting into avatars meant splitting the soul into 2 parts. After all, they were not world beasts. From birth, world beasts have 10 billion avatars, but they share a single destruction origin. Their apparent battles are actually a process of fusion. They possess the characteristics of the 4 major races, including the spirit gathering race and energy race. While the will does not strengthen when gathered, it can be freely transferred when dispersed. I'll study the will aspect thoroughly. But we don't have any secret arts for that now, and deducing them all ourselves would take too much time. Zhang Yang said, "Master, I found a target. An eternal true god at the 3rd level of divine body. One of my world beast warriors couldn't withstand it." Maluo-sa reported. "Then I'll go with Senior." Luo Feng nodded at Zhang Yang and the two left together. Only Maluo-sa and Ming Ting remained. At this distance Ming Ting could not escape. Why didn't they take him along? He could still help, even if only to block the enemy's escape. Maluo-sa grinned. "I heard you're from the Divine Illusion Kingdom." Ming Ting was cautious but replied yes. Maluo-sa's eyes lit up. "I've heard of the Divine Illusion Kingdom. It has left many legends above the 9 heavens. Such a powerful kingdom has existed for who knows how many cycles. Truly magnificent." Ming Ting felt proud but said, "It's all thanks to the Realm Lord's prestige." Maluo-sa nodded. "Are you the Realm Lord's personal disciple?" Ming Ting had a bad feeling, but he had already told Zhang Yang and Luo Feng, so he couldn't hide it. He nodded yes. Actually, the Divine Illusion Kingdom has only 4 eternal true gods at the 3rd level of divine body, and I was the most suited to cultivate the Realm Lord's secret arts. Maluo-sa smiled warmly. "Then you must have a lot of sources. A genius at the 3rd level of divine body. How could you not have enough to recover your divine power thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times? Otherwise, relying solely on your small universe to replenish would take an eternity, and how could you train?" Ming Ting fell silent. He knew exactly what this meant. He was being robbed. Now he understood why Maluo-sa had been left behind. Although he had surrendered, the two hadn't accepted him. They wouldn't kill him unless necessary, but they still wanted his wealth using a gentle method. Having a vicious world beast king rob him. "The Realm Lord gave me 10,000 perfect quality sources early on, but I've used a lot. Now I have 6,300 left." Ming Ting said helplessly. Maluo-sa's eyes lit up. That was a lot. One source could restore divine power 10 times, meaning 60,000 times worth of divine power. The divine power in sources was top-tier, equivalent to the energy of the universe's origin. It was crucial for him too, as nurturing world beast warriors required immense divine power and resources. After struggling for most of a cycle, fighting daily in the market, he had only spawned 100 world beast warriors. This catch would more than equal his entire cycle's efforts. Maluo-sa clapped his chest. "Your current battle merits are only barely in the top 20. If you give me the sources, I'll help you survive this cycle battle." Ming Ting's heart struggled. He knew that he could be killed and the sources taken anyway, but willingly handing them over was agonizing. Steeling himself, Ming Ting gritted his teeth and took out 3,000 perfect quality sources. 3,000? Isn't that enough? A milky white light reflected in Maluo-sa's eyes, and he eagerly accepted them. Then he said, "You saw it. After splitting into millions of avatars, my strength has dropped considerably. I can help you find opponents, but the two of us together can't beat them. To kill, we need real strength." Ming Ting's face was cold. He was heartbroken. Kill whom? Was this a threat? If he gave 3,000 to a servant, he would have to give even more to the master. Ming Ting felt dejection. Luo Feng wasn't that much stronger, and even with this world beast he could still escape. But if Zhang Yang joined in too, will attacks would crush him, and even the reincarnated experts couldn't withstand that, let alone him. At that moment he wanted to fight a glorious battle using all his divine power reserves. So Ming Ting silently took out 3,100 sources, leaving only 200 for himself. With 2 will attacks pressing down, he could only be beaten. Keeping 200 sources would allow him to fight others. That was enough. Maluosa accepted them joyfully. Come on, I'll take you to find a target. A hazy somber world, as if in the deepest night with no visibility. Vicissitudes, antiquity, chaos, boundlessness, terror. Yet more than anything, silence. Not a single sound, only the occasional streak of light from a far array carrying special power filled with vitality. It traverses an immeasurable distance, piercing through the terrifying silent black curtain of infinite power. The source of the light is a flickering white orb. It emits countless beams attempting to illuminate this extreme darkness. But the place is so vast that it can only light up a limited area around it. Even on its body there is an unknown darkness, light reaching it is devoured. In shape it resembles a humanoid silhouette, colossal beyond hundreds of millions of light years. It clings to the white orb, appearing as a tiny but countless fine, nearly imperceptible black threads completely surround the white orb. Suddenly the originally fine black threads swelled several times, and flowing black beads appeared on them, rolling rapidly toward the black figure as if sucking something. Boom! The entire tunnel shook violently. Even a sage-level attack on the stone walls would only damage a few surface stones. And now the hundreds of thousands of light years detected by this will shook completely, and Zhang Yang's expression turned particularly grim. As the burial ground of a demon emperor, it had been subtly transformed into something akin to a supreme treasure containing even certain rules of power. To cause such a change, one can imagine how terrifying the contained power is. Even a god-king level might not be able to completely shake this place. And if such power attacked his body, he would instantly fall with no chance of survival. Could it be that, seeing their imminent victory, this unknown entity has decided to act? Ha ha ha! Xian Yuan Twin Stars, the Demon Emperor awakens. No matter which of you initiated the reincarnation battle, you will all die. And you cannot be resurrected. Under a 9-story silver pagoda towering hundreds of light years, a pool of dark cyan lake was suppressed. The surface of the lake was uneven, vaguely revealing thousands of human faces formed by the depressions. This was an eternal true god of the spirit-gathering race, still arrogant despite being suppressed by Zhang Yang and the others. Zhang Yang said coldly, "What do you know?" The faces on the lake showed a hint of mockery, and a murky voice came again. "Lon, run, you cannot escape. Even if I fall, at most I will be resurrected after some cycles of reincarnation, but you will become the demon emperor's sacrifice, and his most loyal servant will completely erode your will. Even the remnants of your undying secret art will rot away." Zhang Yang ignored him and nodded to Luo Feng, signaling that they could go all out. At the same time he activated the Shenghong Fu to launch a will attack. Heaven and earth shifted, time and space were blocked, and a world solely belonging to will was taking shape. Beneath the silver glowing star tower, a pair of giant eyes formed, black and white, distinct with a hint of coldness within. In another world, heaven and earth reopened and the world returned to chaos. Gray murky currents flowed chaotically, the world elliptical like an egg resembling the shape of an eye. The gray chaotic currents swirled, and Zhang Yang's gaze also turned. Another giant eye appeared beneath the star tower. 2 eyes appeared simultaneously in a single consciousness world, each a god-king level will. As the attack was launched, endless blue and silver blades slashed downward. Ah! From beneath the star tower came faint cries of countless beings. At that instant the will attack struck all the will fragments of the spirit-gathering race powerhouse. His mind rapidly contracted to resist, but endless blades struck from outside. The world of will was filled with silver and blue blade lights, and he could barely distinguish reality from illusion. It struggled to defend the dark sky and lake flowing rapidly, but most of its mind had been gathered. Such attacks were impossible to block. It could not even allocate will to imprint the divine power within the source. No replenishment, only consumption. Its aura instantly dropped by 1 level, then another magnitude. In just 1 second the divine power within its body was exhausted. Ah! Get lost! Boom! Zhang Yang's expression changed slightly, and his eyes dimmed. Just now that eternal true god of the spirit-gathering race self-detonated his soul. He was originally a reincarnated god-king powerhouse. With the soul explosion, his god-king level will abruptly surged several levels, breaking through their secret technique and fleeing far away. He still got away. An over-limit burst, paying the price of sleeping for countless cycles, letting his will return to the life imprint. Quite decisive. Luo Feng said coldly. Zhang Yang nodded. His will is stronger than mine. We can suppress him temporarily but cannot kill him. If our will were to improve by another level together, we could definitely slay him. Luo Feng nodded in deep agreement. The two of them both used the Liuyuan art, and their combined power was terrifying, even 2 levels stronger than using it alone with a hint of an inexplicable power. Such a change was probably unexpected even by Yuan, for when he created this secret art, he intended it for only one person. Even the neighing secret art had measures to prevent inheritance. But Zhang Yang, with his extraordinary comprehension, referenced the neighing secret art, endured countless applications of Liuyuan art, and stubbornly grasped its mysteries. He then integrated the essence into his own secret technique, making their attacks akin to the same origin, thereby unleashing even greater power. Ming Ting beside them shivered. His guess was correct. Under the will attack, even a reincarnated powerhouse could not exert his divine power, and had no spare will to imprint the source's divine power. If such a terrifying attack hit him, let alone resist, he might even lose consciousness, and then a casual strike could kill him. Even if he was at the 3rd level of divine body, his divine power might withstand 2 blows, but the true god's heart was not so sturdy. If the two annihilated all will in his soul, he would likely die completely. What secrets does this Modi grotto hold? Zhang Yang asked. Ming Ting was startled, then quickly said, I don't know much about the Modi grotto either. My teacher was also reticent about it, only vaguely saying that the Modi grotto is not entirely within the origin continent. Its predecessor is not the demon emperor's fall site, but one of his bodies. A body? Zhang Yang and Luo Feng exchanged glances. They had both entered the corpse of God King Jin, whose body was 1.6 billion light-years tall, truly terrifying. But now that they were eternal true gods, they could distinguish between an internal universe and the interior of a corpse. The distance they had moved within the Modi grotto exceeded 1 trillion light-years, far surpassing the height of God King Jin's body. Do you know how vast the body of Divine Illusion Monarch is? Zhang Yang asked. This? Ming Ting hesitated, then said, I don't know the limit of my teacher's body. What I saw in the chaos space was at least over 10 billion light-years. 10 billion light-years. Zhang Yang was shocked. How much divine power could a divine body of 10 billion light-years contain? Its height was 100 times that of God King Jin, and its volume 1,000,000 times. Divine Illusion Monarch's divine power was over 1,000,000 times that of God King Jin. And this was not even the limit volume. After all, God Kings had at least 90000-fold Jin level, and Divine Illusion Monarch had reached 1000000-fold. Shrinking the body was easy. Do you know about the Demon Emperor's awakening? Ming Ting's expression changed, then he whispered, the Demon Emperor's body changes only under the influence of will. Someone must have attracted that being's attention. He glanced at Zhang Yang as he spoke. The two reincarnated powerhouses they had killed earlier both insisted that Zhang Yang or Luo Feng had initiated the reincarnation battle. In fact, he also believed it was Zhang Yang. After all, Luo Feng was relatively better, though he had a world beast king. His strength was not too far beyond. But Zhang Yang, after obtaining 2,000 sources, had once fully unleashed his combat power. With the 7th volume of the Divine Power Burning Secret Art, he directly erupted with sage-level high-tier power, just slightly weaker than a reincarnated one, and without any traces of reincarnation. No need to guess. I initiated the reincarnation battle, Zhang Yang said calmly. Ming Ting did not respond but continued. When the Demon Emperor awakens, the wills of those who once fell will become clear, and they will resurrect in a special way. Then the 3,000 demon servitors will purge everything in the Modi Grotto, and capture the eternal true god, who initiated the reincarnation battle, offering them in a ritual to the Demon Emperor. Of course, this ritual was just a formality. In the past, some powerhouses had self-detonated and never reappeared. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. He actually had a way to escape, but if he used that extreme secret art of will explosion without sufficient will to guide it, it would take a considerable time to activate the Undying River. He had not forgotten his mission at this time. He came to obtain the source of all transformations. Now he had obtained it from a reincarnated powerhouse, but if he couldn't get out alive, not only would the source of all transformations be lost, but he would also fail the challenge and have to go into slumber. Then the Haoshuan sect would be in danger, and the Undying River blood he left on the Lake Heart Island would be destroyed. He could only resurrect in the dimension, which would be troublesome. Luo Feng looked around at the still shaking grotto where the flowing white mist on the ground had completely disappeared and a black-green smoke was rising continuously. He asked, now there should be only about 100 eternal true gods left alive. Do you know how long it will take for the Demon Emperor to fully resurrect, and what is the strength of those demon servitors? Ming Ting looked around and said in a deep voice, actually some demon servitors have already awakened, but perhaps only a few are conscious. We haven't encountered them yet. As for their strength, even though they had fallen with the nourishment and support of the Modi Grotto, their power would not drop by more than 1 realm. Zhang Yang's pupils contracted. Their strength would not drop by more than 1 realm. Just from the size of their bodies and their fame in the origin continent, the Demon Emperor was certainly stronger than Divine Illusion Monarch. Divine Illusion Monarch was likely at the 2nd stage of God King, achieving true chaos origin. Then the Demon Emperor must have reached the pinnacle, a high-level Chaos Origin life. With such strength, he must have subordinates comparable to Divine Illusion Monarch. Divine Illusion Monarch was a low-level Chaos Origin life. Dropping one realm would be high-level Sage, and dropping no more than one realm would be Peak Sage. This strength was already one realm above him. What was more terrifying was the number of Demon Servitors, 3,000. Even if the Demon Emperor's subordinates had Sages, most were Sage limit, and even after the drop these Demon Servitors would still have Sage-level strength. 3,000 Sage-level beings, such concentrated power was irresistible. Even the energy torrent alone would be impossible for them to withstand. Zhang Yang quickly asked, "If the reincarnation battle ends, can we leave?" Ming Ting nodded affirmatively. The rules set by that realm's powerhouse will surely not be broken. If only 10 people remain, the reincarnation battle will end. He then hesitated and said, "But as the initiator, those demon servitors will likely target you first." In fact, he had not said everything. He wanted to leave this team, but he knew it was impossible. Once he tried to leave Zhang Yang, and the other would certainly attack him. Zhang Yang sneered, then said to Luo Feng, "It seems we have to race against those demon servitors. Before they arrive, we must kill the remaining summoned ones." Luo Feng nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Melosa, send out those warriors too. Search for the locations of those eternal true gods with all effort." "Yes, my master," Melosa said respectfully with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He could devour eternal true gods and absorb small universe origins, but he wondered if he could devour these strange demon servitors. A black vortex appeared before Melosa, quickly connecting to a world within him, where all the world beast warriors he had bred awakened. One by one ugly world beasts appeared in the grotto, eventually reaching 1,000 world beast warriors, each with the strength of an eternal true god at the limit. He had obtained 2,000 of the 6,000 sources, and with abundant energy, he had bred many world beast warriors, but limited by materials, he could only produce 1,000. Boom! The blood-burning secret art activated, and the world beast warriors turned into red beams flying toward distant tunnels, while some teleported away directly. "Master, my clone has found another summoner," Melosa said, while opening a spatial channel. A silvery water curtain appeared before Zhang Yang and Luo Feng. But then his expression changed, and the space he had initiated began to shake with the world ripples appearing on the silver water curtain. The world beast power within Melosa surged, trying to stabilize the spatial channel. The silver water curtain shattered, directly turning into specks of silver light that vanished. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. Earlier the world beast warriors could teleport away, so spatial channels should be usable, but now the channel had shattered. "Come out!" Melosa shouted with a grim face. Silence around. Only at the bottom of the grotto, the black-green smoke surged rapidly as if gathering something. Zhang Yang and the others were all on alert. Melosa had a world within him, and the spatial channels he constructed were very stable, yet now it had shattered without a sound. The tunnel trembled incessantly, the world quaking in unison. "It's here!" Zhang Yang shouted. Just moments ago, he sensed a formidable will rising swiftly from the depths beneath the earth, soon arriving within the black-green smoke beneath the tunnel. As the inheritor of the Liuan art, Luo Feng also perceived this change. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed out with his blade, a silver-white beam of saber light instantly cleaving into the smoke. Yet there was no collision between them, as if they existed in separate dimensions. The silver-white saber light passed through the black-green smoke and struck the rock at the tunnel's bottom. "Melosa!" A soft cry rang out. Receiving his master's command, Melosa raised his arm, and at his fingertip a black speck of light rapidly condensed. Destructive power compressed to its extreme. With a finger pointed into the void, the force of the realm beast brimming with destruction shot directly into the black-green smoke. Yet again nothing changed, the symbol of annihilation inflicted no harm. "Master, my attack had no effect." Melosa spoke with a hint of apology. Zhang Yang's expression grew grave. "Don't bother. What we see now is merely a strange projection. This environment was built for them. Unless their true bodies are transferred here, no attack can work. However, since you're here, why not show yourself? Are you the one who blocks the path this time?" A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from beneath the black smoke. "A blocker of the path." Such a term was not used in the origin continent. Zhang Yang found it odd, but before he could say more, the tunnel's bottom underwent another change. Within the range of his vision, endless black-green smoke surged, rapidly gathering at a point diagonally below them like a deep vortex. At the very center of this vortex, a pair of enormous eyes, each 1,000,000,000 light-years in diameter, abruptly appeared, their pupils glowing with a blood-red light reeking of blood. In a flash, all the black-green smoke vanished completely. At the center of the giant eyes, a black-green diamond-shaped pupil formed, and the two strange eyes hovered alone in the tunnel's air. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. The surrounding space underwent an unknown change. His control over space-time was now weakened to its minimum, while the space around the blood-red eyes gradually solidified. with the appearance of faint black threads almost imperceptible, as if some strange substance filled the void. A vague humanoid silhouette emerged. A towering figure hundreds of millions of kilometers tall, did not differ much from Zhang Yang or Luofeng in appearance, lacking wings or horns. His face was blurry and the black armor on his body gradually solidified, resembling a long robe save for two bone spikes on his shoulders like bull horns. Go! Zhang Yang shouted, swiftly flying backward. This time there was no need for his warning. Luofeng and the others almost simultaneously retreated rapidly. At the spot where they had just been, a black-armored nether servant with an indistinct face swung a black thunderbolt. With one strike the space shattered completely, and surging divine power swept around its might, far exceeding that of Zhang Yang and his group at full power. The nether servant's figure still held the pose of the swing, but its true body had already chased after Zhang Yang and the others. The afterimage only dissipated after 2 seconds. In the fleeing group, Mingting's face was aghast as he stared at the three-way fork ahead. His eyes flickered and he roared inwardly, "Peak Saint. The first nether servant to appear is at the Peak Saint level. Damn it! Could this Demon Emperor's grotto hold no stronger existence than this nether servant behind us? Shouldn't lower-level Saint-grade nether servants have appeared first? What to do? Now the Blue Edge and Silver Wings can no longer threaten me. Should I part ways with them? Am I truly doomed to fall this time? Can my will escape the Demon Emperor's grotto?" His eyes shifted continuously, then Mingting gritted his teeth and finally followed behind Zhang Yang. Although the nether servant behind them was the strongest, their team was also the strongest. If he left alone, a high-level Saint nether servant could completely suppress him, and high-level Saint nether servants were the most numerous here. Alone one could not survive in the Demon Emperor's grotto. But by following Zhang Yang and the others, his chances of survival were greater. They didn't even need to hold off the nether servant behind. They just needed to last until only 10 people remained. In a flash. At this moment everyone's speed was faster than a law master's teleportation, but the nether servant behind had already caught up. A Peak Saint naturally possessed terrifying speed. The black thunderbolt moved silently, its terrifying divine power sending chills down Zhang Yang and the others' spines. Boom! 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 Endless divine power exploded with a roar. The 7th volume of the divine power combustion art was instantly activated. Zhang Yang's eyes turned into a chaotic blur. Around him blue rivers seemed to flow, then transformed into towering peaks, while black rays of destruction and white strands of life entwined around him. Endless Tao manifestations appeared, then shattered completely. Chaotic, disordered, primal, vast. This was the chaotic source Tao he cultivated. Divine Demon Slash. With a fierce shout, Zhang Yang paused briefly. He raised his Liu blade high, directly unleashing a secret art of the 20th Order. A massive gray blade over 100 light-years long hovered above his head, then slashed down fiercely to meet the black thunderbolt lashing from behind. Boom! The colossal roar echoed in the tunnel. The space, like a struck mirror, instantly cracked with countless fissures, then completely annihilated in the next moment. The devastation rampaged through the void, collapsing into more distant realms. Without need for words, while Zhang Yang temporarily held off the enemy's attack, a silver-white 9-story pagoda swelled within Luofeng's body. The star tower expanded to 90,000 light-years, blocking the aftershock of the attack behind them. 3 milky white divine ropes emerged from Zhang Yang's body, pulling the group as he flew forward at breakneck speed. After activating the 7th volume of the divine power combustion art, his speed had increased significantly, not far behind the nether servant behind them. A flicker of joy crossed Mingting's eyes. Indeed, following the Shen Yuan twins was safe. They could even temporarily hold off a Peak Saint. At this level, matching a saint was incredibly difficult. An ordinary eternal true god only possessed part of a saint's power. Those peerless geniuses generally reached the threshold of saint-level power. Now facing a Peak Saint, they could still hold their ground. Mingting stared deeply at Zhang Yang, feeling the rapidly rushing scenery around. He now vaguely understood why the market had launched the Continental Cycle War, and why the Demon Emperor had awakened after entering the grotto. The market had always shown its evil side. It was only natural that it wanted such geniuses to fall. "Senior, how long can you sustain this state?" Luofeng asked softly. Zhang Yang replied, "If I don't fight head-on, I can hold out for 3 days with the divine power I have now." 3 days? Luofeng's expression shifted slightly. 3 days was too short, but he knew that using the 7th volume of the divine power combustion art through willpower lasting 3 days was already commendable. This level of secret art was meant for saint-level beings who could store infinite divine power. The 7th volume was merely the first layer of the divine power combustion art. If he used the 8th volume, burning endless divine power, Zhang Yang's willpower would be enough to imprint the source's divine power. His strength might momentarily rise to just below that of the nether servant behind, but he would likely only manage 1 strike. If Luo Feng used the divine power combustion art, not only would he be slower, but his divine power consumption would also be faster. Because he was an eternal true god with a body of 10,000 times that of a void true god burning, it would increase his power slightly, but his law comprehension was only at the peak of the 18th step. The Star Tower's secret patterns gave him an initial or mid-level 19th step, as the Star Tower's patterns were more finely divided. This was no longer like the Law Master True God stage where a tenfold difference in divine power equaled one step. To increase power, divine power was only the foundation. Law comprehension represented the upper limit. At the Saint stage, it was even more about the strength of one's Tao manifestations. The divine power combustion art often involved differences of billions of times which seemed vast, but from the consumption rate, if the body height differed by 1,000 times, the divine power consumption differed by 10 billion times. The 6th volume of the divine power combustion art could be used even by eternal true gods at the 2nd stage of the divine body. But Zhang Yang using the 7th volume could only last 3 days, even with the source replenishing his divine power. The 7th volume was a billion times more powerful than the 6th, and the amplification factor exceeded a billion times, but the apparent power gap was not that large. The actual power depended on one's law comprehension level. 9 heavens! If you give me and Melosa your source, we can only last 9 days. That's too short. Luo Feng analyzed calmly. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. Let's try a will attack. The nether servant behind us has a will at the top level, God King level, 1 level stronger than that reincarnated being from the dueling race. But since he's already fallen without a soul to assist his will, he should be weaker in resistance. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. If it worked, they would be much safer. The nether servant had suddenly attacked earlier, and they hadn't had time to coordinate a will attack. Now that the situation was slightly stable, they could give it a try. Space-time shifted, the world split in two. On the left, chaos stretched endlessly, the world turning into a gray hazy blur. On the right, a divine eye dominated the world, leaving nothing else but a single colossal pupil. In an instant, the barrier between the two worlds vanished, and the two divine eyes coexisted in the same realm. Their wills intermingled to a degree, and endless divine light shot toward the nether servant behind. A resonant hum echoed in the will realm. The nether servant's speed dropped drastically, and it was left far behind. Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. His speed dropped so much, his strength probably hasn't held up much either. Luo Feng was also pleasantly surprised, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. He was a lower-level chaotic source life in his lifetime. There shouldn't be too many of them in the Demon Emperor's grotto. If we eliminate a few of the top-tier ones, we'll be much safer. Zhang Yang nodded firmly. In a tomb left by such a powerful being, relying on the Star Tower to survive was unrealistic. After all, Zhuoshanku was only a newly ascended God King, probably a half-chaotic source life. Even if there were anomalies during its forging, they manifested in terms of will, not power. They couldn't even fully activate the Star Tower, and there were certainly places in the Demon Emperor's grotto that could damage it. They had no retreat. Zhang Yang tightened his grip on his battle blade, and turned to fly toward the nether servant behind. Now the roles of hunter and hunted would be reversed. Divine Demon Slash. Blade of Birth and Death. Heh, heh. The will-suppressed nether servant only laughed hoarsely. Its face was too blurry to read any expression. Seeing the two blade beams hurtling toward it, it waved its arm, and a black thunderbolt silently lashed out from its palm, though this time the thunderbolt was slightly thinner. Boom! The gray and silver blade beams tangled within the black thunderbolt's sharp blade light, piercing through the black thunderbolt, and striking its body. Instantly the aura of its peak saint divine power weakened significantly. Joy surged in Zhang Yang's face as he swung his Liu blade faster. Meanwhile, Melosa and Mingting also launched attacks. Black pillars of destruction and dazzling golden spikes merging into the endless blade light. The nether servant could not withstand the group's attacks. Its aura grew weaker and weaker, divine power dissipating until it finally lost all signs of life. But Zhang Yang's expression turned grim. As a lower-level chaotic source life in its lifetime, the nether servant's will was too strong. Even the fusion of Liuan art and Shenghong Fu could not annihilate it. Now that its divine power was exhausted, it did not fully dissipate. The eye glowing blood red with a black-green diamond-shaped pupil hung in the air again. In this state, Zhang Yang's attacks were useless. It's going to regenerate. We can't completely annihilate it. Run! With a shout, Zhang Yang extended 3 milky white divine ropes, pulling Luo Feng and the others as they fled along their previous path. Around the blood-red eyes, faint black threads appeared again, and the nether servant's body reformed. This time it was much faster. In an instant its body fully recovered, and it directly chased after Zhang Yang and his group. Melosa, has your clone found the target? Zhang Yang asked in a cold voice. Since they couldn't kill the nether servants here, to avoid being surrounded by a large number of them, they had to eliminate the remaining summoned ones. When only 10 summoned remained with Zhang Yang, having the highest battle merit, they could leave the Demon Emperor's grotto. Many of my clones have fallen, all killed by high-level Saint Nether servants. Along with them, over a dozen summoned have died. Based on the distribution and frequency of deaths, the current number of summoned should be no more than 30. Melosa replied quickly. Zhang Yang nodded silently. Many of Melosa's clones had already fallen, and the rate of loss would only accelerate. They could no longer control the situation, nor could they even determine the positions of the summoned. They could only outlast the other summoned. He glanced behind him. The nether servant had caught up. Zhang Yang said softly, Melosa continues spawning clones at the intersections. I can't maintain the divine power combustion art indefinitely. Although I can use will attacks to slow it down, I might also get surrounded. I need to know the approximate positions of the nether servants nearby. Understood. Melosa hastened to reply. The grotto was mostly dim. With the full awakening of the underworld attendants, the space was filled with slender black threads, densely outlining strange patterns like a black spider web. Accompanying the appearance of these black threads, patches of gray mist emerged from within, making the grotto even more gloomy. At this time, few summoners remained in the grotto, each struggling fiercely. Endless purple-gold light flickered within the grotto, and the vast divine power pushed away the gray mist. Within this light source was the phantom of a strange beast. Its body was dazzlingly bright, surrounded by rings of golden light, condensed by a special secret art. One could faintly discern its extremely slender form, occasionally catching glimpses of crescent-shaped, dazzling golden scales. As it tumbled, surging purple-gold divine power gushed out and beams of golden light shot out in all directions. However, its situation was not optimistic. Around it were 8 black figures, 5 of which were humanoid figures shrouded in black mist, and the remaining 3 were strange beasts resembling pythons, wolves, and tigers. They were all underworld attendants of this demon emperor's grotto. Extreme black lightning, continuously burning black fireballs, a huge black web. 8 underworld attendants simultaneously besieged the purple-gold beast in the center, each possessing power, reaching the level of high-rank sagehood. Roar! Attacks landed accompanied by a huge roar. The purple-gold beast couldn't help but roar wildly, struggling violently again. In the endless purple-gold light, a pair of crimson eyes appeared, though fierce-looking. The fatigue within was hard to conceal. The crimson eyes shifted, looking at the black Sumeru Grand Formation immersed in space. The innermost layer was a circle with a diameter of 1 light-year, the middle layer was a huge black 10-pointed star, and the outer layer was a ring with a diameter of hundreds of light-years. The entire ring area was covered with those black threads like a giant web. The purple-gold beast was trapped in the innermost part of the formation, unable to break out of such an encirclement. Roar! Another roar, and the purple-gold beast was filled with extreme grief and anger. They killed my subjects, destroyed my tribe, and even after I reincarnated, they did not let me go, forcing me into the marketplace. In the marketplace, after accumulating countless cycles, I have comprehended this final layer. When I return to the Divine King realm Ailu, she will surely advance further. I cannot die. This time I have no chance to resurrect or reincarnate. The crimson eyes grew even brighter. She struggled violently under the siege of the underworld attendants' purple-gold light, filling the entire tunnel. This was the scene after the activation of the 7th layer of the divine power burning secret art. However, it could at most exert the power of high-rank sagehood. Each of the 8 underworld attendants was no weaker than it, and the Black Sumeru formation aided them. Its struggles were utterly ineffective. It could only barely resist the attacks, minimizing consumption. As long as only 10 summoners remained, it could leave, exchanging this time's countless battle merits for boundless divine power. Time passed bit by bit, but the attacks grew more intense. Luxi's heart became heavier. Over countless cycles it had accumulated endless energy, though insufficient to break through from sagehood to divine king. It was enough for battles at the sagehood level. But it also did not forget that this was the Demon Emperor's grotto, not just these 8 underworld attendants. These were merely the more notable ones. Their number reached a terrifying 3,000, and above them were over a dozen underworld attendants with peak sagehood strength. Even in its prime, before reincarnation, such underworld attendants would require some effort to eliminate. Now it was a realm lower than these underworld attendants, at most exerting high-rank sagehood power. Once those peak sagehood ones arrived, it would be completely suppressed, and its divine power consumption would skyrocket. The replenishment speed would not keep up, and it would inevitably fall. Countless black threads trembled slightly. The 8 underworld attendants were stunned, and their attack speed directly decreased. Luxi's heart rejoiced. Things were changing. Suddenly 4 of the underworld attendants besieging him left, charging toward the tunnel behind. Luxi's eyes shifted, contemplating whether to go. Now 4 underworld attendants were heading to reinforce. There must be a powerful summoner who had escaped, and likely the convener of this event. Those who entered this cycle war were all eternal true gods. Even if the opponent was stronger than it, it wouldn't be by much. As long as it killed the summoner first, the turmoil of the Demon Emperor's grotto would end rather than staying here to gamble on who would survive. Although its divine power accumulation was considerable, facing such a terrifying number of underworld attendants, it simply couldn't replenish. Thinking thus, she began to secretly accumulate power. Even facing 4 underworld attendants, it couldn't break through their formation. To break out, it needed to unleash greater power, but that outburst required too much divine power. It had to constantly imprint the divine power within its source with its will. Boom! After a few breaths, when the imprinting was complete, she instantly activated the 8th layer of the divine power, burning secret art, endless purple gold, divine power burning on its body. She dared not delay, directly launching its most powerful attack. A beam of purple gold light broke through the black Sumeru formation, and it transformed into a purple gold streak, charging in the direction where the 4 underworld attendants had disappeared. The urgent sounds merged into one. With a dazzling milky white light flashing through the tunnel, hundreds of densely packed black figures followed closely behind. Suddenly, ahead of the chase, 4 underworld attendants appeared. They did not attack immediately, but instead connected with the formation in the void. Slender black threads trembled slightly between the 4 underworld attendants ahead, and the hundreds behind. An elliptical great formation suddenly appeared. The dazzling milky white light cluster charged straight into it. Then both the front and rear underworld attendants simultaneously attacked the middle. Luo Feng, with a light shout, a silver pagoda, as high as 9 light years, appeared directly behind the light cluster. Zhang Yang sighed with relief. The combined attack of hundreds of sage-level powerhouses could only be blocked by such a divine king's main weapon. They only needed to endure some shockwaves, otherwise they would never escape. Meanwhile, the world of will rapidly condensed. 2 enormous eyes launched the most powerful will attack at the 4 underworld attendants ahead. Facing the black lightning and flames ahead, Melosa directly spat out a beam of destruction, while Ming-Ting shot countless golden spikes. With the aid of the will attack, their assaults slightly gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang raised his Liu weapon high, shouting, "Shatter without equal." A gray war blade as high as 1 light year condensed above their heads. As the blade fell, space shattered completely. The power of the secret art struck the void, and the originally stable elliptical formation began to shake. When the blade fully landed, the black Sumeru formation burst apart. Zhang Yang's group successfully broke through, leaving the 4 underworld attendants behind. Luo Feng said coolly, "The secret art created by senior brother is indeed useful." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. His divine talent had reached a level of 1 year, even surpassing the limits of this world. Although he couldn't get whatever he wanted just by shouting, after a couple of exchanges, creating a targeted secret art was quite easy. It was just that the environment here was too strange. He knew little about those black energy threads, but after several collisions he had gained some insights. Thanks to his insights into energy during his time in the Cosmic Sea and the option in his system being Qi, he could freely convert divine power into the level of source at the Void True God realm, and even barely use the 8th volume of the divine power burning secret art, manipulating endless divine power. Now he could also barely decipher this troublesome formation based on the properties of those black threads. "I feel that the 4 underworld attendants who came this time are a bit strange," Zhang Yang said softly. Luo Feng's pupils widened slightly. "You mean they came together?" Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, we've broken through hundreds of times. These underworld attendants are scattered throughout the Demon Emperor's grotto. They don't arrive at the same time, and as we move, the probability of them joining forces is low. In this situation, I suspect there is a summoner ahead." A cold gleam flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He shouted, "Melosa, is that direction safe?" Melosa immediately replied, "According to the information from my clones, tracking the underworld attendants, there should be about 30 underworld attendants in this direction." Luo Feng frowned. "The other directions should have about 20 that can intercept us in a short time, but there are 30 over there." Zhang Yang said calmly, "Even though you gave me most of your source, I don't have much time left. These underworld attendants are all coming for me. Other summoners should have few underworld attendants chasing them. Perhaps the underworld attendants are also controlling the number of summoners. Now only about a dozen stronger summoners are still holding on." Luo Feng's eyes flickered. "If we separate, we would truly have no resistance. At least now we hold our fate in our own hands. Senior brother, do you want to take the risk and break out?" Zhang Yang nodded gently. "We can calculate the direction of the underworld attendants, but the Demon Emperor's grotto is their home ground. They might be calculating us too. We've gone around most of the place, but haven't found a single summoner. That's peculiar." Luo Feng glanced at Ming-Ting beside him, then said, "Let's choose this direction then. 1 less summoner is 1 less." "Ming-Ting!" Zhang Yang shouted lightly. Ming-Ting's heart panicked and the golden light on his body flickered. He had been silent because he hadn't been of much use. Now being called, was Zhang Yang about to attack him? "Blue Blade, if the situation becomes irreparable, I will choose to self-destruct." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Actually, there are many ways to die. Luo Feng's expression turned strange. This senior brother still had the mood to joke at such a time. Ming Ting was stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Yang looked up slightly, gazing at the countless black threads in space. How about suicide? The environment here is strange. The Demon Emperor's grotto is not entirely within the origin continent, so once you fall you might not be able to return for countless cycles, or even be trapped forever due to this special environment. At least we fought side by side. I can't let you end up like that. I created a self-destruction secret art for this environment. The will has strong resistance here, and returning to the imprint left by the immortal secret art is faster. If the situation becomes irreversible, I'll have to entrust you with this. Ming Ting's face lit up with joy. He had watched Zhang Yang create the shatter without equal secret art after 3 slashes, and he believed Zhang Yang wouldn't deceive him. If he could revive normally dying once was no big deal. Pass it to me. I'll see if I can learn it. Zhang Yang's eyes focused and instantly gray threads spread across his eyes. A world belonging solely to will was successfully constructed, and he directly imparted the secret art. But in his heart he sighed softly. This secret art could help others but not himself, because he faintly sensed someone watching him. Although he couldn't detect it, he trusted his instincts. If he dared to use such means to leave, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules, and that mysterious powerhouse would likely strike at him. The seeking demon self-destruction is truly profound. It can even allow the will to exist independently for a short time. In such a condensed state, escaping here is much simpler. Following the life imprint to quickly revive combined with the immortal secret art, it's truly marvelous. Ming Ting murmured. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to impart such a secret art. In fact, he also knew this secret art. Zhang Yang had created it starting from the immortal realm, and when the cycle era was about to end he had passed the complete version to Luo Feng. Now it was probably just a slight modification based on the environment. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Facing Melosa's gaze he chuckled lightly. You can split into countless clones. Leaving one clone behind means you won't fall. As a realm beast you carry certain rules. Unless your will is directly destroyed you are safe. The Demon Emperor's grotto cannot trap you, and my will secret art is of little use to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang suddenly looked up. At that moment a slight tremor in the void and the spatial fluctuations had already transmitted. Endless divine power roared in the tunnel. The summoner there had also activated the 7th volume of the divine power burning secret art. The howling grew more intense. Suddenly more purple gold light appeared in the tunnel, and as they advanced the purple gold light became denser. Zhang Yang looked at Luo Feng and their eyes met. They were ready to act. They didn't know how many summoners were left, but with one less they would be one step closer to escaping. Now only a few were besieging them and they could barely break through. But as they neared the edge of the Demon Emperor's grotto, all the underworld attendants would surround them. Then 3,000 sage-level beings would gather. They would have no way to resist. The purple light grew even more dazzling. As they turned a 75-degree bend, Zhang Yang saw the source of the purple gold light. A strange beast resembling an electric eel. Its body was slender, covered with dazzling golden crescent-shaped scales, and it had hundreds of claws beneath its body. When paths crossed in a narrow pass, the milky white light mass and the violet gold radiance annihilated each other, spanning tens of thousands of light years in an instant as they closed in. At that moment the violet gold light mass suddenly swelled, boundless divine power blazing in an instant, its momentum ascending to a higher level. Simultaneously a world of will descended, isolating the endless violet light outside. 2 colossal eyes appeared in the sky. One gray and chaotic, the other starkly divided into black and white. Ah, the profound origin twin stars, it truly is you. With a furious roar, Lu Shi's expression changed drastically, for his own will was suppressed by half the boundless divine power. He commanded, slipping out of control, the secret art of the 21st tier, feeling sluggish and heavy. He had clashed with many experts before, some of whom he slew, had predicted his death at the hands of the profound origin twin stars, including eternal true gods, who had witnessed Zhang Yang and Luo Feng's prowess. At the time Lu Shi dismissed it inwardly. His will was far stronger than those eternal true gods, reaching the level of a high-grade god king 2 tiers above them. If those eternal true gods could survive, he would face no danger. But now, with the Lai Yuan art and the Shanghong Rhapsody upon him, even when he unleashed the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art, even with sufficient law comprehension, he still could not unleash the might of a pinnacle saint, only reaching the level of a high-grade saint. Roar! With a frenzied cry, Lu Shi braced himself and launched an attack. A violet gold beam shot forward. Blade of creation and destruction. Slayer of gods. Doom's essence. Zhang Yang unleashed his most powerful strike, while Luo Feng and the others also attacked directly. Seeing 4 attacks converge, Lu Shi's expression twisted. Madness. For people united in such a perilous situation. Normally having fewer would be safer. How could they trust each other? And why had he not sensed their divine power aura earlier? The suppression of the Demon Emperor's grotto had clearly weakened. Boom! Boom! High-grade saint-level secret arts clashed and golden white-black and violet gold feathers drifted through the void. Zhang Yang was merely a void true god, his divine power base a 10,000th of an eternal true god's. Though both wielded high-grade saint-level might he was slightly weaker. Luo Feng and the others compensated for that gap, making the secret art exchanges seem evenly matched. Soon the situation shifted. The 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art consumed immense divine power. Lu, she could only use it because he had pre-branded some source power. But now, under the relentless will assault, he could not even unleash his limit, let alone brand source power. Just as Lu she prepared to flee, he was horrified by the sight ahead. 2 black figures sped toward him from the tunnel bend, each radiating a pinnacle-level aura. Madness! All of you are mad. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu she turned and fled back the way he came. He had used the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art to break through the encirclement of 4 high-grade saint-level dark servants, but because he could not sustain it and could not break the Black Summer formation, he was eventually suppressed by 8 dark servants. Now 2 dark servants of pinnacle saint level appeared directly. He could only burst forth once, after which he needed a brief preparation, but the dark servants required no such time. Melosa, Mingting, hold off those 2 dark servants for now. I'll deal with him first. Zhang Yang roared, then nodded seriously at Luo Feng. Senior, are you going all out? Luo Feng asked quickly. Yes. The 3 reincarnated experts before had few sources, not even enough to use the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art. They were quite poor. But this one is different. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. He has lasted this long and immediately used the 8th volume, so he must possess a vast amount of divine power. Our divine power is nearly depleted, barely enough for me to use the 8th volume once. If we're surrounded later, I have no confidence in breaking us out. If I could wield infinite divine power even against dozens of saints, I could fight our way out. As long as the summoned ones are reduced to under 10, we'll escape. Luo Feng's pupils contracted. He looked at the closing Lu Shi and nodded firmly. Then let's try it. You control the will attack. I need to prepare. With that, Zhang Yang partially eased his will suppression on Lu Shi, diverting part of his will to roam through his stored sources. One by one, the sources were fully lit. Before they even burned, the milky white radiance around him grew brighter. The distance shrank. All sources were branded by Zhang Yang's will, viscous divine power flowing like a river, coiling around him like holy light dragons. Lu Shi glanced back and his eyes nearly burst. That vast divine power was all too familiar. It was the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art, but he no longer had the will to use it. Forbidden, burn, no. Lu Shi screamed in despair. He had not yet taken revenge. After countless cycles in the void market, everything was about to be extinguished. In the tunnel behind, a colossal figure towering over 10,000 light-years stood in the void, radiating blinding milky white light. A divine power avatar formed entirely of endless divine power, an immeasurably vast amount of divine power. The giant still had its eyes closed, its aura growing stronger as they approached, as if it would crush Lu Shi before even attacking. Impossible. You show no signs of reincarnation. How can you control such a massive amount of energy? Slayer of gods. With a roar, the booming voice echoed through the Demon Emperor's grotto, and the giant standing in the tunnel suddenly opened its eyes. Within the chaos, a primordial haze, as if carrying an unformed world. The giant began to move. As it raised its arms, it crossed nearly 10,000 light-years in an instant. A war blade with faint bloodlight stabbed toward the vault, while a faint blue light flickered at its tip. Slash. Rumble. The giant twisted its body, unleashing a deafening roar. As the blade swept, the space around it shattered, as if the world could not bear the pressure. Roar. A despairing howl, a violet gold beam shot toward the blade, but a level of power difference made it utterly futile. The blade pressed down unabated. No. Boom. Endless blade light engulfed Lu Shi, and in an instant he was silenced. As the secret art ended, the colossal giant avatar vanished. The divine power aura around Zhang Yang extinguished, his rapid flight slowed drastically, and the divine power cords binding Melosa and the others dissolved. An eternal true god was not a saint. Though able to unleash formidable power, they remained eternal true gods, and thus bore a critical weakness. The true god heart. Even if an eternal true god's strength was immense, if the heart within shattered, the soul would be fully exposed to the enemy. Though only a tier higher, such a saint-level limit attack was beyond an eternal true god's endurance. Power overwhelming, the attack struck the body. A near full realm difference shattered the true god heart, annihilating the soul. Utter obliteration. Boom! Luo Feng erupted with divine power, dragging Zhang Yang toward where Lu Shi had fallen. A silver flash. The star tower expanded to over 10,000 light-years, shielding them. Amid the chaotic divine power radiance, Luo Feng caught a golden palace plummeting. His divine sense probed inside and his face lit up. Haha, this fellow is truly wealthy. So many sources. He handed the palace to Zhang Yang. Sensing inside, Zhang Yang understood Luo Feng's delight. There were 100,000 perfect quality sources alone. Countless lower-grade sources. This must be the accumulated wealth of a top-tier kingdom. As he absorbed a perfect quality source, Zhang Yang's divine power aura reignited, and he accelerated the group. Luo Feng nodded emphatically. It's a pity the perfect quality sources are few. The top-tier ones are beyond count. If there were twice as many, it might even suffice to break through to God King. Zhang Yang's eyes glowed with excitement. A saint fights by burning the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion's secret art. If we can fully erupt, we'll roam the Demon Emperor's grotto freely. There are also many rare types of sources, even key materials for forging a God King level main weapon. Strictly speaking, his net worth exceeds that of a limit level saint. Luo Feng said gravely, another reincarnated God King. Once we get out of here, we must rapidly improve our strength. I'm close to fully comprehending the entire chaos law. Probably within 1 or 2 cycles at most. Zhang Yang said earnestly, we will survive. Now I'm confident to find the other summoned ones. The Demon Emperor's grotto cannot stop us. With that, the gray mist in Zhang Yang's eyes did not dissipate. He looked at the black threads around them, striving to discern the flow of this strange energy. Previously, even fleeing was difficult. Even if they deduced the direction of the summoned ones, they dared not pursue. Because in that direction many dark servants lay in ambush. Maybe not the hundreds behind, but still dozens. If surrounded, they could not hold out long. Now, with a vast amount of energy, even though Zhang Yang's law comprehension was only at the 20th tier, he cultivated the origin path, which encompassed countless Tao essences. By using the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art to fuel his secret art's sufficient energy allowed him to strike with the combined might of countless Tao essences. His secret art could reach the pinnacle saint level. Perhaps due to a weaker foundation, it just barely reached pinnacle saint, but the strongest among the dark servants were at that same level, and under will attacks they fell to high-grade saint. Found it. Zhang Yang's pupils narrowed, fixed on the black thread in space. Luo Feng gazed at the thread, thought of the map, and shouted, Melosa, how many dark servants are roughly in that direction? Melosa pondered. That direction should have over 100, but likely not gathered. Split into 3 groups plus scattered ones. The pinnacle level ones are uncertain. Zhang Yang nodded and smiled. They can't stop us. We were fleeing before, and the summoned ones were also fleeing. Now they can't escape. Those dark servants can't stop us either. Forbidden. Burn. With a ferocious roar, Zhang Yang's will surged through countless sources. Now that he didn't need to attack dark servants, he had enough will to brand divine power. One by one, the sources were lit. He no longer cared about quality. Wherever his will passed, the endless divine power within obeyed his command. Soon milky white dragons coiled around him again. Luo Feng, we'll attack. Shake them off. Alright. Will rose like a dragon, and a world was instantly created. 2 colossal eyes fixed on a pinnacle-level dark servant, behind them launching a will attack. Under the will assault, the dark servant's power dropped to high-grade saint, its speed far slower than Zhang Yang's group. Soon it vanished from sight. Then the giant eyes in the will world rotated, targeting another dark servant, leaving the 2 pinnacle-level ones far behind. The dim grotto gradually brightened, a blinding milky white light flashed, and a rumbling sound echoed through the tunnel. With the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art, and a saint-level movement technique, Zhang Yang's speed could no longer be measured in light years. At this level, one could establish a personal universe within the chaotic void and tap into certain rules of the origin continent, unleashing incalculable velocity. But the Demon Emperor's grotto was too stable, with peculiar rules suppressing him, preventing him from reaching that level. Yet the Demon Emperor's corpse was only 1 trillion light-years wide. Within this limited range, the milky white orb leaped across vast swaths. Get out of my way! Bellowing, Zhang Yang slashed out his blade, carrying saint limit might toward a dark servant. Their wills united, suppressing the pinnacle saint-level enemy, and in the next moment boundless secret art power slammed into the opponent's body. The black threads trembled, and the dark servant that had once hunted Zhang Yang's group began to dissipate, while the remaining high-grade saint-level dark servants were blasted away. A milky white flash darted into the distance. Those dark servants could neither chase nor surround them. As long as divine power held out, they were safe. I see them. Over here. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Ahead he vaguely discerned 4 black figures chasing a skeleton wreathed in black smoke. Those dark servants were herding the summoned ones like sheep. But they never knew that as time passed, Zhang Yang grew more familiar with the environment, able to pinpoint the summoned ones with precision. A chaotic world tilted down, reaching close in an instant. No! A khaki-colored humanoid figure screamed in despair, the armor around him trembling violently like mountains. His body was still rushing forward, but his speed could not escape the crushing of the world. Suddenly his body was completely submerged. The originally vast fluctuations of divine power fell silent. This eternal true God had utterly fallen. A dark blue blade light cut through the void. Zhang Yang slowly sheathed Liu. Just as he was about to speak, an invisible wave of rules quietly appeared in the space. Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Countless nether servants shouted loudly, their voices echoing in the stone chamber. At the same time the world was also shaking. Waves of profound, great and majestic sounds echoed the title of the Demon Emperor. Zhang Yang and Luo Feng exchanged a glance. The fluctuations were so intense that they could both clearly feel them. The reincarnation war had ended. The eternal true God of the rock race who had just fallen was the 11th summoner. When he perished, the supreme being governing the reincarnation war descended, and following the previous rules of the reincarnation war, they were about to leave this place. Zhang Yang felt his body becoming increasingly illusory. Beside him, Luo Feng's silver armor also dimmed considerably. Unknown rules descended. Although they seemed to still stand here, their bodies might have already reached an extremely distant place. Take care, Zhang Yang said solemnly. This brief encounter made the next meeting far less likely. Luo Feng had been fleeing for who knows how long, and the distance between them was immense. Perhaps only a battlefield like the reincarnation war opened by the Supreme could bring them together again. Luo Feng nodded heavily and said coldly, "Take care." Suddenly Zhang Yang smiled and turned to Ming Ting saying, "Although I snatched 6,000 perfect quality origin from you, I was using the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion secret art, consuming divine power thousands and tens of thousands of times more." Ming Ting laughed heartily. "This time I owe you. Although it was perilous, my insights were also significant. I believe I will soon break through to saint level after returning, and then I'll repay you 10,000 times over." Zhang Yang just chuckled lightly and turned to look at Melassa. At this moment its form was only a faint shadow. "May fate bring us together again." The words fell into silence. The Demon Emperor's stone chamber became utterly quiet. The black threads dissipated in the air, and the nether servants, once solid, slowly faded away. A wisp of white smoke rose from the bottom of the tunnel, and then more smoke surged up from the ground. The rugged tunnel was immersed in it, no longer dark, only a vast expanse of white, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Suddenly, one moment Zhang Yang was in the Demon Emperor's stone chamber, the next he had returned to that pitch-black world behind the reincarnation gate. Now only 9 milky white light clusters remained bright, each aura representing an eternal true God. Among them he could faintly sense the auras of Luo Feng, Melassa, and Ming Ting. As for the other 6 light clusters, Zhang Yang was only familiar with one white cluster. He had never encountered the other 5. Any eternal true God who met him later had basically fallen. Out of 100,000 eternal true gods, only 10 of them survived in the end. During that time, the nether servants awakened, and Zhang Yang was hunted with no way to escape. If not for the marvelous combination of his and Luo Feng's will attacks and the endless divine power they could expend, he could not be sure he would have survived. Perhaps with great strength one could escape with their will, but the hope was slim. A world-level Chaos Source Overseer who controlled part of the rules monitored this battle, and it was on his home ground. Being targeted and still leaving alive required strength as a foundation along with a good deal of luck. In the dark space, the light clusters gradually disappeared and the surroundings fell silent again. The space trembled slightly. Above the dome, a brilliant light suddenly shone, radiating a hazy gray glow that washed away the surrounding darkness. A gray spherical object 100,000 kilometers in diameter was squeezed out of space. It appeared to be a solid gray sphere, yet also like a mass of gray air currents condensed together. It was impossible to tell what substance it was. It looked like a gray stone. It had no oppressive force, no fluctuations of divine power, and no effect on the will. It seemed ordinary, yet its appearance brought a sense of incongruity. Where the gray light passed, everything became chaotic. It silently blocked the endless laws and even completely dispelled the suppression of the void market. It was within the world, yet seemed not to exist here. Zhang Yang frowned, feeling a strong sense of incongruity. This was a supreme treasure that could not be accommodated by the origin continent. There was no detailed record of it in the inheritance of Duandonghe, only some inferences and external manifestations. Clearly even the third-generation ancestor, who had reached the God-King realm, had never seen such a treasure. It was the great realm-breaking token. The reason it was called a token was not because of its shape, but because of its function. It could traverse the endless chaos source, and itself could be considered a condensation of rules nurtured within the chaos source. It could even traverse worlds that had been completely refined and controlled, hence the name, token. The great realm-breaking token flew toward Zhang Yang, reaching him almost instantly and finally merged directly into his body. He felt nothing, but Zhang Yang had a special sense, as if he could go to an unknown location anytime he wished. The rules of the origin continent would yield to him, and under the rules of the great realm-breaking token boundless power would also be annihilated. Zhang Yang looked up at the spot where the great realm-breaking token had appeared. Without a doubt the Demon Emperor had just appeared there, but he did not show himself. The supreme being who controlled the endless chaotic space of the origin continent, a world-level chaos source life standing within the chaos source, a great existence who could take one more step to become a lord. From his current standpoint, the other party had definitely shown malice because they wanted him to fall. Now that they had come, they were clearly hostile yet seemed to ignore him. Zhang Yang shook his head. The gap between him and the other was too great. For this world-level chaos source to ignore him was the best outcome. Even according to the rules, the Demon Emperor granted him the first-place reward of the Reincarnation War, a great realm-breaking token which was a treasure even for high-level chaos source life. It could break through the endless rules of a source world. Survival was one aspect, but traversing the chaos source was not entirely safe. This was absolutely a treasure, a precious gem, even within the boundless chaos source. Zhang Yang inspected his palace treasure. The origin within it was practically countless. This amount of divine power was 1/3 of what was needed to break through from Saint level to God King. That was the accumulation of an ancient kingdom over countless years. Converted to the nurturing time of a continent source, it would be even longer. With such divine power, even if he performed chaos derivation in the chaotic space of the sacred universe, he could birth some small universes the size of an eternal true god. Zhang Yang could not help but say joyfully, with so much divine power, I can not only break through to the eternal true god level, but also expand the inner space at the eternal true god level. As for saint level, he was not entirely sure. At the void true god level one could expand once more, increasing by 100,000 times. At the eternal true god level the volume expanded 1,000 times and could also expand 100,000 times. Compared to the current sacred universe, the volume would increase by 10 trillion times. If he broke through to saint level, it would surge another 1,000 times, reaching 1 jing, which was 100 trillion times the inner space volume of the current sacred universe. Zhang Yang vaguely felt that even creating some small universes of eternal true gods would not be enough for him to break through for now. After all, the two expansions at void true god and eternal true god levels amounted to 10 billion times. If he became an eternal true god, the sacred universe's diameter was already larger than that of other eternal true gods' small universes. Adding this terrifying multiplier, the pressure on the cosmic membrane would be too great. Then Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. He was a bit greedy, thinking of breaking through to saint level in one go. In fact, reaching the eternal true god level would be enough. Luofeng only took half of the perfect quality origin. Like some metal veins, there were many lower quality origins that Luofeng did not need. He could carry countless origins to replenish his divine power. The difference in divine power between an eternal true god and a saint level was only 10,000 times. When the 8th volume of the divine power combustion secret art was activated, this gap became insignificant. At most, it would make a top-tier attack slightly less top-tier. Zhang Yang's chaos source path encompassed all things. Its essence was extremely high-level and powerful. Once his divine power was sufficient, he could unleash power nearly a rank above his law comprehension. After I go out, my strength will be close to Patriarch Yuxian. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Before entering, he could only briefly unleash the power of a high-level saint. One strike would exhaust his divine power. With the perfect quality origin given by Patriarch Yoshuan, he could sustain the power of a high-level saint. Now, even without breaking through, his attacks were close to Patriarch Yoshuan's, reaching the top-tier saint level. After he broke through, the secret art's power would match Patriarch Yoshuan's. Now that I have the all-transformation origin, I only need to refine the soulless puppet, comprehend the spiritual yuan array of the royal city, and then I can use Patriarch Haoshuan's body to fully unleash the limit of saint-level power. Without needing to constantly imprint divine power with will, I can fight continuously. Then even if the Qingyun sect mobilizes all its strength, they won't be able to breach the royal city in a short time. Rumble. A huge roar came. In the dark space, a beam of light connecting the sky appeared, and the reincarnation gate swung wide open. Zhang Yang could now leave. With a movement, he arrived at the reincarnation gate. He turned and looked back, vaguely recalling the black threads in the Demon Emperor's stone chamber. His previous gains were either granted by the Demon Emperor or plundered from other powerful beings. They seemed enormous, but only the great realm-breaking token exceeded Zhang Yang's expectations. In fact, for him, some subtle gains were more powerful. The black threads containing the means of a supreme being represented a marvelous rule. Although Zhang Yang still found them obscure and difficult to comprehend, they had lifted a corner of the world's mystery, revealing the high-level power unique to rules and the chaos source. You're finally out. Why was the reincarnation war so long this time? Patriarch Yuxian teleported over and asked. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. This reincarnation war was a bit special. I have obtained the all-transformation origin inside. An eternal true god happened to carry the all-transformation origin. How was this reincarnation war special? Patriarch Yuxian quickly asked. An origin containing special power would surely cost much more than a perfect quality origin. How could an eternal true god be carrying such a treasure? Zhang Yang said softly. This reincarnation war was not held within one region. It was jointly participated in by the 4 peak races: living humans, living beasts, dead souls, dead skeletons, remnant rocks, remnant energies, and multi-will beings. It was extremely arduous. As for the information about the Demon Emperor's stone chamber, he did not mention it. Even if he did, this ancestor might not have heard of it. Among the eternal true gods who participated in this reincarnation war, aside from most of those at the 2nd level of divine body, only 3 types of experts truly engaged in combat. Whether they were peerless geniuses at the 3rd level of divine body or top experts reincarnated from God King forces, all had powerful backgrounds. The information about the Demon Emperor's stone chamber also came from these experts. But even what had been said so far was shocking enough. Patriarch Yoshuan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "A reincarnation war involving the 4 peak races. Isn't that equivalent to the Chaos Source heavenly rank?" Others did not know Zhang Yang's true realm, but Patriarch Yuxian did. He was merely a void true god. Even if he had once reached the saint level, he had not even reached the peak. He probably fell shortly after breaking through. He did not believe that the reincarnation war involving the 4 peak races was just fought by ordinary eternal true gods. The geniuses and experts in a single kingdom or region might be few, but across the entire origin continent there were endless experts and geniuses. Among them were eternal true gods at the 3rd level of divine body and even super eternal true gods after reincarnation. How could Zhang Yang become first in such a battlefield teeming with experts with only the realm of a void true god? Both could only unleash the law comprehension of a high-level saint, but his divine power foundation was 10,000 times weaker. How could he possibly win? In the reincarnation war battlefield I met 2 old friends, and through a fight we became acquainted with a new one. The 4 of us trusted each other, which made things much easier compared to other lone fighters. Patriarch Yoshuan's expression showed understanding. If that was the case, it was not surprising. Only 10 people survived. The 4 of them together accounted for more than 1/3 of the forces. In such a life-or-death battlefield, trust was not easily gained. In that case, let me take you to exchange battle merits for some treasures suitable for you. Zhang Yang shook his head lightly. No need. I've gained a lot this time, including plenty of divine power, enough for me to use for a long time. Plenty. Patriarch Yuxian looked at him doubtfully, then chuckled and asked curiously, "How many origins?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment, then looked Patriarch Yuxian up and down. "Enough for me to fight for a while, using the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Secret Art. It should be about 1/10 of your divine power reserve." The expression on Patriarch Yoshuan's face froze. He was lacking in body gene level and the perfection of his own Tao rhythm, but he had been accumulating divine power for a long time. Even for breaking through to God King he would have a surplus. Only those saint levels who frequently fought in wars would lack divine power. He who often fled had no such concern. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Yuxian did not ask further. The matters afterward were certainly Zhang Yang's secrets. He only needed to confirm that Zhang Yang was now a guest elder of the Haoshuan sect. So he said quietly, "Since you have obtained the all-transformation origin, let us return as soon as possible. The revival of the body will take some time. I will first take you to the royal city of Shijian Kingdom to comprehend the spiritual Yuan array." Good. Chaotic space. The ever-changing chaotic particles were scattered by a sudden force, and a radiantly colorful light channel abruptly took shape like a beam of light shooting from a distant place, visibly extending to even more remote realms. On both sides of the channel 2 long crimson and azure dragons coiled forward their roars, driving away the surrounding chaotic particles, eventually wrapping the dazzling light channel completely. Its width alone spanned hundreds of light years, and its length was beyond measure. Within the channel 2 figures, one white and one black, continued forward. Their speed had already surpassed the definition of light, covering a distance of 1 shui in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang observed the surrounding channel with his gaze. This cosmic phantom, formed entirely by his own power, contained certain special rules that allowed swift travel through chaotic space. The cosmic phantom, built upon the foundation of chaotic laws with his own Tao essence as a bridge, had even given birth to faint rule power. The speed of constructing the cosmic channel equaled the speed of travel, saving transit time compared to channels built by eternal true gods. Before long the two had arrived at the imperial capital of the Shijian Kingdom from the Luanguang market. Zhang Yang had long sensed the countless miniature universes in the outer chaotic void, and at the center of these miniature universes, there was also a continent source constantly releasing endless energy. Tens of thousands of miniature universes, each with a diameter exceeding 10 billion light-years, were scattered like stars operating according to mysterious trajectories. Under such a powerful formation the void became more stable, and the energy flowing from the continent source grew very calm. Buzz. With a soft hum, the space instantly opened a dazzling light door, and Zhang Yang and Patriarch Yuxian directly appeared in the outer space. What met their eyes was a scene of ethereal mist and smoke with clusters of white clouds drifting slowly. Countless mansions in the sky radiated endless light, each at least 100 light-years in size. Their powerful divine force contained the laws of water, fire, light, darkness, and more. There were tens of thousands of such palaces representing tens of thousands of eternal true gods. Amid the clouds, light and shadow shifted and vibrant colors filled every space, presenting a truly celestial scene. In the distance one could also see the infinitely majestic purple gold city wall, at least 1 shui in height. It was no exaggeration to say it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Below was an extremely vast purple gold palace with rows upon rows of palaces stretching endlessly into the distance, its bounds invisible. This was an imperial capital built in the sky. Unlike other cities that relied on earth veins and elemental crystal mines, this capital relied on the continent source with formations covering the void across the Hengzhuan range. Swish, swish, the changes in chaotic space were very clear. One after another eternal true gods sensed them and instantly teleported over. Thousands of streaks of light flashed across the sky, soon arriving before Zhang Yang. Welcome, sage ancestor. Welcome, sage ancestor. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. If it were before entering the Demon Emperor's cave, seeing so many eternal true gods might have shaken his mind, for there were thousands of them, a number rarely seen normally. But inside the Demon Emperor's cave, he was hunted by over 100 nether servants with sage-level strength. Each one's aura was at the sage level, and their willpower even reached the God King level. Only by joining forces with Luofeng could he defeat those top-tier nether servants with sage strength. Patriarch Yuxian merely nodded slightly and said, Gu Ci cannot return for now. From now on, Zhang Yang will preside over the spiritual origin grand array. All of you must cooperate fully. Thousands of eternal true gods glanced at Zhang Yang. Although they did not know why the ancestor wanted this seemingly ordinary eternal true god to preside over the formation as the patriarch of the Haoshuan sect, his status was equal to that of the Shijian kingdom's ruler. They immediately shouted, We obey the ancestors' sacred decree. We obey the ancestors' sacred decree. We obey the ancestors' sacred decree. Patriarch Yuxian smiled and turned to say, Let's go. I'll take you to see the formation now. Zhang Yang nodded lightly, and then followed, flying toward the most important majestic palace of the imperial city. He had already seen the core of the formation at the position corresponding to the continent source, where inner space layers chaotic void and chaotic space were completely pierced through. The Shijian kingdom's spiritual origin grand array was much more brutal than the Haoshuan sect's formation. It directly connected the 4 spaces to construct a formation channel, pouring endless energy into the array. Once activated, it could directly absorb the endless divine power flowing from the continent source. In the center, a diameter of 10 billion light-years, was a hazy expanse of chaos like a gray river surging outward. However, within this grayness there were streaks of milky white threads, which were the core energy of the continent source. Around it was a cylindrical colorful barrier, which was the other channel enduring the impact of chaotic currents, and absorbing countless sources within, transmitting them to all parts of the spiritual origin grand array. How is it? Do you have the confidence? Patriarch Yuxian asked softly. Zhang Yang's pupils slightly contracted. The formation was not yet activated and was in a hidden state. What they had seen before was just the outer appearance. In his sight, with the willpower of the God King level, he sensed a transparent regular 1000000-sided polygon formation in the void with a terrifying diameter of 1 Hengzhuan, no less impressive than the Haoshuan sect's formation. At the center of the continent source there was a square treasure, hidden in the void, shaped like a royal seal. On it 2 transparent fish rotated, each movement emitting a strange power. Under the pull of this peculiar power, the energy surging from the continent source became less violent, and the calmed energy could be absorbed and used by the formation. On the membranes of the miniature universe's law patterns extended outward, and countless law chains interlocked, then merged into the formation hidden in the void. Zhang Yang's eyes were already a blur of chaos. After scanning once he said, No problem, I can control it. I just need the formation diagram sent to me. A distance of 1 Hengzhuan is too vast. Though I can reverse engineer based on the local formations, it would take considerable time. Patriarch Yoshuan's pupils contracted sharply. Although this was the core of the formation, reverse engineer the formation. Back then Patriarch Haoshuan and Patriarch Qintao had spent who knows how long to construct this formation. The level of this formation had reached the sage limit, even more difficult than the secret patterns on equipment. Could his law comprehension be that high? Patriarch Yuxian raised his palm, and a white sphere appeared in his hand. With a tremor of divine power the sphere flew over. Zhang Yang caught it directly, and pressed it against his forehead. This was an inheritance stone similar to the inheritance artifact of the independent space. Streams of information flowed rapidly into Zhang Yang's mind. His willpower at the God King level easily absorbed all of this information, including the core treasure of the formation, the Yinmo Star seal, the entire construction diagram of the grand array, the specific positions of the miniature universes, the materials and laws used in the formation, and so on. After a 2-second pause, Zhang Yang looked up and said, "I have received this information. If we activate the formation now, will it alert the enemy?" Patriarch Yuxian shook his head. "Let's try. They have already ambushed Guci. Any reaction now doesn't matter. There's a good chance to see if you can activate the formation. If you can't." He stopped there, not continuing. In truth, he was hesitant about using Patriarch Haoshuan's remains, but in a crisis he had no choice. Deep down he hoped Zhang Yang could activate the formation. Zhang Yang nodded, and the divine power within him erupted instantly. Whoosh! With a flash, Zhang Yang's body stood atop the Yinmo Star seal. This was the core of the entire formation, a natural treasure born from the endless chaotic void, emitting no fluctuation from its inception to its full emergence. Even a sage-level existence would find it difficult to detect. Discovering such a treasure relied solely on luck. Because it was born in the chaotic void, it possessed the abilities to suppress the void, stabilize energy, conceal formations, and more. Boom! The 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art was instantly activated. Zhang Yang's entire body ignited with a layer of milky white flames. His God King level willpower merged into the formation. As the central layer of milky white formation secret patterns emerged in the void, a second layer of black secret patterns appeared next. The 3rd layer, the 10th layer, the 2826th layer, the 100000th layer. The formation spanning 1 hengzhuan was fully illuminated, instantly lighting up the chaotic void. Buzz! The miniature universes also trembled, their rotation speeding up slightly. This change was instantly sensed by the beings in the Imperial City. They all felt the changes in their own miniature universes. Whether true gods, void true gods, or eternal true gods, at this moment they temporarily relinquished control over their miniature universes and fully assisted the operation of the sex formation. It's that unfamiliar eternal true god. He is the new guest elder of the Haoshuan sect. He is the one activating the formation. How many years has it been since our Shijian Kingdom's formation was last activated? 10,000 Lun Hushi, 1,000,000 Lun Hushi, or 10 million Lun Hushi. Countless void true gods and eternal true gods looked up. With their cultivation levels they could freely enter the void. At this moment they all sensed the towering figure in the center of the Imperial City, his vast divine power rampaging through the void. Such an outburst would only occur when an eternal true god at the limit was fighting desperately, yet this divine power combustion had been sustained for a long time. Relying on a single person, he had fully activated the spiritual origin grand array in the Imperial City. A formation that required nearly 10,000 eternal true gods, and over 100 million void true gods to activate. Such pressure was now borne by a single person. The sheer scope of 1 hengzhuan requiring willpower to control such a distance was already despairing for some eternal true gods, let alone the insurmountable sage-level secret patterns. Rumble. The continent source fell into complete turmoil. Originally it merely emitted energy on its own, but now with the spiritual origin grand array fully driven, endless source power was drawn out. The size of the continent source was subtly expanding, with boundless energy converging here. The entire chaotic space was turned upside down, with endless chaotic currents pouring into the outer void. Tens of thousands of eternal true gods' miniature universes struggled to maintain stability. Miniature universes could withstand the power of one level higher before reaching sage. Now with such vast energy they could still control it with the aid of the formation. Sizzle. Suddenly the void above the Imperial City shattered completely, and a purple gold beam burst forth. The power of the formation hidden in the void was too terrifying. The void could no longer bear such immense force. With the appearance of the first beam, all the space around the Imperial City shattered, as if the entire world were about to be destroyed. Another deep blue beam appeared, starting from the same point in the sky, and slanting toward the city wall. Rise! A soft shout came from the void, the sound piercing through the chaotic void to the outer space. All the beings in the city heard this voice, feeling a tremor in their hearts. Then the entire world began to shake. Rumble. The Imperial City trembled slightly, the distant walls swaying gently. Countless beams shot down from the sky above the city center, connecting to the outermost edges of the city. Below the center of the Imperial City, there was also a place where space had shattered, with countless law chains connecting to the edges of the city wall. In an instant heaven and earth turned into a dazzling array of colors. Endless law chains slanted from the Imperial City toward the city walls. The entire Imperial City now seemed to become an octahedral diamond crystal. The four corners of the city wall connected to the upper and lower space breaking points, and endless law chains draped over the city above and below. Chaotic Void. Patriarch Yuxian showed a hint of joy. The entire Imperial City was in full view. At this level it was considered fully activated. Unless a sage-level existence personally intervened, eternal true gods could at most reach this degree. Its power reached high-level sage potency, covering a range of 1 hengjuan, with every point able to withstand high-level sage might. The power of a top-tier sage was extremely difficult. The higher the realm, the more complete the Tao essence and the more divine power required. Both top-tier and limit required the 8th volume of the divine power combustion art to use. The true sage limit even required the divine body to reach the 3rd stage, using the 9th volume of the divine power combustion art to achieve. Zhang Yang's face was slightly pale. After all, he was only a void true god with a divine power base 100 million times lower than a sage. He could handle a single battle, but the pressure of a formation spanning 1 hengjuan was too great for him. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. Zhang Yang shouted forbidden, and roared inwardly 8th volume. Burn! Endless divine power erupted from his body, instantly forming a giant phantom. Patriarch Yoshuan's eyes changed sharply. This momentum was not much weaker than his own. The divine power combustion art, the first 2 layers could be used by lawmasters as they only involved divine power. The 3rd layer required true gods because only true gods had flesh and blood bodies. The subsequent layers also required physical coordination. Although it seemed like divine power combustion, it was also a physical burst art. A sage at the limit could not fully activate the 9th volume because their physical foundation was insufficient. But now Zhang Yang had activated the 8th volume of the divine power combustion art. With the continuous amplification of the 8th volume, his body had barely reached the sage level. Thus he could withstand the pressure of the formation. Rise! Rumble! Rumble! The enormous diamond crystal surrounding the Imperial City trembled violently, unleashing boundless power. Dazzling colored light shot toward all parts of Nanshi State. The next moment the void shattered completely. The diamond crystal simultaneously stood in inner space layers, chaotic void and chaotic space, completely detached from time and space. Zhang Yang even had a feeling that if he wished, he could use the great realm-breaking token to take the entire Imperial City across endless Hunyuan to another mysterious place. Such an eruption came swiftly and faded just as quickly. To fully unleash the divine power and execute the secret art of divine combustion, Zhang Yang needed a brief moment to gather his strength. Under the immense pressure of this grand formation moving the Imperial City, which spanned a single hengjuan in diameter, consumed far more divine power than a full-force strike. Almost in the next instant, the towering giant figure behind Zhang Yang dissipated, leaving only the divine flames still burning around his body. His will swiftly shuttled through the sources, replenishing the divine power consumed. Just then a peculiar fluctuation rippled through the void. Zhang Yang abruptly turned his head toward the southeast. As his will probed into the void, another strange fluctuation arrived. The 5th. The 9th. The void of Nanzhou Prefecture became thoroughly chaotic. To the east of Shijian Kingdom, 9 powerful divine fluctuations rampaged through the void, each reaching the limit of saintly proclamation, their boundless energy rivaling the activation of the spiritual origin grand formation. Endless might pierced through the space of the origin continent. In the southeast direction hung a perfect sphere shimmering with violet light, its diameter no less than 1 hengjuan. Part of it was immersed in the chaotic space, the middle part submerged in the chaotic void, and the remainder within the inner space. To the due east, it was not a regular-shaped object, but a living beast that seemed to have awakened, its body spanning over 5 hengjuan. To the northeast, it was a vast mountain range with the chaotic space as its base, and its peak piercing into the inner space. With the activation of the spiritual origin grand formation, the grand formations of the remaining 9 kingdoms also fully activated. Such overwhelming might emanating from the source of the continent caused all Yuan stones and Yuan crystal veins in Nanzhou Prefecture to tremble continuously. Even true gods could perceive it clearly, inciting boundless terror. What is this? Zhang Yang asked softly. This reaction was too violent. Were the other kingdoms demonstrating their power? Don't mind it. It's merely a signal for full-scale war preparation. Even without activating the spiritual origin grand formation, every kingdom is already on high alert. Casually offering an explanation, Ancestor Yuxian paid little attention to this change, but he was greatly astonished by Zhang Yang's performance just now. Has your will reached the level of a divine king? The divine power imprints within the source, if they exceed the body's endurance limit, will slowly dissipate. Yet you were able to execute the 8th volume of the divine combustion secret art, and your imprint speed is so fast. I have always excelled in willpower, and my speed of improvement has been quite fast. Zhang Yang said softly. His spirit had already surpassed the limits of his talent, and his will had reached the level of a high-level divine king. Ancestor Yuxian nodded lightly. Since you are able to fully activate the spiritual origin grand formation, I can rest assured. After I return, I will send a message to Gu Ci instructing him to stay within the market ruins and not leave. I will also refine the soulless puppet. Having said this, as if unwilling to say more, Ancestor Yoshuan's figure flickered and flew directly into the distant chaos. You stay here. Zhang Yang fell silent for a moment. Before testing it, he had known he might not withstand the pressure of such a formation. Now that he had to activate the 8th volume of the Divine Combustion secret art, to fully enable the formation, the remains of Ancestor Haoshuan had to be refined. He dismissed further thoughts and let his will enter the formation. Earlier he had only activated it simply. Within this vast formation there were countless secret runes, both offensive and defensive, that he needed to familiarize himself with thoroughly. Chaotic space. A solitary universe was immersed in chaos, its diameter exceeding 500 billion light-years. Its surface appeared dim, with a few faint purple patterns looking quite strange. This was the Capricorn Market Ruins, also known as the Capricorn Battlefield due to its lawless nature. It was infinitely distant from Nanzhou Prefecture. Even a saintly proclamation existence would need nearly a reincarnation cycle to fly there from this side. Within the chaos surrounding the Capricorn Market Ruins, 4 powerful beings had gathered. Qing Ming, the spiritual origin grand formation of Shijian Kingdom, has been fully activated, Ziren said in a deep voice. Sacred One. Qing Ming chuckled. It's just the activation of one formation. If they could fully activate the grand formation of Haoshuan sect, then perhaps we might need to use other means. But now Gu Xi is inside the Capricorn Market Ruins, and even Kong Ju has met him face to face. At most it's a bluff. But staying here forever is not a solution. Ni's voice came indistinctly. Sacred One. Qing Ming nodded lightly. I've almost finished my preparations. Kong Ju will stay for now. If Gu Xi comes out, just hold him off. We only need to breach one faction's formation, and then we will have the absolute advantage. When Haoshuan and Chun Tao fell back, then they both expended endless divine power. Haoshuan sect is the weakest. Without a saintly proclamation to preside over the formation, they won't last long. Kong Ju's eyes flickered. I stay. Although the 4 of them were allied, it was only a transaction. If he stayed, his faction would also be left with only one Sacred One, leaving either the sect or the Imperial City to be defended. Sacred One. Qing Ming slightly inclined his head this time. I only aim to deal with Haoshuan sect. If you help me this time, I will assist you in seizing the continental source of the Linan Mountain. The Lord of Dust Kingdom has fallen and many Sacred Ones have already organized attacks. With our alliance we can occupy at least 10 continental sources. That place is not a mere prefecture but a continent. Not only is the territory vaster, but the source energy is also more abundant. Kong Ju and the others exchanged glances, and I said in a deep voice, I'm curious why you don't want to relocate there. That vast region is 10 times the area of Nanzhou Prefecture. Even occupying just one continental source would be far better than Nanzhou. And you, as a saintly proclamation at the limit, can surely occupy 3 source points. Sacred One. Qing Ming's face flickered with cyan light, and he said unhurriedly, you should have guessed. I cannot leave. The Guqing continent cannot accommodate me. Kong Ju's expression instantly turned understanding. The only thing that could make Sacred One. Qing Ming unwilling to abandon was the enslaved undead Sacred One. In a place like Nanzhou Prefecture, it was like an isolated island floating on a vast ocean surrounded by endless seas. Conflicts between factions were relatively few. Though not completely cut off from the world, it had little contact with the outside and the structure of factions was simple. When it came to the Linan Mountain of the Guqing continent, although the area was larger than Nanzhou Prefecture, there was no endless sea as a barrier. Territories directly bordered other factions, making the entanglements between them far more complex. The countless kingdoms there would not tolerate the undead rampaging, and it might even be completely wiped out by a divine king. Can it really help you break through? I've never heard of a Sacred One succeeding in breaking through by using a single undead. Sacred One. Qing Ming's face stiffened. This is my secret. We have already sworn an alliance under the supreme rules. This is not within the scope of our cooperation. Seeing his reaction, the other 3 Sacred Ones fell silent. The reason they had agreed to help Sacred One. Qing Ming was that they sensed he was about to break through. If they didn't submit, they would be driven out of Nanzhou Prefecture. Now each had their own heritage, and they would never submit to Sacred One. Qing Ming. In other words, they would have to leave sooner or later. It was under these circumstances that they made this deal. Sacred One. Qing Ming would help them seize the continental sources of the Guqing continent, while they would help him seize the territory of Nanzhou Prefecture. Rest assured, no one can violate the supreme rules. Moreover, even if I become a divine king, I cannot occupy 2 domains at once. It's just a matter of helping you seize a few continental sources. I could do it even without breaking through. There's no need to deceive you over such a thing. Sacred One. Qing Ming said with a smile. The 3 Sacred Ones nodded. We are only assisting you in holding them off. We will not engage in a real death struggle with those kingdoms. If we go to the Guqing continent, we will also need endless divine power to guard our territories. Of course, you all only need to hold them off. Once I gain an advantage, it will be much simpler to defeat them one by one. Sacred One Qingming said earnestly, then his expression turned serious. You can now dispatch your troops. I will also launch a massive attack on Shurjian Kingdom. If Gu Xi can come out from the market ruins, this battle will be even easier. The three Sacred Ones slowly nodded and orders began to be issued. With these commands, the four kingdoms moved into full action. Countless war machines were activated, war summons spread everywhere, and countless true gods, void true gods, and eternal true gods mobilized. The wind has risen. Zhang Yang stood at the center of the continental source, his will crossing layers of space to take in the entire scene of Nanzhou Prefecture. All 10 kingdoms had prepared for battle. Of vanguard forces had reached the borders of the kingdoms, and the first small-scale skirmish had already erupted. With a flash, Zhang Yang appeared in a vast square within the imperial city. At that moment, 8,000 of the more than 10,000 eternal true gods of Shurjian Kingdom had returned. They sat cross-legged in the sky, while below them over 10 billion void true gods stood in the air. The number of true gods was simply incalculable. Hail Sacred One Zhang Yang! Hail Sacred One Zhang Yang! Countless powerful beings shouted in unison. When the spiritual origin grand formation of Shurjian Kingdom was fully activated, his name had already spread throughout the kingdom. An eternal true god alone could not fully activate the formation. Even a newly breakthrough Sacred One could not comprehend the endless secret runes that reached the limit of saintly proclamation. Only a reincarnated Sacred One could fully activate such a formation at the eternal true god realm. A Sacred One, even if reincarnated, should be accorded respect. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Even without the formation, his personal strength had reached the level of a high-level Sacred One. With extreme burst, he could even unleash the might of a top-tier Sacred One, so he naturally counted as a Sacred One. Continue your vigilance. I need to return to Haoshuan sect. With that, Zhang Yang directly entered the chaotic space, and distant cheers rang out again. Farewell Sacred One Zhang Yang. Farewell Sacred One Zhang Yang. His will was released without concealment, the Chaos Origin Tao fully unleashed. With the intense burning of divine power, the originally disordered chaos became even more turbulent. A miniature universe with a diameter of millions began to take shape, and within the space a mysterious power was born. It works. A smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. As the Tao resonance of a high-level, Sacred One fully manifested, constructing a universe phantom within the chaotic space gave rise to a unique rule. Under this authority, he could move swiftly within the chaotic space just as Ancestor Yuxian had moved him earlier. With such speed, reaching Haoshuan sect would only take an instant. Why are you here? Ancestor Yuxian asked softly. I've come to refine a supreme treasure. Gu Xi's current location is extremely far, so time should be sufficient. Zhang Yang said calmly. A supreme treasure. At the Sacred One level? Ancestor Yuxian asked. He knew Zhang Yang could refine treasures, but previously, he had only made eternal true god level ones. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to also refine Sacred One level treasures. Yes, if I'm to fight against Sacred One Qingming, my current treasures are no longer sufficient. Zhang Yang explained. Ancestor Yuxian frowned. Sacred One level treasures require many materials, including numerous rare treasures. Do you have enough materials? Time is tight now. We only need to hold off their attack. As long as Sacred One Qingming doesn't become a divine king, whatever they do will be futile. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Time is still enough and the materials are sufficient. I harvested quite a lot during the reincarnation war. Ancestor Yuxian simply nodded and said nothing more. He believed Zhang Yang understood the current situation. He continued to channel divine power faster as he was still refining the soulless puppet. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, then his figure flickered and arrived at his own divine flame peak. In truth, he preferred offense over defense. Though Sacred One Qingming was strong, he was still just a Sacred One. In the reincarnation war, many powerful beings at this level had reincarnated, and they all became victims under Zhang Yang's blade. Being able to achieve this was largely due to the powerful Sheng Hongfu. He speculated that Sacred One Qingming's will was only at the initial level of a divine king. Although he didn't have Luo Feng's help now, he could still apply some suppression. Moreover, his will had already reached the limit of the high level and was about to break through to the top tier. At that point, his will attack could completely suppress Sacred One Qingming. Suppressing an opponent by one level Sacred One Qingming would then only be at the level of a top-tier Sacred One not much stronger than Zhang Yang. Even in a direct battle, Zhang Yang could protect his true god heart. If he borrowed the formation, he could even suppress Sacred One Qingming. But Zhang Yang was not content with mere suppression. Limited by the fixed position of the formation, he could not move quickly, so if Sacred One Qingming tried to flee, he would not be able to catch up. What he needed most was the soulless puppet. The soulless puppet was not made to manipulate the formation. Its greatest function was to act as a substitute body. A powerful being could even control multiple soulless puppets to fight simultaneously. No matter how profound one's law comprehension, as long as the quality of the soulless puppet was sufficient, it could fully unleash the corresponding strength. For a powerful being, this might only mean an extra combat body, but for Zhang Yang, he could control the puppet to fully unleash the might of the Chaos Origin Tao. Although he was only a void true god with the help of the soulless puppet and endless divine power, his will was not weak, allowing him to unleash the might of a limit-level Sacred One. Then, being one level above Sacred One Qingming with limit-level strength, he would have a real chance to slay him directly. However, Zhang Yang still lacked some supreme treasures. Sacred One-level treasures suitable for himself. With complete treasures, the soulless puppet could fully unleash his strength. Ancestor Haoshuan also had a divine body at the 3rd level, only less than 1/10 lower than Zhang Yang's gene level. Within endless flames, Zhang Yang glanced toward Qingyun sect, then turned and walked into the Silver Flame Tower. A verdant sea of forests was now shrouded beneath an immense shadow, as countless warriors and colossal mechanical constructs floated suspended in the sky. Each of these warriors possessed a body 100,000 kilometers tall, with many of them reaching heights of over 1,000,000 kilometers. Those mechanical constructs were even more terrifying. Spherical machines 100 million light-years in diameter, their entire surfaces gleaming with a violet gold radiance. Within each there were over 1,000,000,000,000 true god-level warriors. There were thousands of such machines, and the smaller ones were beyond count. At the forefront of the army, 100,000 eternal true gods of formidable aura had already activated the divine power combustion secret technique, their combined might even reaching the pinnacle of sagehood. Before this colossal army lay a vast mountain range stretching across several shui, fictional units of distance. Between two peaks stood a massive gate of pure white jade, its towering portal soaring into the clouds. Engraved on it were the 3 sinuous characters, Haoshuan Sect, a sight of majestic grandeur. Yuxian, come out. An ethereal voice rang out, piercing through the mountain gate of Haoshuan Sect. A terrifying aura spread across a distance of 1 Hangzhuan, fictional unit of time-space. Bai Shang, you have come after all. I thought we would never cross blades in this lifetime. A soft sigh echoed. Ancestor Yuxian appeared outside the mountain gate, cast a glance at the massive war legion, and then fixed his gaze upon a patch of mist. The space there was condensing, and a young man clad in a white robe slowly emerged from the chaotic void. His face did not match the elegance of his attire. A diagonal scar lay across his cheek. It is meaningless to speak of this now. I thought you would defend the imperial capital of the Shurjian kingdom, since its defenses are somewhat weaker. Ancestor Yuxian smiled faintly. There is no need for me to tend to that side. Bai Shang narrowed his eyes. That expression seemed utterly confident, yet Gu Si was clearly unable to return in time, while Sage Qingming was already on the verge of coming back. Thanks to that sword strike of yours, I comprehended the Tao for over 10,000 reincarnation cycles and finally broke through to sagehood. I wonder how much your strength has grown after 10 million reincarnation cycles. Ancestor Yuxian replied in a cold tone, you can try. Bai Shang roared, bluffing. Let me see how you defend the Shurjian kingdom's imperial capital. Charge. As countless warriors burned their divine power, the surrounding space-time shattered entirely. The entire war legion submerged directly into the void. Innumerable secret arts were unleashed simultaneously. All the war machines blazed with radiance. White, red, blue, purple, gold. The space was dyed in a riot of colors, seemingly beautiful yet brimming with devastating might. Ancestor Yuxian chuckled lightly. Such a war legion was indeed formidable, with even a sage overseeing it. But could a sage who had established a sect on the origin continent be so easily breached? Rise! With a mighty shout, Ancestor Yuxian ignited his divine power in both red and blue, his will connecting with the sect's grand formation. In an instant the earth shook and the sky quaked. Mountains and lakes spanning a Hangzhuan region were illuminated by endless secret techniques. A dazzling cascade of light more brilliant than the war legions tore through space-time, and a translucent white barrier completely enveloped the Haoshuan sect. Boom! 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 Countless attacks of terrible might hammered against the Haoshuan sect's formation, yet the white screen did not even tremble. Ancestor Yuxian alone held back the entire war legion plus a sage, whose strength was not inferior to his own. Such was the advantage of defense. Even if one's power was slightly weaker, with the support of the formation one remained invincible. Bai Shang, do not waste your efforts. This attack is utterly futile. If your strength could reach the limit of sagehood, perhaps you would give me some pressure. Bai Shang's face was expressionless. I do not need to breach your sect's formation. I only need to detain you. Now that I have confirmed that your true body is indeed guarding the sect, that is enough. With that he ceased organizing attacks and waited calmly. Ancestor Yuxian glanced back, a hint of urgency in his heart. Zhang Yang had been refining a supreme treasure and had not yet finished. Now that the Qingyun sect had launched an attack, it meant Sage Qingming would soon return, but Gu Si could not make it back in time. Silence reigned with only the Haoshuan sect's formation still shimmering faintly. Suddenly Bai Shang's expression changed. His will probed into the chaotic void where inside the Haoshuan sect a black figure was rapidly approaching. If it were merely a flight he would not have been so tense. But upon sensing the vast majestic Tao aura within the chaotic void his face turned especially grim. A smile crept onto Ancestor Yu Xian's lips. Finally he had emerged. For a sage reaching the imperial capital of the Shurjian kingdom would not take long. A time was still on their side. Swish! Within the mountain gate a black figure appeared directly. The surrounding space showed not the slightest fluctuation, as if he had always been there. He gazed coldly at the endless war legion in the distance, his eyes black and white filled with utter indifference. A single glance struck fear into the hearts of countless warriors. His pitch-black armor was covered in barbs looking ferocious. Countless secret technique patterns were like chaotic scribbles. Complex, mysterious, disorderly, making it impossible to discern what power they contained. Coupled with his array of supreme treasures, his aura instantly became oppressive and icy. Bai Shang scrutinized him with a grave expression. The figure was only 100,000 kilometers tall, and his divine power aura was merely that of an eternal true god, yet Bai Shang could not ignore how he had arrived. Within the chaotic void, he had constructed an illusory cosmic projection, using his own Tao aura to generate peculiar rules. Even with the sect's grand formation activated causing spacetime to stagnate, he could still traverse through it. You are not Haoshuan nor Chun Tao. Who are you? Zhang Yang merely glanced at the war legion, then ignored it. Without giving Bai Shang any reply, he asked Ancestor Yu Xian in a low voice, "Is what I need ready?" Ancestor Yu Xian likewise ignored Bai Shang. "It is ready. You should go quickly." As he spoke, a streak of white light shot toward Zhang Yang. Bai Shang's face was now extremely sour. It turned out to be a reincarnated sage, and it seemed the two had a transaction. "This is a feud between my Qingyun sect and the Haoshuan sect. If you wish to make a deal, the Qingyun sect is also open to it." Zhang Yang probed the soulless puppet with his divine power, and then sneered, "The Qingyun sect is indeed quite adept at business. I learned that the first time I entered the Yuning auction house." Bai Shang's expression shifted. He exchanged thoughts with the sect's experts, and his face turned even grimmer. They had actually ambushed and killed a reincarnated powerhouse. Previously it was only a true god, and now, in less than one reincarnation cycle, he had reached eternal true god. Could he become a sage at any moment? "Sir, do you truly intend to involve yourself in the war between the Qingyun sect and Haoshuan sect?" Zhang Yang chuckled lightly, then turned to Ancestor Yu Xian and said, "I will be on my way then." With that his figure flickered and vanished into the chaotic void. A vast will rose, instantly grasping the chaotic laws and linking them. A hazy cosmic projection materialized. "Stop right there." Bai Shang bellowed, and his divine power ignited in an instant. The Volume 8 Divine Power Combustion Secret Technique activated. His spear stabbed toward the chaotic void, the tip piercing through inner space and tearing the chaotic void, directly aiming at Zhang Yang within. "Bai Shang, you cannot stop me." A light shout rang out, followed by a sword beam. Ancestor Yu Xian, who had been on guard, struck out with his sword to intercept. The spear tip and sword blade clashed, overturning the endless chaotic currents within the void. Blocked, Bai Shang could only roar at the chaotic void ahead. "Zhang Yang, you are merely an eternal true god now. To regain control of the chaotic laws you must pass through the three tribulations. You cannot possibly sustain the Shurjian kingdom's formation. Do you truly dare to meddle in the war between our two sects?" The black figure did not pause in the slightest, still flying at great speed toward the direction of the Shurjian kingdom's imperial capital. Bai Shang's face contorted. He swung his spear to break free from Ancestor Yu Xian's assault, temporarily retreating into the war legion. His will quickly connected to his miniature universe and began transmitting a message to Sage Qingming. Once the Shurjian kingdom's formation had a controller with the assistance of the countless true gods within the capital, it could likely reach a peak level. That level could barely withstand Sage Qingming's secret technique attacks, prolonging the time needed to break the formation, perhaps even allowing Gu Ci to return to the imperial capital. Because when a sagehood limit attacks a high-level sage, the power difference of two tiers results in a direct crushing. The excess might annihilate endless divine power. Far more exaggerated than when Zhang Yang attacked the boundless nether sea of the Lord of the Nine Abysses. At this point the amplification of will on combat power was already evident. The divine power of an eternal true god already contained the will of two opposing laws, while at the sage level it was the complete chaotic laws. Such terrifying attacks exceeding the defense limit struck against divine power without will imprints. Each attack annihilated an incalculable amount of divine power. No matter how much divine power was accumulated, it could not withstand such consumption. But when a sagehood limit attacks a peak sage, only one tier apart, there is some resistance and the consumption drops sharply. The last 3 volumes of the Divine Power Combustion Secret Technique. The difference in divine power consumption between two volumes exceeds 100 million times, yet activating one volume does not increase one's power by a full rank. Originally Sage Qingming might have breached the Shijian Kingdom's capital in 10,000 eons, but now the time would extend to 1,000,000,000,000 eons. Ancestor Gu Xi could return. Bai Sheng vaguely sensed that things might not go as smoothly as he had thought. What had Ancestor Yu Xian given to Zhang Yang earlier? He could only hope the capital would be breached quickly. Once Gu Xi returned, it would not only be a sage's return. He would also be carrying even more divine power. Welcome the sage's arrival. Welcome the sage's arrival. Amid the endless thunder of the Shijian Kingdom's imperial capital, shouts of greetings suddenly arose. The divine power turbulence of eternal true gods caused the battlefield's atmosphere to freeze momentarily. The warriors of the Lingyang Kingdom felt a jolt in their hearts. Their attack speed slowed abruptly. A sage. The Shijian Kingdom clearly had no sage left. If there had been a sage, they would never have launched an attack. It was precisely because they knew the Shijian Kingdom had no sage that they had launched the combined assault. Their united might was stronger than the formation. If a sage existed, they would never have acted so rashly. The Lingyuan formation was not a mere decoration. Even if the War Legion combined could reach the might of a peak sage and temporarily hold off a peak sage, if a sage manipulated the formation, it could fully unleash the power of a sagehood limit. Even if they unleashed peak sage level might, their defenses were not that strong. The attacks of a sagehood limit, even the aftershocks, would be unendurable. Only a few eternal true gods who could temporarily unleash part of a sage's power would survive. Countless warriors turned to look in the direction of the shout. In an instant, all the warriors of the Lingyang Kingdom relaxed. The figure in the sky, though powerful at most, possessed the divine power aura of an eternal true god. Only a few of the most elite eternal true gods felt a sense of dread. You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me, Zhang Yang said softly. Then he reached out, and in a flash a massive giant appeared before him. The giant was exceedingly handsome with a gentle gaze. Clad in a primordial soul robe, he exuded a silent majesty. Most importantly, his body was 1,000 light-years tall. Only a sage could achieve such a stature. Suddenly Zhang Yang's expression froze. He sensed a familiar aura from the giant. Both unfamiliar and deeply familiar. Carefully probing the residual consciousness within the body, his face lit up with realization. Changming Shihuan Saint. Recorded in the Donghe River heritage. Those powerhouses were not merely names. They also carried a trace of their divine power aura. Earlier in the palace treasure, Zhang Yang had not noticed. Now that the body was fully manifested, though the appearance was different, the residual divine power aura confirmed the identity. Grandmaster. Greetings, Grandmaster. Soulless puppet. This is Sage Haoshuan's soulless puppet. The warriors below exclaimed in shock. When warriors of the Shijian Kingdom became core members of the sect, they naturally received the heritage. On the Haoshuan pillar stood the statue of Ancestor Haoshuan. Many in the Lingyang Kingdom had also seen portraits of Ancestor Haoshuan. Their hearts jolted, and they realized the truth, crying out in alarm. Having fallen yet still protecting the sect. You must be happy, right? Zhang Yang asked softly. In his perception, Ancestor Haoshuan's will was already extremely weak. Clearly, he had completely perished long ago. Such a powerful world naturally nurtures wonders. Although faith power was not prominent as a mighty being, who after falling still retained will for endless reincarnation cycles. If the Haoshuan sect remained prosperous for countless years, receiving the daily prayers of endless true gods, the being would not fully resurrect, but at least his will could awaken swiftly, allowing him to reincarnate and return. Zhang Yang stood on the soulless puppet's shoulder. His will probed into the puppet's body, and instantly the corpse of Ancestor Haoshuan revived. He roared, Lingyuan formation. Rise. Rumble. Zhang Yang seized control of the Lingyuan formation, using the soulless puppet to command the endless divine power. In an instant, all the secret patterns within one Hangzhuan range lit up, and the Lingyuan formation was fully activated. Daring to invade the Shijian Kingdom's imperial capital. Die. Godslang strike. Above the capital, a colossal war blade 1,000,000,000,000 light-years in length suddenly condensed, and then slashed down at the War Legion below. Trouble. Defend quickly. He can fully activate the Lingyuan formation. We cannot hold out long. Retreat in an orderly fashion. The eternal true gods of the Lingyang Kingdom shouted in alarm. Zhang Yang let out a sneer. Run. How could he possibly let them escape? They would have to withstand his attack first. The grand spiritual energy array, spanning a diameter of a single eternal revolution, exuded a might reaching the pinnacle of saintly limit. Its attack range extended close to 100 eternal revolutions. Even an eternal true god could not flee. At most a few void true gods could escape, but dispersing and then utilizing the array for attacks would be too wasteful. Endless reincarnation. The voice resounded from the void. The spiritual energy array activated instantly. The source of the continent supplied boundless divine power, while the towering body over 100 billion light-years tall, raised the blade that could shatter the cosmos. Light, a cerulean radiance flooded the entire world. Every beam of light was a blade of saber essence. With the soulless puppet as a foundation and the auxiliary power of the nation's grand array, Zhang Yang, for the first time unleashed his full strength. Above the imperial city, a colossal blade longer than a single void eon condensed into form. The Shatterer as a primordial embryo could fully withstand the battles of a god king. Though not a supreme treasure, it was more than sufficient to support combat at the saintly limit level. Hurry! Block it! Unite the attack! Strike! A series of battle cries erupted. The War Legion launched a combined assault without hesitation, yet they were not a unified whole. Even if their attacks through sheer numbers reached the level of a top-tier saintly, their defense could not be elevated much. If they failed to withstand Zhang Yang's assault, the eternal true gods controlling the combined attack would be the first to suffer, followed by the large war machines. As for the true gods and void true gods, even a mere ripple would annihilate them. Space quaked violently. On one side, a powerful attack converged from countless golden beams. On the other, there was only a single battle saber. Chop! Rumble! The attack arrived in an instant. Endless saber blades annihilated the secret techniques hurled from all directions. The path of primordial chaos, supported by the law of chaos, could not be erased by these ordinary attacks. Even the divine power itself was of a different caliber. The colossal azure blade pressed down inch by inch. The secret technique, already at the pinnacle of saintly limit, was on the verge of shattering. Just as the blade was about to annihilate the entire Lingyang nation, War Legion, a beam of polar light shot out from the chaotic space, mutually annihilating with the azure blade. It's the Grandmaster! Attack! Burn divine power! With the assistance of countless true gods, the azure blade was completely annihilated. Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. When he had arrived, he had already sensed the subtle anomaly in the chaotic space. This attack was merely a probe. Peft! Peft! A cyan beam and the War Legion's attack struck the array's light barrier. The array then annihilated the countless attacks. Azure Firmament Saint, since you are already here, there is no need to hide in the spatial void. Zhang Yang's gaze fixed on a dark patch in the chaotic space. This would be the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. Even in the Demon Emperor's cave there had been no such formidable being, for those were all fallen experts. A saintly limit. Even with the boundless array under his control, it was only a stalemate. Without the soulless puppet and such a grand array facing such an existence, he could not even flee. The higher the realm, the more it could not be compensated by one or two secret techniques. Experts at this level had few weaknesses. Battles between them were a clash of infinite energy. Suddenly ripples appeared in space. A young man in cyan battle armor appeared with his hands behind his back. He stood in the air, a blue-white light swirling on his face, and a cold white flame emanated from his body. Though the light was intense, an extreme chill radiated from him. Greetings, Grandmaster! Greetings, Grandmaster! The eternal true gods of Lingyang Nation looked piously at the newly appeared Azure Firmament Saint. When this saintly limit emerged, everything was no longer a problem. Nanchi Prefecture had no god kings, so Azure Firmament Saint was invincible. You are unfamiliar yet somehow familiar. Azure Firmament Saint was puzzled. He clearly felt that Zhang Yang's divine power and will were both unfamiliar, yet psychologically, he felt they had met before. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Familiar? Of course familiar. Before, when Azure Firmament Saints will erupted, the two had chased each other through the endless void. At that time he had used a secret technique to escape, hiding most of his will, and had barely managed to get away. I am curious. What use does the undead have for you? Among the records of various races in the Duanding inheritance, there was no mention of undead being able to promote a cultivator who had reached the saintly limit. Not at all. This meant that even countless god kings could not utilize living undead experts. Only fallen undead were good undead. Whether their soul crystals or their bodies, they were excellent materials for cultivation and treasure refinement. Moreover, a saintly limit had already reached the pinnacle of their own cultivation path. At this level, to become a semi-chaos lifeform, one had to rely on the condensation of one's own Tao essence, so that the Tao essence could support an internal universe. A universe built by oneself. Such an expert would not bother with the weak. Even a high-level saintly could be killed. The true gods of the three realms were like ants. Zhang Yang could not understand what he wanted to do with the undead. I am curious where you came from. There is no trace of reincarnation on you. I am confident I am not mistaken. How then did you manage to control him? As Azure Firmament Saint spoke, his eyes became very complex. Looking at the handsome face of Patriarch Haoshuan, his heart was filled with myriad emotions. He had been slightly inferior back then, and the subsequent development of the sect had also been a loss. This was his old rival. Though he was now dead, the two stood together again. And the one controlling him in battle was a terrifying opponent. Merely at the eternal true God level, yet able to unleash the power of a saintly limit. After a distant clash of forces, he understood in his heart that this eternal true God's comprehension of laws was not inferior to his own. Even wielding the soulless puppet without the corresponding Tao essence, such combat power could not be unleashed. This level had already reached the saintly limit. Why was he still only an eternal true God? Zhang Yang also did not answer the other's question but said calmly, "The undead in Nanchi Prefecture are fully awakening, and you have completely released the demon cave. When alien experts descend through this, you cannot bear the responsibility. If you leave now, you still have a chance to turn back. I can pretend you never came." Azure Firmament Saint's pupils suddenly constricted, then his expression turned indifferent. "You do not understand." Zhang Yang sneered. It was nothing more than finding some bizarre method to break through. He himself had already achieved the comprehension of the saintly realm. The saintly realm was completely clear to him, and even the path of cultivation to God King was now clear. How could anyone say he did not understand? After all, he just wanted to become a God King so that Qingyun sect could be eternal. As for the creatures now living on Nanchi Prefecture, dead was dead. As long as Nanchi Prefecture was not destroyed, and the source of the continent did not dry up, Qingyun sect could nurture new life once more. It would just take some time and Qingyun sect would become a top-tier nation. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but the chance of success was extremely low, even lower than the probability of Azure Firmament Saint himself breaking through to God King. The undead, as a race completely different from living beings, had soul imprints opposite to those of the living. Even God Kings tread carefully when encountering them. Merely a saintly limit. This level did not even have sufficient qualification to enter border battles, and did not know the cunning of undead experts. You will not succeed. What you are summoning now is your own grave. Azure Firmament Saint's face turned cold. Do you think I will believe that? Zhang Yang's expression also turned cold. Though he would not act like a saint and could even tolerate places like King Yinmo, watching countless lives perish still filled his heart with great repulsion. It was a denial of life. Watching a being with a completely opposite soul imprint devour his own kind bit by bit, the anger in his heart kept rising. Since that is the case, let me deal with you first and then solve the undead problem. Ha ha ha. Azure Firmament Saint laughed arrogantly. You can barely withstand my attacks only by relying on the array and Haoshuan's corpse. Do you think you can defeat me? A trace of gray misty threads emerged from Zhang Yang's eyes. Soon his eyes became a patch of chaos, and within them an unknown eerie power quietly came into being. I think I can. Ascending Hong Ode. As the words fell, a world of will came into being, completely excluding the surrounding Grand Array and War Legion. Here there was only a hazy chaos. Hanging in the sky was a giant eye hidden within the chaos, and below stood the Saiyan figure. Azure Firmament Saint's expression changed. High-level God King. This feeling. It's you. Zhang Yang's eyes were indifferent. The way his will changed had revealed his identity. Now he no longer needed to fear Azure Firmament Saint. Even if discovered, it was nothing. A sudden tremor. In the world of will, the boundless chaotic currents surged violently. Azure Firmament Saint's will was instantly suppressed. The divine power burning on his body seemed to weaken. Nether God True Art. Suppress. With a soft shout, cyan light radiated around Azure Firmament Saint, and even a faint black light emanated from the innermost layer. His will instantly rose a notch. Though the will attack had suppressed him, he now broke free. Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly. In his sight, Azure Firmament Saint's soul imprint, originally a cyan light seal, had suddenly turned into a hazy cyan mist. Though the cyan light seal still condensed within it had become much more illusory. He had actually changed his own life imprint. In this state, Zhang Yang could not tell whether Azure Firmament Saint belonged to the living or the undead. You will die. How could this state be ordinary? The very foundation of life had changed. Even if no one fought Azure Firmament Saint, his life essence would transform over hundreds of cycles. Then Azure Firmament Saint would no longer be a living being, but would be completely converted into an undead. Azure Firmament Saint's face contorted. Die. I will not die. At worst, I will just change my way of existence. But as long as I break through the imperial city of Shijian Nation, I will surely succeed. Yuanli, come out. The world changed at this moment, as if the other side of the world had been opened. A world belonging exclusively to the undead, which itself and the inner space were like two sides of the same coin. Ordinarily, the two worlds could not communicate, as if they did not exist in the same dimension. Only in places like the Reincarnation Passage could one faintly glimpse the world of the undead. Even the border of the racial territory, strictly speaking, was not a border but a weak zone between the two worlds. Zhang Yang's expression suddenly became clear. No wonder he had sensed a powerful restriction in space earlier. He had not known what it was exactly and had even thought it was a dimension similar to the cosmic sea. But now he saw it clearly. That powerful restriction was now slowly weakening. The two originally distinct worlds began to draw closer under an eerie force. The aura of the undead grew stronger and Zhang Yang felt a deep discomfort from the bottom of his heart. Is it because of the undead nest? Azure Firmament Saint, you have no idea what you are doing. You are doomed. Opening a dimensional weak point. If the undead experts noticed this change, there was no doubt that this place would soon become a new border. In the heart of the living race's territory, it would swallow endless territories, putting the entire race's war situation at a disadvantage. Even if Azure Firmament Saint became a god king, he would be hunted down. Of course I know what I am doing. It's just a patch of undead territory. My servant has already concealed the current traces. Once I become a god king, I will naturally stabilize this spacetime. Zhang Yang's face was expressionless. Was that really the case? It would probably be too late by then. He only hoped that no undead god king had yet noticed this place. The world changed silently. The originally bright environment suddenly became much dimmer. Countless green ghost fires appeared in space. The environment was no longer suitable for living beings. Beside Azure Firmament Saint, a skeleton phantom rapidly materialized. Its body was surrounded by green light, and its eyes held blue-green flames of life. Yuanli, how is the concealment on the other side? Azure Firmament Saint asked arrogantly. My esteemed master, there is no fluctuation over there now. I have minimized the movements. Only a saintly existence approaching would detect the change. I believe there will be enough time to repair it later. Yuanli's voice was somewhat hoarse. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly, trusting an undead. However, this change was a rule of the origin continent and he could not stop it. He silently assessed the undead before him, estimating its strength. Top tier saintly, or saintly limit. I also give you a choice. If you leave now, I can forgive you since not much time has been wasted. Azure Firmament Saint said softly. Zhang Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Him leave. He gripped the battle saber tightly. In the previous cycle battle, though he could use the 8th volume of the Divine Power Burning Secret Technique, he dared not unleash its full might. He needed to maintain the state of divine power burning and constantly imprint his will onto the divine power. Now borrowing the body of Patriarch Haoshuan, and with the endless array behind him, he could madly absorb the divine power of the continent's source for sustained bursts. Come, let us battle. Let me witness the means of the undead race. Forbidden. These two words roared in his heart, and the colossal soulless puppet towering at 100 billion light-years instantly ignited with milky white flames. This was the true momentum of the 8th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art. Although Zhang Yang had previously executed it, his Divine Power Foundation was too weak, barely enough to activate it. This level of Divine Power Combustion Art should have been performed by an eternal true god of the 3rd tier of divine bodies, or a saint of the 2nd tier. Especially now with such a majestic divine body spanning 100 billion light-years, while the 2nd tier only reached 10 million kilometers. The sheer difference in size was nearly a billionfold, and the disparity in divine power was cubed to the billionth power. Building upon the 7th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art, the unleashed might was truly boundless. How dare you act insolently toward my master? Die! A hoarse voice echoed as Yuanli charged forward. The heavens instantly darkened, leaving only Zhang Yang's radiance. The divine power combustion unique to the undead exuded a chilling aura, and a ghastly green spear thrust directly toward him. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. A mere servant. Few among the saints possessed such servants, for being enslaved made advancement far more difficult. Without great fortune, the probability of mastering the chaos law was virtually zero. At the saint level, enslavement became even harder. Even with Zhang Yang's current realm, he could only enslave eternal true gods. Those saints whose wills had reached the god-king level could not be enslaved, for their wills could self-destruct. Once enslaved, a flaw would be left in the soul and will. Though such flaws were subtle and ordinary god-king creations could not exploit them, this was no obstacle for Zhang Yang. Shanghong Ode. Clang. With a soft sound in his will, a world of the will silently coalesced. The soulless puppet's eyes were now filled with chaos. Its colossal body, 100 billion light-years tall, had eyes each 10 billion light-years across, 1,000 times larger than any war machine. Zhanling Blade. As the enemy closed in, Zhang Yang struck with a single slash. The azure blue Liu blade shimmered with a layer of white light. During the cycle war, he had faced many opponents. Based on the sole differences among the 4 major races, he had created targeted secret arts. Against living beings of the same flesh and blood race, these arts were not particularly outstanding, but they were extremely effective against the undead. His eyes focused as a will attack struck, and simultaneously the blue light tore through the void. Boom! The blade and spear tip collided, shattering the surrounding space into a chaotic scene. Both attacks were evenly matched. Zhang Yang's expression changed. You are not controlled. His will was close to that of a top-tier God King, even surpassing some low-level Chaos Source life. Ordinary saints barely reached the will of a God King. His own Shanghong Ode could suppress Yuan Li, yet the will attack had no effect on it. The Zhanling blade specifically created for the undead possessed a powerful suppressing effect, but it failed to push the enemy back. This combat power was beyond that of any mere servant. Even some reincarnated God Kings could not achieve such a feat. Upon hearing this, the Qingming saint's body trembled violently. He turned to stare at Yuan Li, his eyes filled with disbelief. His expression was not solely due to Zhang Yang's words. Just moments ago he had intended to order Yuan Li to retreat, but after issuing the command he could not control it. His enslavement had failed. Such a remarkable attack. Had I not defended with all my might, I might have been suppressed. My master, you should make a move. This opponent is no ordinary one. Are you also an invader? Yuan Li spoke mockingly. Invader. Zhang Yang's brows furrowed. Another strange term, but he also noticed Yuan Li's anomaly. Its secret arts exceeded the limits of a saint. Its will was at the God King high level, yet there was no trace of reincarnation. This was highly abnormal. Invading the source world. Perhaps it was a powerhouse from another source world. Upon arriving here it didn't need to reincarnate, or it only had to cultivate the local path. But its original high realm would not vanish. Could it unleash its original power? Power comparable to a God King? Zhang Yang's eyes grew serious. This matter was more complex than he had imagined, and for the first time he felt the situation slipping beyond his control. If the enemy could reach a power level beyond a God King, he would have no way to resist. Even with the soulless puppet, his Dao connotation was not yet fully condensed, and he could at most unleash the limit of a saint. Though his source had been replenished by the Yuxian Patriarch using the 9th volume of the Divine Power Combustion Art, would not last as long as the enemy's. By now the Qingming saint was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that the undead he had enslaved through a fortuitous encounter would lose control at this moment. How could this be? A saint could not fail to sense whether a being was fully enslaved. He asked with a dark expression, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha, who am I? Since you want to know, I'll tell you." With a sneer, Yuan Li raised his palm toward the Qingming saint. In an instant, an invisible wave spread, silent and even more subtle than a will attack. "Ha!" The Qingming saint's face flushed red, his eyes growing dazed. His God King level will struggled, but the resistance grew weaker. Yuan Li taunted. "I have spent countless cycles with you, and you have cultivated the secret arts I bestowed upon you. Over endless years seeds have been planted in your spirit, will, and flesh. Now you still want to struggle? Don't you think it's too late?" Upon hearing this, the Qingming saints will raged, but as Yuan Li said, his essence, energy, and spirit were all under the enemy's control. No matter how powerful his will, it was like water, without a source, unable to resist for long. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. He whispered, "The Heart Art School. Such an exquisite manipulation of the mind. Oh, you can sense it. Though not entirely accurate, that name is fine. Have you practiced such secret arts as well?" Though it was a question, Yuan Li was not overly concerned. The Qiyuan continent was a vast land with many cultivation paths, but only one or two could reach the pinnacle. He did not believe anyone could match his mastery of this art. Such secret arts were not mainstream in the Qiyuan continent. Their depth of research was insufficient compared to his. Zhang Yang remained silent, closing his eyes. He could not allow the Qingming saint to be controlled, not even to prevent the enemy from seizing the saint's boundless divine power. He had to stop it. He had indeed practiced the Heart Art School's secret arts. Among the Duan Dongha's techniques there was such an inheritance, but as an ordinary one it was not profound, barely reaching the level of a saint. He had learned some of those arts after a single glance and cultivated a state of pure mind. He had once used it in the Cosmic Sea to slay the Shuzhen demon. As Zhang Yang sensed the enemy's secret art, he pondered. Earlier Yuan Li had raised its palm. Was it because of control? When he had used the Wuchen mind realm, he had made a chopping motion to cut away all dust. He abruptly opened his eyes. The Qingming saint's struggle was growing weaker, but he had not given up. His will fought fiercely, even knowing he would be controlled. Alas, without help, he could not resist the enemy's control. Countless years of influence coupled with cultivating the enemy's secret arts had transformed his body into something like the undead, and his will imprint into a phantom undead mark. Since that is the case, let me give you a hand. With a shift of thought, Zhang Yang's eyes shimmered. His extraordinary talent, surpassing the world's limits, once again radiated its brilliance. Endless inspirations surged in his mind, and comparing them with Yuan Li's current secret art, his understanding of the Heart Art School deepened. You want to be free, so I will help you, but the price is your consciousness. I do not know what the future holds. You may fall into eternal madness, never awakening, or after a long time you may wake up and break through to God King. The most likely outcome is that you will be slain by an unknown powerful being. Choose for yourself. Zhang Yang did not speak, and there was no fluctuation of divine power or will. His body did not move, but a voice suddenly echoed in the Qingming saint's heart. Yuan Li sensed this fluctuation. His gaze snapped toward Zhang Yang. Which world are you from? We are both invaders. I believe there is no conflict between us. The three supreme beings rule the world. We must eventually find a path for ourselves. Zhang Yang ignored him, for the Qingming saint's roar resounded in his heart. Even if I fall, I will not choose to be enslaved. Never. Zhang Yang silently lowered his head. After a second of silence, when he raised his head again, his eyes were bloodshot. A hoarse roar came from his mouth. Wujian held open. The power of the mind was formless and intangible. A strange ripple appeared silently, and though the surroundings seemed unchanged, the green light around Yuan Li grew stronger. In his perception, the entire world turned crimson. From the endless shadows, faint roars of demons echoed and eerie tunes appeared in the sky. The world was divided into 18 layers. In the deepest layer, countless dark specters drifted, and a crimson light flickered there. You seek death. Get out of my way. Yuan Li roared, raising both hands toward the Qingming saint. This control was not merely about a servant. He had planned for countless cycles. Not just for a saint or an ordinary god-king servant, but to use the opponent's body to cultivate. If successful, he could take another step forward and become a high-level chaos source life, allowing him to escape this prison. The Qiyuan continent was a prison to him. When the world was first born, he had arrived here by accident. After countless battles with cultivators, he had ended up in this state. Undoubtedly, he had lost those battles and had reincarnated more than once. But his reincarnation was special, leaving no trace. The Qiyuan continent was no longer as fragile as before. There were over 3,000 powerhouses of his level, many of whom were his enemies, and some had even advanced further. Zhang Yang gave a contemptuous smile. Clad in sinister black armor with blood-red eyes, his appearance was eerie. At the saint level, one had the chance to choose. The Qingming saint was merely too deeply poisoned to have any choice. Now that Zhang Yang offered him a choice, external interference became minimal. Ha! Ha! The Qingming saint gasped, his expression no longer struggling. After a brief moment of clarity, he descended into utter madness. A pure, mindless madness. Escaping the enemy's control came at a price. The Qingming saint had not only lost his reason, but had also dropped 2 realms. His will was dissipating. In a sense, he was not merely insane. He could be considered fallen, trapped in an endless abyss of madness. Ah! You deserve to die. Boundless rage rose around Yuan Li. Another failure, not from a breakthrough but from malicious sabotage. Rage, unprecedented rage, yet also a trace of caution. He had glimpsed Zhang Yang's true realm. A void true god. How could he use such a profound mental secret art? Why? If you do not give me a satisfactory answer, we will settle this here and now. The voice was utterly cold, but Zhang Yang remained unmoved. He knew the enemy might possess god-king level power, but many things were beyond their control. Neither of us can escape. When you opened the dimension gate, we were both noticed. Perhaps your cultivation path is strange and remote, but that does not mean you are invincible in the Qiyuan continent. There are always those who can see through your disguise, and even mine. Zhang Yang paused, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. There the space was shattered with chaotic void, exposed on the battlefield, seemingly empty. But he sensed a silent watchfulness there. When the dimension gate opened wide, the territories of the living and the undead suddenly converged in these inner domains. A powerful entity had followed across endless time and space, leaving few options. Yuan Li might be, at the God King level, a low-level chaos source life. If it could hide, its strength must be even greater. Its heart art school secret arts could even deceive Yuan Li. Its power was beyond terror. This was at least a top-tier low-level chaos source life with deep research in many schools. Yuan Li froze. Dimensional collisions were common. He had done such things many times before, but no powerful being had ever come. Was there a strong one now? He could hardly believe it. He could not even sense it. The chaos was still hazy, but now it felt unfamiliar. After the hint, Yuan Li vaguely felt the hidden powerhouse in the void. You are even more remarkable than I imagined. To be able to detect me. Truly an astonishing little one. Are you the current Tsushan envoy? The voice came leisurely, not seeking Yuan Li but addressing Zhang Yang. Divine envoy. A phrase echoed in his mind as Zhang Yang recalled the divine expulsion mountain in a certain dimension. Even for him, the secret arts inscribed there were exceedingly complex, requiring no small amount of time to fully comprehend, even now that he had reached the level of sage. He had long suspected that the boundless secret arts were not simple, but now that such a being had descended the Golden Mountain, within the divine expulsion mountain, had a far greater origin than he had imagined. Judging by Yuan Li's reaction, this powerhouse had likely reached the realm of high-level chaos being. Would a being of such stature still concern themselves with conflicts on the continent? Zhang Yang found it incomprehensible. He had anticipated that his ability to refine supreme treasures would eventually attract attention, even covetous gazes from unknown experts. But he had never imagined that even such a being could not avoid the struggle for living space on the origin continent. Clearly a powerhouse at this level could traverse the endless chaos without being confined to a single source world. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Yang said, "I do not know what a divine envoy is, but I did enter a divine expulsion mountain within a certain dimension." Zhang Yang could not lie. Before such a being, he could not even guarantee his own survival unless he directly used the great world-breaking token. Moreover, those matters were not particularly secret. Low-level chaos beings could already enter a dimension, and even the original universes while controlling the entire cosmic ocean could not prevent them. If they sought diligently, they would surely find it. A certain dimension. A soft murmur and a figure suddenly appeared before Zhang Yang, who could only sense a faint change in will and weak traces of law. It was a towering divine body over 1,000 light-years tall, likely shrunk to the height of ancestor Haoshuan for easier communication. He appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man with no unusual features except for slightly dark skin, a face not particularly handsome, dressed in a pale yellow robe, and exuding a calm temperament. What you saw was merely an illusion. The true divine expulsion mountain is not within the origin continent. If it truly existed in a dimension, we would have sensed it, and it could not manifest its power there. The native you encountered in that place, was it a sage or a god king? Native. Zhang Yang's heart tightened slightly. If it was a top-tier inheritance from the natives, his situation would be dire. To occupy remote regions on the origin continent without being utterly annihilated, they must rely on tremendous strength. Otherwise, at such a powerful realm, they would not allow these natives to remain alive. Time is immeasurable. After countless cycles of reproduction, the origin continent is never lacking in life. If sect conflicts and racial wars were conflicts below the God-King level, then the struggle between the 3,000 dimensions and the natives would escalate to a higher level. A conflict rooted in the rise of geniuses from the 3,000 dimensions. At that time my cultivation was low. He should have been at the sage level. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man sighed. A sage, so he has fallen to this degree. He must be on the verge of perishing. Zhang Yang asked calmly, "What do you intend to do?" He had been forced to accept the inheritance in the cosmic ocean, and now he was discovered so quickly. He truly did not know how these powerful beings dealt with inheritors. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man smiled lightly and said, "You have seen the divine expulsion mountain. Do you know what it is?" Zhang Yang frowned slightly, recalling Shan Lang's attitude at the time, and said uncertainly, "It should be a sect inheritance artifact, right? Perhaps it once belonged to a certain powerful figure." The yellow-robed man nodded, then shook his head. "You are not exactly wrong. The divine expulsion mountain indeed belonged to a powerhouse among the natives. A very strong one, and an ancient one who existed since the dawn of the origin continent, a native of extraordinary talent." Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. A native had received such high praise. Now the natives were driven to barren lands and suffering. Given such a situation, if he could still be evaluated neutrally, he might be in existence even more powerful than the man before him. The divine expulsion mountain is indeed an inheritance artifact, but time is too ancient. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man said with deep emotion. So ancient that even the natives themselves thought it was merely an inheritance artifact, unaware of its true function. The yellow-robed man's eyes held a trace of reminiscence. After a long silence he spoke again. "At the beginning of the 3,000 dimensions we came to this vast, boundless continent. At that time there was no conflict between the two sides. But after countless cycles, contradictions arose. Different cultivation methods, the struggle for orthodoxy. There was an essential difference in cultivation between us and the natives. While the natives still used primitive tools, we began to refine supreme treasures. When they still relied on natural secret patterns, we imprinted our own insights onto natural treasures. Struggle, war everywhere. It was a fight for resources, a brutal struggle for orthodoxy. We could create secret arts, refine supreme treasures, possess small universes, rise more rapidly, and even defeat the kings who once ruled this vast continent. The strong of today might think the natives are foolish, suffering only in remote lands, but no one knows how brutal the ancient wars were, or what price the powerhouses of the 3,000 dimensions paid to defeat them." Zhang Yang's sense of foreboding grew stronger. All of this was related to the divine expulsion mountain. The more powerful the ancient natives, the more brutal the ancient wars, the more dangerous his situation. The yellow-robed, middle-aged man gave him a deep look and said indifferently, "Leave. You must have a great world-breaking token on you. To have comprehended the divine expulsion mountain at most at the true god level and grasped its mysteries, we will not kill you. Such talent would not allow you to fall. But you cannot remain on the origin continent." Zhang Yang asked calmly, Can you tell me why? The yellow-robed man hesitated briefly. Your cultivation is still low. You cannot fully comprehend the secret patterns on the Divine Expulsion Mountain. Once you do, the native powerhouse sealed within will be released. He is inside the Divine Expulsion Mountain. He will be resurrected. Zhang Yang felt a chill. He had been so close to a powerhouse all along, comprehending it for countless cycles without any awareness. The yellow-robed man smiled knowingly. At that level, aside from truly invincible figures like Yuan, who can make him truly perish, he sealed himself. To avoid being truly sealed, he merged with the endless secret patterns of the origin continent. Even after self-sealing, he could still protect the natives from harm. Do you think the origin continent truly has barren lands? Of course, the origin continent had no true barren lands. Countless source points, even if energy was thin, the difference was minimal, and even a sage or god king could nurture them easily. But if a powerhouse manipulated the laws to influence these continent sources, then a region becoming barren was entirely normal. Zhang Yang nodded silently. Merging with the endless secret patterns of the origin continent, combining oneself with the laws, was this another way to control the origin continent? Now he had confirmed the realm of this powerhouse world-level chaos being without a doubt. A world-level chaos being among the natives. If he stayed, that powerhouse might use the Divine Expulsion Mountain to control all the secret patterns of the origin continent, forcefully mastering this source world, achieving the Chaos Lord, the peak of this realm. However, judging by the attitude of Yuan and other supreme beings, the success rate of this method was probably low, or otherwise the native should have been unsealed long ago. How long can I stay here? From the moment you entered the origin continent, you have one cycle to leave. The yellow-robed man said sternly. Having comprehended the Divine Expulsion Mountain at the true god level, how could he allow Zhang Yang to stay too long? Zhang Yang nodded in silence. He could not resist a god king, let alone one who was top tier among god kings. He would not forget that on the origin continent there were at least 3 world-level chaos beings, at least one born of the origin continent itself, and they did not want him to stay. Yuan Li, you have failed again. The yellow-robed man's face held a faint smile. Yuan Li's expression was far from calm. The green flame in his skull burned fiercely as he rasped, Dong Li, you knew all along. The origin continent still has room for you, said Dong Li, clad in yellow. Yuan Li's eyes flickered. He had thought he was hidden for countless cycles, but he had been discovered long ago. I will leave after my breakthrough. Dong Li merely nodded slightly, then his figure gradually faded and vanished entirely, leaving only a voice. You must leave within 1 cycle. Zhang Yang said solemnly, I will. Turning his head, he looked at Qingming Saint, who had fallen into complete madness. If not for him, perhaps he would not have been exposed so quickly. Or had he been discovered during the Cycle War? In the distance, the War Legion of Qingyun sect arrived again. Dong Li had previously severed the worlds between the two sides. But compared to their earlier aggressive stance, the War Legion was now in great disarray. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Cries rang out, but Qingming Saint's soul was flawed, his will missing, his mind sunk in the endless hell. The chance of recovery was slim. Now suppressed by the spirit source array, once the suppression was lifted, he would madly attack everything around him. Still staying here? Zhang Yang asked softly. Are you trying to drive me away? Yuan Li's voice was icy. Earlier he had remained silent because he admitted his inferiority to Dong Li, but as a god king at the chaos level, now no longer hunted by the native forces of the origin continent, he could go anywhere on this continent. Zhang Yang grinned. Want to leave with me? Yuan Li's mouth twitched. Unless he was insane, he would never use the great world-breaking token again. Accidentally arriving on the origin continent had been bad enough. He had been a peak-level powerhouse, but here he was beaten like a dog, living incognito for years, thinking he was hidden, only to find they had discovered him long ago. Now that the powerhouses of the origin continent were no longer driving him away, he would not leave. Even if he left, he would wait until he was strong enough to leave with his own power. This place is so barren, I'll leave it to you. Zhang Yang casually reminded. Don't forget your nest. No need for you to tell me. Yuan Li said angrily, then sank directly into the chaotic space. If not for the fact that Zhang Yang was also valued by Dong Li and might have unknown powerful protectors, he might have struck out directly. Watching him leave, Zhang Yang chuckled softly, then looked around. He had only just arrived here for 1 cycle before being expelled. Within 1 cycle, Zhang Yang shook his head. Time was too short. Even he could not fully comprehend the boundless secret patterns. Perhaps at the God King realm these patterns would become simpler. For now he could only sense the laws by intuition. How could he comprehend such secret arts? Go call Bai Sheng over. A thunderous roar silenced the War Legion of Lingyang Kingdom. They exchanged glances and could only send a message to Ancestor Bai Sheng. In a moment Bai Sheng crossed the chaotic space and arrived. Seeing the deranged Qingming Saint, his heart was filled with terror. Grandmaster! Take him back! A god-king level undead being cannot be enslaved. His madness is already a mercy. Should the countless beings of Qingyun sect chant day and night, perhaps his will might return one day. Zhang Yang said calmly. Now that he was about to leave, the undead of Nanzhou Prefecture would also vanish. Aside from Qingyun sect being weakened, nothing else would change, and this situation would be more favorable for Haoshuan sect's survival. Looking down at the corpse at his feet, this soulless puppet could not be left here. Though the chance of being recognized was low since Changming Kingdom had been destroyed and ancestor Haoshuan had fallen, it was better to sever the previous karmic ties. The current Haoshuan sect was still too weak, and he did not have the strength to handle the sect's grudges. Moreover, he was about to leave. He needed to maintain his full combat power. Appearing in a powerful source world without sufficient strength would likely lead to his immediate death upon arrival. Hearing of a god king's intervention, Bai Shang fell silent. He approached Qingming Saint, and Zhang Yang slowly withdrew the spirit source array. At that moment the chaotic space trembled again. Ancestor Yuxian appeared directly beside Zhang Yang. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the maddened Qingming Saint. What happened? The undead he enslaved was a god king level powerhouse. While he enslaved it, that god king was also controlling him in another way. To avoid being controlled, he chose to fall into the endless hell, accompanying endless ghosts forever. It is unlikely he will recover. Zhang Yang replied calmly. God king. Ancestor Yoshuan's expression froze. The undead of Nanzhou Prefecture had been a god king all along. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. I must leave. I have no choice. Ancestor Yuxian fell silent. Now that even a god-king level being was involved, there must be secrets he did not know. He could not stop it. Zhang Yang appeared even more mysterious in his eyes. What kind of sage reincarnation was this? There was no trace of reincarnation yet. He even knew a god-king of the undead race in such a remote region. Since I have become a guest elder of the Haoshuan sect, I will naturally keep my promise. However, I am afraid I cannot appear for a short time. Here is this token for you. If the sect faces a crisis, you can use it to call for help. His name is Luofeng, currently a sage, and I believe he will become a god king after a few reincarnation eras. Zhang Yang said with a smile, and then his and Luofeng's communication tokens flew out. This token was refined during the sect's treasure refining session earlier, containing a faint trace of rule power, capable of transmitting relatively rare information over long distances. Patriarch Yoshuan's pupils contracted as he watched the token fly over. Soon after, he would break through to the sage limit at the god king level. So now he was at the sage limit. When will you leave? Within 4 trillion eras. The place I'm going is dangerous, and I need to bring the soulless puppet. Zhang Yang said softly, his eyes full of inquiry. After all, the soulless puppet was the remains of Patriarch Haoshuan, so he would need the consent of Patriarch Yuxian and Patriarch Gusi to take it away. Patriarch Yuxian nodded slightly. Zhang Yang had helped the Haoshuan sect resolve this crisis. If it weren't for the founding patriarch's remains, there would be no need for such inquiry. Others manipulating the soulless puppet could not match Zhang Yang's strength. Even he and Gusi could only exert top-tier sage-level power about the same as their own strength. Since you need it, then take it away. I believe Patriarch Haoshuan would be happy to know that he could still help you. But why is the time so urgent? 4 trillion eras. Urgent. Zhang Yang smiled. For the origin continent, this time was extremely short, but he had only lived a bit more than 1 reincarnation cycle. 4 trillion eras was not a short time. It had taken him exactly 4 trillion eras from the beginning of his cultivation to mastering the chaos law. Not short. Enough for me to break through to eternal true God. Are you lacking divine power? Gusi and I have actually accumulated quite a bit. You could completely break through to the sage level. Patriarch Yuxian still felt that it would be better to break through to the sage realm. After all, Zhang Yang's law comprehension was already sufficient, and he had regained control of chaos, eliminating the last obstacle to breakthrough. Zhang Yang just smiled and shook his head. I am different. I am confident about the eternal true God realm, but sage. I am afraid I still need to accumulate for a very long time. After saying that, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the cosmic sea. Now he could sense the dimensional fluctuations. This time he would also need to take his miniature universe with him. As long as his will descended upon the miniature universe and then used the great realm-breaking token, he could take the miniature universe with him. You are enough here. I still have some matters to handle. Zhang Yang's figure gradually faded. The plan had changed. He needed to undergo a 3rd chaos evolution, a 4th chaos evolution, and even continue until his miniature universe was stable enough for him to break through. Patriarch Yuxian merely nodded lightly. The war was over, the undead were retreating, and there was no need for defense. Even the Azure Firmament Saint had fallen into madness, and other forces would certainly not dare to attack the Haoshuan sect rashly without understanding the cause. Within a few breaths, Zhang Yang had returned to the Haoshuan sect inside the Silver Radiance Tower. He immediately entered a closed-door cultivation state while his will crossed an immeasurably vast distance to descend into the cosmic sea. The descent of a god-king level powerful will with just a ripple stirred up endless waves in the cosmic sea. The chaotic chi surged and converged around the ghostly spirit Holy Land. This phenomenon was already familiar to many forces in the cosmic sea. In this reincarnation era, not only had Zhang Yang's will descended but Luo Feng's will had also descended once, and the primordial ancestors' will had descended once as well. After the three wills descended, they all caused changes in the chaotic chi of the cosmic sea. However, the giant phantom when Luo Feng's will descended was slightly weaker, and the will phantom after the primordial ancestors' descent was even more indistinct. The Purple Moon Holy Land and the East Emperor Holy Land understood the power of this change the most. After all, when their own primogenitors descended, they only appeared within their Holy Land universe, and could hardly affect the outside, unlike Zhang Yang's will descent, which displayed infinite might as if even surpassing the prime universe. The giant phantom above the ghostly spirit Holy Land gradually became clear, its size even more enormous than the last descent, and its facial features were distinct like a majestic gray statue standing in the cosmic sea. Zhang Yang gazed at the prime universe, the origin of everything. He had not felt this way before when he left the cosmic sea for the origin continent, but now an inexplicable reluctance arose in his heart. Previously it was only a change of location for his divine body. His will could return at any time, observe the entire cosmic sea, and even suppress the will of the prime universe to probe the origin of the universe. But this time he would leave with the Holy Land universe. He knew that this feeling was not the power of the prime universe but the power of the entire source world. If the prime universe still suppressed the strong, then the source world of the origin continent was truly selfless, warm, vast, and just. It did not suppress any strong being. Instead it continuously nurtured them, and even with the permission of the beings within the world, it would actively bestow its power upon a certain strong individual. Welcome, ghostly spirit primogenitor. Welcome, primogenitor. Welcome, ghostly spirit primogenitor. Countless strong beings in the cosmic sea, wherever they were, could see that majestic phantom, their mouths full of praise. Even the strong from the East Emperor Holy Land were no exception. Zhang Yang silently returned to his senses, condensed a divine power avatar in the Holy Land universe, and issued an order all cultivators from the three Holy Lands who are out training to return immediately with true god-level strong ones assisting. After 100 years, begin the third chaos evolution. Obey the primogenitor's decree. Obey the primogenitor's decree. Instantly all the strong beings of the three Holy Lands mobilized. Countless true gods with flames burning outside their bodies flew out of the Holy Land universe. Lawmasters could not break the speed limit, but true gods had no such restriction. The stronger their power, the faster they flew in the cosmic sea. Within a year true gods could reach any location among the three great danger zones. 100 years was enough to bring back all the lawmasters. Why is the time so much earlier? Did something unexpected happen? The giant axe founder asked softly. The divine power avatars of other strong beings also turned their attention. This reincarnation cycle still had 4 trillion eras before it ended. Starting the chaos evolution now was indeed much earlier. This chaos evolution will not be just one. I will perform several. If more of you can become void true gods, that would be even better. Zhang Yang replied calmly. Upon hearing this, all the strong beings looked at each other in bewilderment. Become a void true god. The implication was that many void true gods would appear. Not all true gods had sufficient talent. Those with weaker talent would probably need to watch many chaos evolutions before their law comprehension could reach the 10th rank. Could it be that some change had really occurred, requiring many strong beings to go to the origin continent? But even after breaking through, their strength would be far inferior to Zhang Yang's. If Zhang Yang could not solve it, what use would they be? Zhang Yang did not hide it from them and directly said, when this chaos evolution ends, I will break through, and then I will take the miniature universe to a very distant place. It is extremely far even for the realms after reincarnation, a distance that even a god king of Jin could hardly cross. Everything there is unknown. I give you 2 choices. At this point the giant axe Peng Gong and others were greatly alarmed. A distance that even a god king of Jin could hardly cross. That was a massive body spanning billions of light years. Was there any place that a strong being of such level could not go? If their miniature universes left, what would happen to the ghostly spirit Holy Land? Although the current Holy Land universe was stable, what about after the breakthrough? Originally it was because the Holy Land universe was unstable that it accepted all the strong beings of 3 reincarnation cycles. Had they now found another way? Zhang Yang continued. First you can choose to stay in my Holy Land universe and follow me to that unknown realm. It is a distance so vast that you could never cross it in your entire lifetime. Even with endless time you would find it hard to return. Only I can bring you back. The laws there, even the supreme rules, are different. You may even need to cultivate anew. Such words immediately alarmed all the true gods and law masters. A change in laws was possible since Zhang Yang himself controlled the chaos law, making law changes normal. But the supreme rule, could that kind of rule also change? If it could change, then what was the meaning of supreme? Second, I have now obtained infinite divine power, and can evolve countless miniature universes in the chaotic space enough to stabilize my miniature universe. I can release your miniature universes. From then on you need not depend on me. You can establish a holy land here in the cosmic sea and enter the reincarnation to train. The time is still relatively short. After you pass through reincarnation, I can still find the location of your descent and come to welcome you to a sect in another realm for further improvement. Sun Qi directly declared in a clear voice, I am willing to follow my teacher to that unknown land. The divine I True Lord and others were greatly tempted. The former death curse had made them eagerly anticipate what came after reincarnation. The torment of several reincarnation eras had even become an obsession. But they would not forget that Zhang Yang had helped them, and even their clans had continued within the ghostly spirit Holy Land. If the primogenitor has any command, we will surely repay with our lives. All is according to the primogenitor's arrangement. The primogenitor once took us in, we are willing to advance and retreat together with the primogenitor. Zhang Yang smiled lightly then sighed. If I were alone, I could still be confident in surviving, but I cannot guarantee that the Holy Land universe will be without danger, nor can I guarantee your safety. Even so, you still wish to go with me. The Holy Land universe could be destroyed. They knew that Zhang Yang had already reached the Sage Realm and would break through to Eternal True God. Moreover, the ghostly spirit Holy Land had always displayed infinite might. Even ordinary miniature universes required a limit one level higher to break through. The Holy Land universe's endurance must be even stronger. Could such a Holy Land universe also be destroyed? We are willing to face life and death with the primogenitor. We are willing to face life and death with the primogenitor. We are willing to face life and death with the primogenitor. Countless shouts echoed within the Holy Land universe. Only a very few clan leaders hesitated slightly. They were not afraid of death but wanted their clans to continue. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. Select a portion of your clansmen and I will send them to Luo Feng's universe. Go. In fact, no matter what these people chose now, it was fine. His current level allowed him to resurrect the dead in the Prime universe, even those who had not reached the immortal realm and had exhausted their lifespans. He could bear the backlash to resurrect them. When his level improved further, in the future resurrection would become even easier. He had once said that if the world was false, he would make it real. Obey the primogenitor's decree. Obey the primogenitor's decree. Many true gods and law masters immediately set to work selecting seeds of their clans to go to Luo Feng's miniature universe. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang's will remained in the cosmic sea, never returning. Immeasurable divine power was transferred from the source into the origin of the universe. At the origin of the Holy Land universe, all the strong beings gathered once again. In the chaotic space outside, endless chaotic chi churned, and the chaos evolution had already begun. But unlike the last time, the scope of this chaos evolution was over 100 million times greater. This time it was evolving a miniature universe at the Eternal True God level with a diameter exceeding 10 billion light-years. Last time the chaos evolution only consumed 80 top-quality sources, less than the divine power stored in Zhang Yang's body. This time it was equivalent to a full-powered strike from the sage limit of the third layer of divine body. Such divine power was already equivalent to the consumption of a single battle using the 8th volume of the Burning Divine Power Secret Art. Endless might unfolded in the chaotic space like the end of the world. That might was a blast of limit power, 3 major realms above True God, extremely rare even in the origin continent. When Zhang Yang fought the Azure Firmament Saint, the scene was not something that eternal True Gods could witness. But now all the might was displayed before their eyes. Every spatial change contained all the mysteries of origin and laws, even including the essence of the chaos origin path and touching the supreme rules. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. The evolution continued until nearly 10,000 years later, when an eternal true God-level miniature universe was finally constructed, its diameter reaching 90 billion light-years, not much smaller than Luo Feng's miniature universe. After one evolution ended, chaos churned again as if a cycle of reincarnation. Endless divine power condensed into a single point, and in an instant a singularity exploded. This time it was much more violent than the last chaos evolution and also faster. In less than 100 years, a miniature universe of 90 billion light-years had been successfully evolved. Third chaos evolution. Fourth chaos evolution. 10th chaos evolution. After 10 consecutive chaos evolutions, 10 miniature universes of 90 billion light-years, each surrounded a space in the chaotic space, then rotated according to a certain trajectory. At the same time, the originally slowly rotating chaotic space also began to spin rapidly. In an instant, 100,000 beams of light continuously rotated within the Holy Land universe, opening layer after layer of space. This was already the second expansion of the miniature universe. Once completed, the internal space of the miniature universe would be 100 billion times the measured surface area. Time to leave. Standing atop the Haoshuan heavenly pillar, Zhang Yang gazed into the distance, where layers of mist shrouded the horizon. Neither space void nor chaos could obstruct his sight, as he stared toward the direction of the Yuhun Holy Land. He had already broken through to the eternal true God realm, with his miniature universe spanning 1,000 billion light-years in diameter, its internal space stacked tens of thousands of times, making it even vaster than the Gene world. Yet now he was forced to depart. A formidable will in the inscrutable depths, slightly stronger than his own by a margin, was spying upon him. Carrying the legacy of the Tsushan Mountain, which symbolized the aboriginal path of primordial secret runes, the great beings of the Supreme Divine Temple would not permit him to remain on the origin continent. The conflict among the three great powers, the Supreme Divine Temple, the Chaos Market, and the Void Station, was not something he could partake in. The Divine King of the Supreme Divine Temple had ordered him to leave, while the mighty existence of the Chaos Market had granted him a great realm-breaking token. Only the Void Station had yet to act. Perhaps if he lingered too long, it would be this faction that expelled him. I will look after your kindred, and I will do my utmost to pass on the legacies you left behind to the disciples of the sect. Patriarch Yoshuan's voice was equally heavy. At this moment he could barely glimpse a part of Zhang Yang's identity, and further understand his talent. 100,000 inherited secret arts covering every school, adaptable to all races, and even numerous techniques created against hypothetical enemies. All were the creation of a single individual. After being stored in the sect's inheritance grounds, he built a hall named the Endless Combat Methods. The 10 Void True Gods who had just arrived on the origin continent all possessed outstanding talent, and had accumulated a solid foundation. At the very least, becoming eternal true gods should not be difficult, and they even had a considerable chance of achieving sainthood. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. In his plan to establish 10 eternal true god miniature universes, he saw no need for other miniature universes to stabilize them, yet not a single person left his own miniature universe. In the end, he personally selected the 10 most talented individuals to enter the origin continent: the 3 humans, Giant Axe Chaos, and Flame Dome, followed by 7 other powerhouses including the Divine Eye Lord and the Bone Lord. These experts already bore regrets and could adapt to the origin continent's environment. As for the rest, staying in the miniature universe or entering the origin continent made little difference. He had originally intended to keep Sun Qi behind. With her second-level divine body, if she stayed on the origin continent and witnessed the 12 cycles of chaos evolution, she could also comprehend the blood essence he left behind, giving her a fair chance to reach the 3rd level of the divine body and eventually become a divine king. However, in the end, he could not win against a woman. Origin continent. I will return. Uttering this calmly, Zhang Yang activated the great realm-breaking token hidden deep within him. Instantly, boundless energy erupted from his body, and countless chaotic threads of law shot outward. Though seemingly disorderly, they were actually ordered, following a wondrous trajectory. In an instant, the laws of the origin continent receded. Zhang Yang felt a void. Water without a source in the emptiness, like a drifting duckweed in the air. A total weightlessness engulfed him, space and time lost their definitions. Boundless pressure pressed upon him, and in that moment, he felt his power fading, the laws he controlled becoming utterly ineffective. He seemed to become a mere mortal again. At the same time, the sacred universe residing in a certain dimension gradually turned illusory, as if it had vanished from the definition of existence. It slowly sank into an unknown space, soon losing all trace. The lives that once dwelt within also became ordinary, though they did not bear the pressure Zhang Yang felt. Ancient, boundless, chaotic, terrifying. In that instant, life lost its support, as if it had died. Quietly sensing the endless chaos source, he perceived countless unknown laws jumbled and disordered within. Opening his eyes, Zhang Yang saw only boundless darkness. Overwhelming pressure seemed to rush at tremendous speed, and he could no longer sense his sacred universe at all. It was like a disorganized code. Dimly, Zhang Yang's vision seemed to recover. In this ancient chaos source, a golden ray of light appeared in his sight. This is... Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Around him, light had already vanished. He had long escaped the constraints of the origin continent's supreme laws. Laws could no longer function here, and even his body had transformed into a different rule. Yet this golden light appeared abruptly, coming from an unknown realm, and then merging into his body. Yuan! Zhang Yang uttered softly. Silence. In the chaos source, only under the power of the great realm-breaking token could he survive, and only such a mighty existence could interfere here. So had he already appeared in that being's sight? When was it? When he first encountered the Liuan art? Or when he first approached the Star Tower? He had long been exposed to the gaze of that great existence. Now what did it intend to do? Zhang Yang did not know. Since entering the origin continent, the strongest he had seen was a high-level chaos source life. He had never even met the Demon Emperor, who controlled the chaos market, let alone Yuan, the invincible being of the origin continent. Time was meaningless in the chaos source. Fortunately, they were all at least immortal beings. Unless the power of laws descended upon them, they would never die. After an unknown period, another light appeared in Zhang Yang's vision. Warmth, peace, kindness, emotion, and even a hint of childishness. Childishness? He was deeply puzzled. Soon this feeling grew stronger. He seemed to be drawing closer to a source world. Was it a source world still in gestation? A relatively young source world? The light grew brighter, as if shadows of light were everywhere, filling his vision. At the same time, he felt a sense of sorrow and anger. It was unhappy. Such a simple emotion, like a mortal's fury, rose clearly in his heart. A soft radiance completely enveloped him, as if his whole body was soaked in a spring. The sensation was so abrupt, and all around was a vast whiteness. He had arrived. The perception of his miniature universe became clearer, the entire world grew vivid, and a similarly primitive set of rules was exposed to his senses. A nascent source world. Somehow Zhang Yang knew where he was. A world still in the process of being born. However, this source world was not healthy. He could feel it weakening, though the pace was very slow. It was unmistakable. Here the laws were not yet formed and rules existed only in the central part, at most the boundless energy. But at the source of this energy there was a huge leak, draining energy away every moment. Someone was seizing the power of the source world. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. This sensation was so familiar. Back when Maluosa entered the cosmic sea, he had devoured the miniature universe origins of many true gods. Now the source world's origin was being devoured as well. Suddenly Zhang Yang's thoughts became clear. This was a world being contested. Likely super beings like Yuan and natural chaos source lives of the same level were fighting over it. They probably wanted to protect the source world, but perhaps had no other way, so they sent him here. What can I do? Devour it? If I do the same, won't this source world be destroyed too? Zhang Yang turned his gaze to his miniature universe. After devouring the source world, he could make his miniature universe evolve into a source world, and the will of the source world might even continue to exist since his miniature universe had two cores from the start. Is that what they mean? Zhang Yang tilted his head, uncertain. After all, after devouring this source world would in a sense have disappeared, and he could already evolve his miniature universe into a source world. Should I go kill it now? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. There were many ways to stop the devouring, but none were more convenient than directly slaying it. The acquired chaos source lives of this world no longer had the mortal enemies that must be killed. Even the conflict between the aboriginals of the origin continent and the powerhouses of the 3000 dimensions was merely a dispute over the Tao. They only maintained seals and no longer thought of killing each other. But these innate chaos source creatures which fed on source worlds represented an utterly irreconcilable contradiction. Silently sensing Zhang Yang's face showed a bitter smile. The rules of this world had completely changed, laws were no longer complete, and even his miniature universe was stabilized by strange forces in space. He had no strength to deal with the enemy. Perhaps this was the helplessness of those lords. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Yang stopped hesitating. You devour and I devour too. Let's see who can devour faster. Silently he familiarized himself with the enemy's power, adapted his body to the strange laws of this place, and began deducing a method of devouring energy in his mind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days later, Zhang Yang waved his arm in the space before him, and a black curtain appeared, bringing with it a powerful devouring force. And as he devoured, the source world cooperated, channeling energy into his body. This change startled Zhang Yang, and then he began devouring at an even faster pace. Wave after wave of energy surged into his body, which he quickly transmitted to the sacred universe. He modified the secret runes on his miniature universe, and the miniature universe itself began to devour, endless energy pouring into the origin place like a waterfall. With a thought, Zhang Yang created a miniature universe. This time he no longer acted with the gentleness he had shown in the cosmic sea. What he needed now was explosion. He bound the endless energy into a singularity, and the most violent explosion occurred. Thereafter he no longer participated in the construction of the miniature universe. Within this peculiar source world, the rules would naturally evolve. He only needed to continuously control the convergence of energy, allowing it to quickly evolve into miniature universes. Roars echoed in the chaos space within the sacred universe. Fortunately, the 10 eternal true God miniature universes he had built earlier formed a formation that could withstand the aftermath of this chaos evolution. Otherwise, those miniature universes, each only 1 billion light-years in diameter, would have been shattered. This feeling. Zhang Yang sensed that his miniature universe's membrane had become extremely tough. A sign that he could continue to break through. Since that is the case, then break through. With a shout, Zhang Yang let the endless energy continue to pour into his body. He had already opened up the chaos space once, and this time he could complete the transformation of the true God heart on his own. With sufficient energy, He no longer needed the assistance of the origin continent's laws. Endless energy began to pour backward. The wall of the true God heart became more and more illusory, like the chaos space membrane of a miniature universe soon transforming into a regular polyhedron with 100,000 faces. The source world's origin that entered it was also decomposed into chaos currents under Zhang Yang's control. Almost instantly he had transformed into a being of sainthood. Upon truly reaching this realm, his perception underwent a wondrous change. When a chaos space appeared inside his body, his own path of chaos source seemed to become more complete. His vision could now see the exterior of the source world, where over a dozen powerful beings were engaged in battle, and on the surface of the source world lay a pair of slippers. Zhang Yang's expression turned strange. It was truly Yuan. Who else could use slippers as a seal? He could think of no other. He stopped dwelling on it, for now he was inside the source world and matters outside the world were beyond his control. Looking up in a space above the source world, there was a perfectly round black sphere. It resembled a miniature universe but radiated life fluctuations. Sensing it faintly, Zhang Yang quickly withdrew his aura. Having become a saint, though he could not fully comprehend the chaos source path at this stage, it did not mean he could not become a divine king. He could now perceive the rules of the source world and comprehend these new rules. The construction of the inner universe was completely clear to him, and his gene level was 100,000 times. He had no obstacles. Endless energy poured in, and the energy in the chaos space continuously accumulated. When it reached a certain threshold, Zhang Yang directed the boundless energy to evolve, skillfully constructing a universe. Previously, the miniature universes he built were all 900 billion light-years in diameter. But this time, at the Divine King realm, with clear insight into the rules, he finally constructed a perfect inner universe. Though it appeared extremely small, its internal space spanned 10 trillion light-years. This world was a confirmation of his own Tao, and even though his Tao essence was not yet complete, he still built a perfect miniature universe within this source world. Countless rules appeared before him from a peculiar perspective. He was now a chaos source life. Even if he left this incompletely gestated source world, he could still survive. Among these myriad rules he sensed a kind of affectionate emotion. A feeling akin to attachment, the instinctive gratitude of life. The source world nurtures, and the life within it grows strong to guard it in return. Could lend its power to the lords. Your origin is no longer whole. I cannot save you. I can only let you move elsewhere. My current miniature universe. Zhang Yang turned to look. His miniature universe now also had a diameter of 10 trillion light-years. The miniature universe of an eternal true God was over 100 billion light-years, reaching sainthood, had turned it into over 1 trillion light-years, and becoming a divine king had transformed it into 10 trillion light-years. Moreover, his miniature universe had undergone 5 expansions, each time by a factor of 100,000. That was 10 to the 25th power. In terms of volume, the diameter of his miniature universe had already exceeded a Shuanjin circle, and he could continue to expand. He only needed to absorb energy and expand twice more, and his miniature universe would exceed 1 Shui. Expanding once more would bring it close to 1 Hengzhuan. The larger the miniature universe, the faster it would absorb energy. 1 Hengzhuan was already a considerable size. A single Nanxi prefecture was only 1,000,000 Hengzhuan. Just one more evolution would be enough. To evolve once more, his miniature universe's volume would count as a sizable territory on the origin continent. Zhang Yang looked upward. That powerful chaos source life was still devouring ceaselessly. Zhang Yang's devouring speed had already surpassed it. He raised his head and looked toward the upper realm. The mighty chaos source life continued its relentless consumption. Zhang Yang's devouring speed had already exceeded that of the creature. In a vast expanse of white, a black sphere quivered faintly. Then a face suddenly appeared on its surface. A dark abyss resembling a mouth twitched up and down, emitting a strange cadence. The rules here seem to have changed. What use is blocking my perception? Can't I still devour it? But why do I feel the energy here has thinned? Beneath it, the once boundless origin had vanished, leaving only a miniature milky white universe condensed to the extreme. Now it was still devouring the membrane of the source world, and even the endless rules began to surge inward. The will of the source world had long transferred into the miniature universe's origin, and it was Zhang Yang who now sustained the source world's rules. Perhaps his miniature universe could no longer be called miniature. Aside from being slightly smaller in volume, it was not much different from a source world. The miniature universe itself possessed the ultimate power of energy-matter conversion. Its current small size was merely a condensed state. Once all the source world's membrane was absorbed, it would rapidly expand and become the size of a source world. Perhaps it would still be much smaller than some mature source worlds, but its potential was immense. Within it, the original chaotic inner space had reversed to become an inner chaos origin space capable of limitless growth. Moreover, it was not a primordial source world, but evolved from Zhang Yang's miniature universe. It could attack, The white radiance receded instantly, and the energy that had been nurturing the primal chaos origin lives was all withdrawn. What's happening? A strange cadence rang out. The black sphere had already appeared within the chaos origin. Trembling, it looked around and saw a new source world beside it. Have I been expelled? It could hardly believe it. Since when could a source world resist? Immediately it tried to fly back toward the source world. Light of life. Hearing this unique voice from the origin continent, a distant primal chaos origin life of the Lord level shouted to the black sphere, "Boong, come back." The black sphere froze midair only to see the source world, which had been glowing faintly, grow even brighter, as if its temperature was rising. Ah! A cry of pain. Endless light had pierced its black skin. The radiance of life became infinitely potent, searing heat, scorching its round body. In an instant its body seemed to shrink, and the devoured energy flowed back into the source world as warm beams of light. A burly man in beggar's clothes looked over with delight, a single flip-flop on his foot. "You really can surprise us. A source world that can attack. That works. That works." Endless chaos origin force gathered around him, eventually coalescing into a young man in a black robe with black hair and dark eyes, his expression cold. "I must thank you, Senior, for your help. This saved me countless eons of bitter cultivation, allowing me to reach this level within 1,000,000,000,000 epochs." Yuan was not one to be serious. He raised an eyebrow, brushed his messy hair, and teased, 10 cycles of reincarnation of bitter cultivation. That must have been truly grueling." Zhang Yang's pupils contracted. 10 cycles of reincarnation. He distinctly felt it had only been 1,000,000,000,000 epochs. Then realization dawned on his face. Within the endless chaos origin, time was not synchronized. Different rules also affected the definition of time. Previously, within the yet-to-be-born source world, he had not had such a clear perception of time. Perhaps after wandering among more source worlds, he would be able to perceive the different flows of time in each source world more distinctly. "Are you confident in defeating these few fellows?" Yuan jerked his chin toward the distance, asking casually. Zhang Yang turned his gaze, first nodding to the 3 chaos origin lords beside him, then focusing on the bizarre primal chaos origin creatures ahead. A massive gray starfish-like chaos origin life, a formless fluid like a blob, a pinkish mist suspended in the chaos origin, and an ugly creature resembling a world beast. Each of them was no smaller than a source world in size, and the pink mist was even larger than a source world. They were also communicating among themselves. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang replied, "I haven't tested it yet, but after a bit of fighting, killing them should not be difficult." Saying this, Zhang Yang tapped his index finger on his forehead, and in an instant 4 clones appeared beside him. Now the 4 clones had their eyes closed, but his heart was capturing the light within the chaos origin. The light brimming with life. Suddenly the 4 clones looked in different directions, their eyes filled with a grayish mist. The mist flowed rapidly, and there will descended upon incredibly distant places. Each a mature source world. Beams of life carrying Zhang Yang's will entered the origins of those source worlds. In the next instant, transcending the definitions of time and space, endless energy surged into Zhang Yang's 4 clones. Each clone became as heavy as a source world, and with the energy in motion, the clones rushed to the 4 chaos origin lives. Seeing this, Yuan was stunned. He had clearly been teasing. Couldn't Zhang Yang tell? He knew that Zhang Yang had just taken control of a source world, a newborn one, which normally required a brief period of growth before it could utilize the vast energy within. But now, in an instant, the 4 clones were fully charged with energy. Where did such massive energy come from? Where did such massive energy come from? But suddenly he felt the power of his own main combat clone weakening. His face flushed red, and he turned to look at the other 3 lords, whose expressions were also extremely odd. "Forgive me, seniors. The chaos origin is too vast. It's difficult to search for source worlds in a short time, and my source world is still in its infancy, unsuitable for combat. I happen to sense the light of life from the source worlds you control. Borrowing a little for now shouldn't be a problem, should it?" A hint of excitement flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He had endured enough of energy scarcity. This kind of battle within the chaos origin was truly exhilarating. Yuan's mouth twitched violently. He had always been the one teasing juniors, and today a junior had turned the tables on him. Without the support of the source world's endless energy, his main combat clone could now wield only a very weak origin. What use was resistance? His own source world had betrayed him. He could only grind his teeth and say, "No problem, use it as you wish." Zhang Yang nodded, slightly glanced at Yuan, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. This lordly demeanor was irresistible to tease. Even at this level, one still valued face. Now that he had reached such strength, he could finally relax a little. His gaze drifted slightly, and as if through a haze, Zhang Yang seemed to see a handsome man in a white robe, his eyes closed. The white robe was adorned with beautiful landscapes, but inexplicably the corner of his mouth moved slightly. The smile on Zhang Yang's face froze instantly. He murmured, "It's coming soon." "What's coming?" Yuan asked in confusion. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed coldly. "I said their death is coming soon. Chaos Origin Strike. Demon God 2 Polar Slash. Blade of Life." After a bout of fighting, his powerful talent had already seen through everything about the enemy. Zhang Yang had found the weaknesses of the several Chaos Origin lives, and devised secret arts specifically tailored to counter them. Finding the entire source world's rules within the secret arts, he attacked using his own insights into the Tao of Chaos Origin, pouring the boundless might of a source world, and infusing it with powerful will attacks. The battle instantly turned in his favor. The battle concluded in 100 years, but Zhang Yang's expression remained somber. "Seniors, I have matters to attend to. We'll meet again another day." With those words, Zhang Yang entered the source world. Primal Chaos Origin lives, whose bodies were comparable to source worlds, could move at extreme speeds. This source world, as his miniature universe, was also under his firm control. The entire world suddenly tilted to one side. Riding the light of life, he had already vanished from everyone's sight, taking the source world with him. Zhang Yang had left, taking his source world. This? Yuan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. He had left in such a hurry. What had happened? What could be more important than guarding a source world? Yet they hadn't received any information about an attack on the source world. Near the origin continent, Zhang Yang flew over with his source world, which began to orbit the origin continent. Glancing at the Demon Emperor's corpse floating above the origin continent, Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the two source worlds instantly connected, the link point being the Haoshuan heavenly pillar above Nanqi province. Thus the beings within his source world could travel between the two realms. However, he did not enter the origin continent, but instead sat down cross-legged in the source world's origin land. "You said it's coming soon?" Zhang Yang asked softly, but after waiting a long time the white figure did not appear. He would not consider what happened before an illusion. Even as an immortal he could see through endless illusions. At his current level nothing in this world could deceive him. "What's coming soon?" Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. He glanced at the system panel, which still remained as unresponsive as before, offering no reply. He could not detect its presence either, as if it were just an illusion he saw. He slowly closed his eyes. Zhang Yang fell into complete stillness. After 100 cycles of reincarnation, Sun Qi finally achieved the third level of the divine body and became a true god. Within 10,000 epochs she broke through to the void level. After 1,300 cycles of reincarnation, Luo Feng broke through to become a Chaos Origin Lord by sheer force. After 3,000 cycles of reincarnation, the two source worlds had become nearly equal in size, still growing slowly. In an instant the origin continent seemed to enlarge slightly, while Zhang Yang's source world remained unchanged. This enlargement was not regular. The origin continent suddenly became somewhat elliptical, then stretched longer and longer, eventually showing a separation. Like a picture in a book or a sluggish slideshow, the world came to a complete halt. Another dimension descended silently. Within the picture containing the two source worlds, two figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were exceedingly ethereal, their features and clothes completely indistinguishable, only a faint white light covering their surface. "Soul Demon Sovereign, come out." A cold voice rang out, but Zhang Yang's source world showed no change, as if no one had heard those words. Suddenly a figure appeared before Zhang Yang, an invisible force sweeping over his body. "This is also an illusionary body. Hua Fei is here, so it's an illusionary body too." As the words fell, Su Peipei's body gradually petrified, quickly turning into a gray statue, then crumbling into ashes, vanishing like specks of dust. All illusionary bodies. A dying struggle. Should we destroy this source world? I feel he has left something here. This source world is connected to the entire void world. If destroyed, countless void worlds would collapse, making it even harder to find him. We only need to keep an eye on this place. But this illusionary body has no reason to exist. With that the white figure waved a hand and Zhang Yang's body vanished completely from the world, leaving no trace, as if he had never existed. Having done this, the two figures slowly faded away. The devouring world resumed its motion, but the two source worlds had dimmed considerably. On the origin continent, a city lord's mansion spanning tens of thousands of eternity spans stood majestically above the 9 heavens. The city crossed inner space, void chaos, and connected to the Chaos Origin. Here resided a great Chaos Origin Lord. Such city lords' mansions existed in countless source worlds, but this one alone possessed infinite might. It was itself a supreme treasure of terrifying power. Within the mansion, a single meditation chamber was the height of a true god. Divine power surged within, and the rules of the origin continent all retreated, all because of the majestic figure at the chamber's center. His body was over 100 million light-years, and even so it perfectly fit the cushion on the floor. He had long black hair, a stern face, and wore a silver-white battle armor that enhanced his majesty. Suddenly he opened his eyes and his black pupils contracted sharply, causing the entire origin continent to darken considerably. My memories have been altered. Luo Feng's expression turned extremely grim. He had taken another small step in the Lord Realm and could now detect subtle inconsistencies. For instance, the source world outside the origin continent. The more he looked at it, the stranger it felt. His heart told him it was both familiar and unfamiliar, yet his memories assured him nothing was wrong. With a flicker, Luo Feng appeared inside the source world. He felt faint images flash before his eyes. Is this the source world I created? Luo Feng fell silent. Every step of constructing the source world was crystal clear in his memory, yet his heart felt an inexplicable falseness. He reached the source world's origin land. The light here was especially warm, connecting to all source worlds in the chaos origin, carrying the unique radiance of life. Here he seemed able to control the endless chaos origin, and the secrets of the world unfolded before his eyes little by little. Was a source world of such power truly an accident? Did I create it? He closed his eyes silently. He could feel the emotions of endless lives, yet inexplicably, he sensed a sorrow, as if the source world were weeping. He sat in meditation. Endless, timeless, he comprehended all the mysteries of the source world. Slowly Luo Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was now infinitely complex. He murmured softly, the myriad realms.